Excuse me, miss. Would you be interested in $20 or spin the wheel to win $1,000?
Might as well spin, right?
Let it rip.
You got anybody to win?
Faster.
Just think if they pulled this on Price is Price is Right.
Excuse me, miss. Would you be
Well, Wheel of Fortune would work as well.
Bro, he's on all those things. Family
Just
Feud
let
and
it
all that
keep
stuff.
on spinning and spinning, spinning.
Yeah.
Oh, welcome to an impromptu stream with me and the Rookie the Critic. Talking more ISOM, because why not? People love talking, reacting to ISOM content. So why not? You know, I missed out on all the Brie Larson when I had the chance. I thought, I did a video, I'm good. And it's like, oh my God, I should have just kept making them. People were getting so pissy.
That's true.
But yeah, crazy shit. So we reacted to Eric's video about the lawsuit. Continuing, going forward. When I remember, I should have clipped it. He's like, "Oh, well, both parties are looking to resolve this amicably," and it's like, I never took a step back. Like I was telling you, and thought, wait. The fact that he's talking to these people instead of saying like, "Fuck you, cold turkey, see you in court. You're not getting shit." That should have been a sign that he has culpability. Not that it was malicious, but that he's kind of forced to have to go to the table with these people because they have a case.
Yeah. A little bit. I mean, based on his personality, you think it would be like, nah, screw you guys, nothing.
Well, especially from that Rekeita stream that he's on, it's very clear he does what is called fronting. You know, you put up a big front until you kind of get like slapped back down. So you put a big front. Oh, well, it's Dick and Vito. Vito and Dick, they're the biggest names haranguing my comic. So we go back after them. And then, you know, months later, with all of this turmoil of overlapping fandoms as well, he asked me like, "Oh, I don't know. I don't know if it was them." It's like, wow, you were pretty confident in your video, and you pretty much directly pointed the finger and said, "It is them."
Right.
So now that we've kind of seen that multiple times now to various degrees show itself, everything he says now, he should like definitely take with a grain of salt and think about how much is he blowing up the proportions in his favor, trying to win, you know, steer conversation in his perspective and win people to his side. Maybe I don't know if the idea is to garner, if it's just the full belief in his cause, or if it's to try to like do this kind of populist thing to garner support. And thus, maybe if you get overwhelming support in the sphere you're in, the opponent will just back down out of fear to whatever degree. I don't know. But strange, man. Yeah, you know, he did this video. We're actually, and then boom, I think like middle of the night or this morning, the preacher's already got a fucking a response to Rippa. And we're going to be looking at that.
I find it interesting. The ministry has entered the blood wars.
They've entered the blood sports. Let me find it really quick.
And they happen to make this video on the day of jihad. How
They have commenced a jihad, a legal jihad on ISOM. That is what's happening. They actually, the warning from Hamas, they knew what was coming down the pipeline from the International School of Ministry.
Yep, they're ready.
Oh my God, I keep getting all these weird artists bothering me. Of ministry. Is this it? Let me see. Dr. Berin Gilfillan. Sorry, didn't have this queued up. Had to show something else.
I see. An excellent distraction.
Yeah. Oh, it's annoying.
Yeah, usually we don't do 2 shows at all back to back in any way, shape, or form because I usually work the next day and around whenever we would be free to stream.
Right.
But I have today off because of a weird work schedule this week, so I am now free.
Now I gotta find it through Dick Masterson's account. Let me see.
It's so hard to find ISOM now because of ISOM.
Well, I guess I'll show this while I'm digging. This one guy is making some good shit. I don't know if you've seen this video. You've seen some of the other ones. Let me present it. This is some good ISOM content right here.
Calling all Ripper patriots, welcome brothers and sisters to the revolution. The powers that be do not want our voices heard. They want us sitting in silence, whacking off the gate.
Oh my God. I just figured out what that music is. It's I think it's called Plague Inc. It was a free game, and then it got so popular. It was you had to pay like $2 to play it, and then there's upgrades and stuff. But it's like different pathogens, so like virus, bacteria, spores, etc. You like pick a country to start in, and then you just like try to like progressively evolve your pathogen to be completely 100% infectious, and then ramp up the death. You got to like manage it, because if you do it too quick, too volatile, then like everyone cordons the disease and it never fully spreads. And depending where you start, it's really hard to get in certain countries. So you're trying to like tweak it where it's like, oh, well, now it's got a evolution where it's better suited for dry climates. So now I can start taking over like Arabia and Africa. That is the music he's using. That's fucking brilliant.
Batman or whatever. But we will not be silenced. We will resist. We will win. When we are unable to call white people the N-word, we are divided. Angry, controlled. We blame those who are different from us instead of those responsible. Gay detractors. Trust the plan. Patriots are in control. The lawsuit is actually 4D chess. White hats have been activated. The page 76 delta in issue 2 has been crossed. A storm is upon us. When we win one, we win all.
That's a reference to QAnon, where we go one, we go all. Did you like that, Ricky?
Not as good as the other ones.
Yeah, I thought it was fun, though. It was more like insidious, like Anonymous or something.
I like the other approaches better. I don't know.
Dick has this screenshot from the wife of the preacher. Quote, we are leading a team to Israel Saturday, but we were leading a team to Israel, but it's canceled. Given $9,500 thus far in total this week to Hadassah Hospital, Soroka Medical Center, the IDF, and an impacted kibbutz standing with Israel. And Dick says, notice that when speaking to an actual charity, it's easy for them to say how much money is going where and when. Yikes. Let me see where is this freaking video?
Did you not lay eyes on it before?
I have. I've seen a few minutes of it. That's why I'm like, we should react to this.
Was it on Twitter or on YouTube or?
It's on Twitter. Well, the link's on Twitter. Oh my God, where the hell is it? Oh my God, these stupid artists keep blowing up my notifications.
Can you not type in ISOM and find the thing on Twitter?
It's probably it's on Young Clippa. Let me go through his. I'll find it this way.
Otherwise, mysterious elusive video. Otherwise,
Yeah, I know it's annoying. So I'm like, what? And then when I clicked on it earlier, I'm like, oh no, where'd it go? Is it private? But it was just I had to go to the actual site.
yeah, I would assume that that'd be something that they'd put on their actual website, I guess, to make clear. But
All
I
right,
don't
here
know.
we go. I got it now.
Okay, good.
And then we'll watch some of those funny Eric July videos, the the animated ones that we saw.
Okay.
Here we go. All right, so this is CEO ISOM org, Berin Gilfillan. I think it's about a 10-minute video.
Berin Gilfillan here. I just want to speak to Eric July and to all the Rippaverse fans. There's
He already sounds like he's gonna cry.
a group of people out there that love this comic book, and we're not against you. We're not against the comic book. We're not against the Rippaverse, against everything that's been established and everything that's been done in the last year and a half with ISOM 1 and ISOM 2. And I just wanted to do a video to add some humanity to this whole equation, and also to try and explain, why it is that we feel it's necessary to go down the legal route. Now, we have been in negotiation, and we had put a deadline. We made a proposal. Eric July's people came back to us with a counter sort of proposal, and we then laid down some basic guidelines we wanted to see in a settlement. And we said, well, please respond by the 10th of October. And, if not, then we're going to proceed to go a different route and to go down the line of actually going forward with the legal procedure. Well, the 10th came and went, and we did not hear back from the Rippaverse organization, and that's the only reason that we, proceeded to actually serve the lawsuit. I'm not sure why Eric July and
Far too measured.
the legal team did not come back to us, but we're trying to
surprising.
operate in good faith. We're trying to lay down some guidelines. Yes, we made a proposal, and this involved a license. We're trying to license Rippaverse to use this trademark. And we can go back to the origin of this to say, our organization is called Good Shepherd, but we chose to brand ourselves as ISOM. And so we trademarked ISOM. This was, decades ago. And
wait. So they
Rippaverse,
do have
chose.
So they do have trade. Okay, I forgot. I completely, for some reason, didn't think about it like that. I guess like they technically already have trademark rights to the name ISOM, I guess, right? That's like just by the fact that they use it, kind of like with Comicsgate. Like before it was officially trademarked, there was the ones who could claim it essentially based on monetary stuff, right?
Well, Comicsgate's weird because it's Amoebus. It was just like an online derogatory term, like alt-right, and then the collective people, us, owned it, but then EVS trademarked it to prevent someone like Preston Poulter from
right. But
control.
people were putting it on the products that they were selling, essentially, right? That's what they're trying to do, and then we're able to claim, and then EVS was able to claim the trademark of it, essentially.
EVS has the freedom to, by trademarking it, force you to not use it in association with your product if he deems you a bad faith actor. So that's why he took. He's not he does trade products with Comicsgate, but
but you know what I'm getting at here.
Yeah.
With ISOM is what I'm getting at essentially. So like they even if it wasn't trademarked officially, they can apply a trademark now, like in the same way with Rippa and them, essentially, right? Like to approve it or not approve it.
Yeah, so that's what it seems, is that, like he's saying, we're not against you making these comics, but you fucking better pay me because you're using my trademark.
I got you.
To
Yeah, that
brand
makes a little more
themselves.
sense now to their pursuit, I suppose, of that. Even if like you said, for how Eric may not have intended. Like they really might not have known about this at all, but it doesn't matter because it's still a trade. If I didn't know that Coca-Cola was a trademark,
Well, he
and I
trademarked
named my company Coca-Cola,
Rippaverse.
right?
He didn't trademark ISOM, and I guess he just assumed because it's a family name, he could run buckshot with it. But
I mean, I'm not sure how trademark works when it comes to names of characters. Like, because I don't know if he could. Well, what would that mean if he trademarked ISOM, the character? Like, could know, like, what does that mean?
Well, he probably could.
Character, but what would that mean? Like, essentially, for other people, like, can they not make a character called ISOM as well?
I'm pretty sure how it would work for Eric, given it's a family lineage thing, would be like. So there's a Bass Reeves comic series, I think in association with the Red Rooster guy. Red Rooster and that Bass Reeves are both sold through Walmart. I think they're both from like the same company, if I'm not mistaken. And Bass Reeves is a historical figure. So I don't know. He's a dead guy from 1800s. He was like a marshal, I think, in like Arkansas, Oklahoma territory. So him being dead, I think it's like open market, but or something more new. Like, say if someone want to make a comic about Bon Scott, the singer of AC/DC that died, he still has an estate that could seek damages because you could make something that damages reputation of Bon Scott. So it's not that you can't make something, but they could. There's like a wiggle room of. Well, it gets weird, is what I'm saying. Where it's I don't know the limitations given an ancestry, but at best, I think Eric would have to like Thor is open market character. All right. So what Marvel does is they trademark Marvel's Thor.
Right.
So that is how they get protection.
Well, that's kind of what I'm saying. That's kind of what I'm saying. Like when you have the name of a character called ISOM, like I don't know how you trademark
Rippaverse is ISOM. That's
what I'd assume, because I'm like, I don't think they could stop another comic from having the character of ISOM, but if the character was so similar to his character, then I guess that's where that could be infringed. Like with Marvel Thor, but if it's a completely different type of character called ISOM, then they have no grounds really.
So some people have like brought up when that Meth Gator film got announced, I guess for like Sci-Fi or whatever. It's like, well, first off, story's completely different. Also, I have a kind of EVS thing where like I've already traded products with my posters, so I'd have common law precedent, but I'd have to like go to battle if it came up and they tried to like stop me from making Meth Gator. But once I can, afford to do all the paperwork, I'm going to, do it where it's like blank companies, Meth Gator. And it's like, I've talked to a lawyer before and they said like, especially with the news article aspect of it, that I don't think anyone can trademark Meth Gator. It's like a news thing, but it'd be like companies' respective versions of that title. So just like Marvel's Thor, you could have an Iron Man character, theoretically, but you have to trademark like this thing's Iron Man, or like smoke screen. There's multiple smoke screens in comics. There is a obscure Spider-Man character called Smoke Screen, and then there's a character in Transformers called Smoke Screen, but I don't think they've ever like went to battle over it because it's probably already prefaced with like Transformers Smokescreen or Marvel's Smokescreen, etc. So,
right,
the quote unquote title of the character is prefaced with the company name as the trademark.
Yeah, that's what I figured. That's what I was trying to figure, like with him copyrighting the name or not, or trademarking the name. What's up, Zombie Box? He said he tuned in here to get a laugh. We'll probably get one, but honestly, the way this guy is presenting himself, it's hard to just get a giggle because he's just so straightforward. It's like, oh, that's a change. That's not like the YouTube. This man, Mr. July, has said some blasphemous things or something. Like he's not doing that. Just like a very gentle approach. But you got Tina in the chat here.
She says, not a lawyer, but a word trademark gives a person or company exclusive rights to connect one brand with that word. Trademark rights for an unregistered mark belong to the company first using the mark. Well, so like Comicsgate, before Ethan trademarked it, anyone could make Comicsgate merch. It would just be open market. But he had the precedent of being like the first guy to run with it. He had the common law trademark, and so he could impose if it came to head, but he just got ahead of it and to stop Preston Poulter and bad faith actors trying to destroy the movement.
Yeah, makes sense. But yeah, because like if somebody was named, like if I had a comic book character named Kevin, like I can't just be like, you can't name anybody Kevin in anything in any comic book.
You can't name your baby like, Kevin. I own that name.
That's what I'm saying. So it's like
you're going to have to pay me for the rights of your child's name in perpetuity.
If anything, it'd be the rookie critics Kevin. Like that's what it would be at best, maybe.
Oh yeah, thank you for tuning in, Zombie Box and Death Wish and Rook. Oh well.
Tina.
Tina.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, no, DM me if you want to hop in, Tina. Yeah, let's continue.
It's ISOM, but they chose to trademark Rippaverse, not ISOM. I'm not sure if Eric July, if you, did a Google search at the beginning before you made that decision. If you,
it's like the least you could do is Google. I feel so like, oh, if only he Google searched it. No,
it's like that old man for State Farm. Like, oh, you gotta be quicker. I mean, honestly, it just pragmatically, it sounds like the lawyer's got a very easy case to get a quick buck, possibly in perpetuity if everyone wants to keep trading ISOM titled books and not define it. The Rippaverse is ISOM number 3, you know.
And now it's like, now that he revealed that he named him based off of family members and stuff, and that it's very important to him that he was able to do that. And it doesn't sound like he's going to try to back down off this. He's going to do this.
He's not going to back down.
He's going to do it until he wins or loses. Like
he's going to have to pay if he's going to keep it up. Which honestly,
that sounds like something he's not going to do either, though. He really sounds like, I made this hard work. I don't want to pay them for work that I've done with my thing. I'm not in the wrong. I don't think that he would do it. I don't think that he'd pay. I think he would.
This definitely seems a bit.
I think he'll push this until he loses and has to change it. Like that's if that's what happens. He might win. He might win this, but it's like it just seems. It seems tougher and tougher with the way that it's presented. It's like
okay. Well, I guess for me, just so people see this, and there's going to be people like, "You're just a detractor." Blah. And it's like, yes, I made ISOM a detractor because the books suck. And on investigation inquiry with Eric, he just tries to call you a retard instead of actually engaging. Because if you're critical, it must be bad faith. You're working from hate backwards. And it's like, that's not it. I almost backed your book, dude. And then it blew up, and I'm like, well, I gotta put money in for other people, man. I gotta be judicious with my money back in comics. So I'm gonna look out for the little guys before some guys got all this access to various platforms of Fox and The Blaze, New York Post shared your shit, the internet, your subscribers. It's like all these other guys, they're trying to build your platform, but it's just there's only so much time to go around, so only a few people are going to like get it, because most people creating interesting comics aren't like internet presences like EVS can be or Eric can be. So but there's definitely a humorous perspective seeing this play out because the person Eric has made himself on the internet. But despite that, I actually don't want him to get like bent over a barrel. I want to be able to laugh at these comics or be like, wow, they're improving. Because
I want them to still be able to hire staff. I want them to still be able to make books and still be able to.
I'm not out to destroy the Rippaverse, but I'm here to nitpick the fuck out of it. And it's not even nitpicking, it's just obvious giant gaping Swiss cheese holes in his story thus far that seems so contrived. And then the pompousness from it, that's what's got me in the quote unquote detractors, but I'm not like these people who are like, you are a transphobe. Like, I guess I would count as a transphobe.
It's like just labeling people, just labeling people as whatever and dismissing whatever they have to say just kind of shows how little you want to engage in it anyway.
Yeah, and it makes you, it makes you root against them. That's where I'm at, where it's like, and it's not rooting where it's like, I hope you fail, but it's like, no, keep making all the money and brag about your money. But it's just like Captain Marvel. You made money, but your shit sucks. And I'm going to laugh at it. You know, it's the shoes on the other foot, because all these people have built their channels by doing exactly that to other products.
Yeah.
You can't say that I'm here to change the game for the status quo and get things back on track, and then also be I'm a first time. Not that he's saying it, but other people are like, well, he's a first time writer, man. Take it easy. And it's like, no.
Yeah, Zombie Box says
You can't bring this bravado to the game that you're in, and then try to also shield yourself. Not that Eric is directly doing that himself, but all of his sycophants that are just yes men, that can't accept criticism on his behalf. You know, his fans make it easy to root against him too.
Yeah, pretty much. And Deathwish in the chat says, yeah, it's like, you know, you should be able to criticize a friend, especially like with stuff. And Zombie Box says, yeah, monetize your haters. You know, I roll with it. That's the stuff.
Wait, Zombie, are you an Englishman? He said arse.
I think I've heard him speak. Yeah, I think so. Or a little bit. I think he has a little bit of an accent.
Yeah, people talk about Lucas having yes men, and to some degree, I agree with that. But it's nothing like what I'm seeing from the Rippaverse. Where it's like if there was just an attitude of like, I fucked up, or that was silly, I should have done better. But hey, I got more for you hate in issue 3.
It seems like
there's 3 and hate that one.
It seems like there's zero ground of discussion about it, really, other than it's great or it's not. But you know,
yeah, and so like, you know, the Dick Masterson though, that it's funny because all of this really is rooted to everyone so fucking livid with Dick for saying, I bet it's not good, because what I see everyone talking about, it's nothing to do about the story. And have you read it? Which is so disingenuous, because you see all these videos from all these people that said that there's a woke infraction, arguably, in the promotion that doesn't have anything necessarily to do with the actual film. You know, you can infer, given the track record of Hollywood, that it'll probably go X, Y, and Z, but you still have to give it case by case research. But everyone jumps the gun and just writes shit off, and that's what Dick did with this thing, and that crossed the line for everybody. And if they just would have like took the punch and rolled with it, there would be so few. There would only be the weird like actual fandom that really are just butthurt because Eric is not an SJW. They don't actually care the quality of the book. They're just using it to their advantage for their ultimate goals of their political angles. It's not me. I'm more on Eric's side politically, you know?
Exactly.
So that's what's frustrating. Is like, I'm actually in your field of viewpoints, but then I'm a retard. So, well, fuck you. Respect the customer. I don't know. That was the whole, you know? Okay. All right. Stream with Rippaverse, part Scottish. I'm sorry.
Scottish.
We all can't be awesome and American. What'd y'all stream about?
I think it was on Jesse Milestone's channel a while back.
Whoa. Spicy. Yeah, no, it's actually when our side acts SJW, it's worse than SJW's doing, because they have narratives to uphold. They are sheep. They're the NPCs. When we fall prey to that, it's worse because we've been fighting that. You see with Bounty and Comics, I talk about it all the time. They're there to fight the mainstream narratives and shielding of products of the mainstream with diversity shields and calling everyone transphobes, anti-Semites, whatever the case, to stifle detraction. And then when we do it on our side, when we've been fighting that, it's hypocritical, and you got to call it out. Everyone talking about diversity and stuff and identity politics, but then everyone's so quick like, why are you attacking a black man's business? You just ate a successful black man. You're just talking identity politics. What are you doing? Yeah, let's continue.
search and decided that you were going to override the trademark that we owned. We have a registered trademark. It's not just a TM. It's not in process. It's a registered for many, many decades. And
wait, so they already do have an official trademark. I thought it was
25
like
years.
I thought it was like because they've done it for 25 years that they could make it. They have the best rights to make one since he's made his ISOM thing. It's like, well, now we need to distinct them, and like now they can make one for real, and they have the means for it. No, they actually have one. Ooh, that's even
well, dude. It's looking worse too because just the optics is you got this. He even says in that tweet about the charity controversy. Doesn't say they are fraudulent, but just the controversy, the question of fraud and the amount paid versus what was spent, and then after Dick sniffs that out, then there's a donation of money, which looks like a cover, arguably, versus like this is a Christian ministry organization that trains preachers, essentially, from what I understand, nonprofit, and then they've just stated, oh, we've already put $10,000 towards Israel, what you would expect a Christian organization to do. If not be even across the board humanitarian, you definitely expect Christians to give Israel money because of the Holy Land and all that. So that doesn't help his optics of like him be like quote unquote Christian,
Right.
Chose to override that, or you never looked at it and you did the groundwork for Rippaverse. You trademarked that. You went through the legal process, but you never ever trademarked the ISOM or even looked into it. And if you did, and you came across our name, you didn't contact us. And if you wanted to use it, we would have been open at the beginning just to lay down some guidelines. And as it was, you proceeded, whether it was by ignorance or by intention, we don't know that. But bottom line of it is that you did use it. And I'm not sure when you came to know that this was a violation or this was an infringement, but to us, it's our branding, it's our name, it's what is really the foundation of what we do. And we're trying to defend that. There's a great video cast by Nick Rekeita.
Woo! Oh, man.
The poor guy.
God, poor
no.
Nick fucking get away from this shit.
He just said his things. He wants to still be friends there.
Oh, this guy Nick Rekeita, he's got a great program.
He didn't want to put Eric in any sort of bad situation. Oh no, he watches Nick Rekeita. I wonder if these people watch Nick Rekeita and then found it because of that, or if they were pointed into a video of that. Or what do you think?
I don't know about
that. I assume they're just showing a video, not that they watch Nick Rekeita, but that would be funny if they watch Nick Rekeita.
Precisely. Dude, Zombie Box. I got awakened to the conservative SJW mind virus of non-wokeness with the Alita Battle Angel. And to clarify what I mean by that, if you've not seen my previous content, is that there was the Alita challenge against Captain Marvel at I think his name's Jack Posobiec. He's a conservative guy, offered on the internet. And it's like, let's fight the woke feminist Captain Marvel. Let's go see Alita Battle Angel. And I mean, there's certain people that argue that Alita is a woke comic. I don't know. But I fell for the trap and I'm like, yeah, we're gonna stick it to Captain Marvel. I'm gonna go see Alita. And it was like 2 hours wasted of my life. Also, Alita and Captain Marvel collectively, with the Fox deal down the pipeline and being in the talks at this point, screwed over X-Men Dark Phoenix, which I like. I like that movie. It's got its flaws, but it's actually, that is an egalitarian film versus the feminist lukewarm propaganda of Captain Marvel. But Alita was lukewarm.
It was a waste of time.
In its unwokeness. If you argue it's unwoke, it's just lukewarm. And yeah, so like Just because it's not woke doesn't mean
in that
good.
film, there's maybe a few moments that I liked, but it's not worth the time for it at all. No,
yeah, I'm aware Elite is a manga, if not an anime as well. But
we like to call it the anime comic. Or
I need to finish this one manga I checked out. I'm gonna do a video to trigger the weebs. Like, I read my first anime.
It's called manga.
Learn Japanese, you idiot, or whatever. It just instantly the marketing will trigger people.
Yeah, it's just fun. It's some fun.
Gotcha.
It's some fun stuff.
Rekeita, the fact he name drops some fucking hilarious.
Nick's, I really wonder if Nick's gonna look at this video or anything.
No, they did. We're gonna pull that up next. That's why.
He did. He did. Okay. Oh, let's go. All right, let's keep going. Oh, let's go.
You can watch him on YouTube. And Eric July, you've been on his show. He did, I think, a day ago, but it was recently that he did a video cast on this ISOM case, did an excellent analysis. Yes, he's mostly in your favor, but at the same time, he does advocate and say that we have to defend the trademark if we're going to keep it.
Oh, funny! I saw a comment somewhere on a video or in like one of these tweets from this guy. Someone's like, "Oh, you mentioned Nick Rekeita. Don't you know this guy's getting sued himself for defamation and he doesn't practice law?" Like, that's an onus. Like, Rekeita says on stream, he's like, "I don't practice law because I can make 4 times or more than I would at being like the best practice in Minnesota." So it's like,
right.
I could either do that or I can just make money with my expertise on the internet drinking. And so you see what he does. There's a reason he's stuck to YouTube instead of practice anymore.
Right. Well, especially
I don't know the circumstance of his defamation case, but I know it seems actually frivolous. I don't know the circumstance, but yeah.
We're open. You guys missed the deadline. You didn't come back with a proposal to us. We then went ahead and proceeded as we had said we would. If you didn't return and respond to us, maybe it wasn't important enough to you, but it is important to us. I know that there's trolls. We're not ignorant to the fact that there's trolls. And
trolls.
They have fallen for a gay ops.
He's
mistaken. As Bane would say, admirable, but mistaken.
He's aware of the trolls. No.
He is aware of the Billion Bunny Army.
Oh, man.
Immortal
Coil's in the chat. What's up, man?
Ooh, Immortal. It's been a while.
Stoney's in the chat as well now.
Says, F your normies. When is the 10,000 charity boxing match happening? Oh, that'd be hilarious. Well, that would be a no-win for Eric, too, because he either beats the guys that own ISOM and he beat up an old white preacher protecting his property.
He says, "Can you beat Eric July?"
Not yet, no. But give me time. I mean, Eric has set me back, Immortal. He set me back. His gay ops of his video, he incepted the idea of Sonic foot-long conies. And so I could not help but with his gay ops go to Sonic and imbibe on conies, and that's setting me back.
That's a good suggestion for food. Yeah.
God damn you, Eric July.
Good suggestion.
You made me eat that coney.
You made me eat food I liked.
Now I'm going to starve. Little SpongeBob reference for you.
Yes.
Oh, Eric showed his true colors the next show. Yeah. Let your true colors shine.
Let's keep on playing, partner.
Oh, we're going to play, partner.
That soup. And to know what's a troll, what's not a troll. But
I was going to say no, what's a soup.
To deny the fact that if you Google ISOM, that both of our names come up, and there's lots of areas of overlap. And we want to just find a way that we can work together, that we can somehow resolve this. And everything's on the table for negotiation. And if we make a proposal, then you can come back with a counter proposal. But we certainly want you to recognize.
What was it, Crowder and Daily Wire or something, right?
Oh, that whole shindig,
like where it was like just the first initial thing, and he left it, he ditched it, like fuck you guys, and then it was like, well, that's not how it works. But it's usually a whole setting of terms about the terms, like before you set the terms, like there's like a whole bunch of things. I mean, it's probably different, of course, compared to this. That was for like getting.
No, I don't blame Crowder. It was like he was going to be on the hook to like be required to make X amount. And from what I understand him arguing was that
no, he could have counter offered or something.
Sure, but the way, like, from what I understand, what they offered revealed a lot about them. And
I get it, but
he would have to play
is,
ball with the censorship of YouTube.
The point doesn't,
or be penalized.
The point doesn't change that it's not like you signed this and that's it. It's you're figuring out what is the parameters even going to be to discuss the open.
I agree with Crowder from seeing that stuff and then just seeing the persons at Daily Wire. I don't think it'd be a good fit. I mean, there's definitely the overlap of audience and potential to grow an empire, a media empire, bigger. Daily Wire is nothing to like snub your nose at. They're a legitimate alternative to mainstream. But Shapiro being like the front runner, face essentially of all their news commentary. But Crowder definitely has his own appeal. He has a comedy angle and stuff, but he would be on the hook for a lot, and he would have to like. His whole thing is like, wait, we're here to like fight the mainstream and their censorship and whatnot, and yet you're giving me terms where I would have to play ball with this and get screwed if I don't. And it's like you're trying to play both sides, so I'm not even gonna like bother negotiating with you because fuck you. I agree with that. Like I perceive what he discussed is that they're not really about a culture war within their sphere of news, that they are just as bad kowtowing to censorship and whatnot and advertisers as the mainstream. And it's worse because they're supposed to be against that. Just like I'm talking about with like, when we're SJWs on our side, it's worse than the SJWs because we're supposed to be having an enlightenment to not be like that at all.
I guess so. I was just pointing out just there's no real whatever they're talking about currently isn't anywhere near the final thing of whatever because it seemed like Eric was offended by or did not like any of the stuff that the ministry was offering or like wanting money and stuff. But it's like the way that this guy's saying it is that, well, yeah, we give that and then you give a counter. That's what I was trying to say.
Immortal. I don't know anything about your grape theory. DM me if you want clarification. I have no idea what kind of joke you're going for, but appreciate the attempt. Zonny says, I've been taking notes on how, from Eric, how to pull off a successful charity scam. I honestly don't think, Eric, if there is a scam, I don't think it was intentional, but the fact that there was that monetary donation after the fact, it doesn't look good. Even if there was an agreement, it doesn't look good to the outside because we have no definition about any of it. So we're only going off his word, and then, oh, well, the charity said good stuff online about him. And it's like, well, they have to because he gave them anything. So he can't like sour that deal by being a snitch or whatever. Here's my counter offer, motherfucker. Pow, pow, pow. I appreciate the comedy, even though I'm like, yeah, I can't good conscience actually deem Eric a scammer. It is funny to laugh about, but I can't actually myself say, yeah, he did it.
That there's an infringement, that there has been something that we've owned and that you are stepping on, and we're trying to create that distinction. The only way we know to do that is through a license, and to find whatever the boundaries of that license are. How do we structure it? We're looking for answers in the same way as you are, but to sweep this under the rug and say, like, we're trying to trample on your family name, or we don't have any nefarious issue in here other than the fact that you're involved in a lot of internet controversy. And the more you're involved in controversy, the more our name gets put up whenever somebody goes to ISOM. Our name is there. And we're trying to just avoid this. We want a separation. We want to have a separate identity. We want you to run in your lane.
I almost want to
you
say,
run in our
like,
lane.
with Eric used Sonic as a comparison in his video for stuff. Now, I'm imagining if either brand...
I know, Rookie. I went to Sonic
so-
today because of that.
I'm imagining if either brand, the Sonic fast food chain or character, had any super controversies with themselves, that potentially that would open up arguments of their trademarks, right, or something like.
I'm gonna laugh actually.
The name
we find in like next year, there's a lawsuit between those two companies, and they cite, we saw this Eric July video, and it made us think, how did we never know this?
We were one of us was attending our school ministry classes, of course, and then we saw this ISOM video come up, and then
and they're like,
this thing come.
And then people would be like, oh yeah, Eric July pulling his gay ops on behalf of Sonic. See how easy that is?
That'd be funny.
But we're trying to find a way forward. So we're not some sort of greedy sort of group that's trying to extract. And we would prefer you would never use the name ISOM, that you talked to us beforehand, that we'd had some way. What you had to do, you became a superstar on the internet, and you boosted this name to huge lengths, and at some point it collided with our trademark. And we're trying to now find a resolution to that. It's not nefarious.
Like if he seriously just named it Rippaverse ISOM, there would be zero problems.
Well, that's how he's gonna have to. Either he's gonna have to make it like someone said, like the amazing ISOM, or
because
like
that just seems
ISOM.
like an easy. That seems like an easy thing to do at that point. If it's like if you have the offers of whatever. I mean, I don't know what that would cost him and whatnot, because like what he just said right here was like we wouldn't have let him use the name ISOM. Like he would have preferred they not have used the name ISOM. But we hear Eric, give his reasons as to why, which I understand those types of reasons. So he would probably want to use the name anyway. But
yeah, no, it's a precarious predicament, and the fact that he's come clean about the origin already instead of a reveal whenever he wanted to. I think, given this video's context and the fact that he's saying like we'd rather you have not ever have used it to begin with, means that this is going to go to full term, make or break.
Yeah, it's like, and again, Eric's passion for why he wants to use the name, and then what he just said right here with they wouldn't have wanted him to use it in the first place, and I think he wouldn't mind as much, it seems, if there wasn't as much drama around Rippaverse.
The double-edged sword of building your platform on the internet versus I worked through Dark Horse and I did this comic for them, and then I went here, getting paid nothing essentially to build your name to then do your own shit. Where it's like, all these writers, more besides like someone like Todd McFarlane, as far as my novice knowledge of comics history, none of these people really built a internet fame or a media fame outside of, whoa, comic, did you see him drawing Hulk? And they're like, dude, the Hulk guy's working on Spider-Man. We've never seen images of this guy like this before. And then Todd started building his own independent brand through Image when they like vacated in mass the mainstream and made Image Comics, and then kicked off a Spawn. And he did like the HBO thing. And I've seen some clips. I don't know what the shows are, but clips of like him like showing like his style, his angle, his insight into drawing and creating. So he kind of became a rock star in comics, kind of like Eric did within the platforms available back then. But it was still kind of, even though he's being a bad boy rebel, it still was within the confines, more or less, of working the ladder of the industry. And it's unfortunate. But now we're seeing long term, we've seen it with EVS, with Dynamite and the BLM Antifa stuff and war campaign, the double-edged sword of this being a controversial figure on your own. And what's helped make Eric's success seems to also be his undoing in this case specifically.
Yep, seems like it.
Let me see the chat real quick. Smash the great button. Wait, is that because I'm black? Is that the angle here?
I don't know.
I don't think Eric's a bad person. He just can't handle any kind of criticism about how minor it is. Resistance Publishing says, "What's up? Hello. I think I saw you following on Twitter or something, but I'm not able to investigate who you are. So sorry if we know each other beforehand and I'm totally blanking. Sorry. Thanks for joining. Yeah, we're I never know what kind of insight we'll actually get reacting to this stuff. It might just be milquetoast. I saw this thing with you, the audience, but getting some real commentary here.
Yeah,
it's not like we're some type of greedy type of organization. We're just trying to find a way forward. We're in 150 countries. There's hundreds of thousands of students that have done the ISOM, that know the ISOM, that love
they've done the ISOM.
And we're just trying to create a
It's like the crucible.
So I'm just, we're open to mediation. We're open to a discussion, but you're the guys who missed the deadline.
The way he talks, it's really hard to be against him.
Oh man,
I feel so much sympathy the way he talks. It's like, you're coaxing me, man. It's
if I'm
like,
trying to be just a straight devil's advocate, like shill, I can't. There's no angle I got against his Iron Dome fortress.
It's tough. It's like I want Eric to do well with this stuff.
This is like, it's like you're fighting Israel, and anything you do, whether the perspective is justified, it's like, well, why are you tagging Israel? Are you an anti-Semite? And it's like, crap, I have no counter to that. Damn it. Like,
right.
It's a silver bullet. This old man just trying to protect his property. And that's the other angle that really hurts Eric, is being Mr. ANCAP, saying online there's no free speech, there's only property rights from his perspective of politics. That this is really the end all be all of governance and law. This really blows up in his face, his own perspective being used against him ultimately. Not even that that's the angle this guy's going for, but when you deduce everything black and white on paper, this is a property rights issue. And sounds like ISOM is in the right.
Possibly.
We went ahead and said, as we would, that we would go forward if you would not respond to us, and you violated, you missed it. So to make us out to be the bad people here, I think is disingenuous. I don't think it's fair, and I just wanted to add a humanity to this whole equation, that this is something we can resolve, and we can.
Honestly, he's being like this is like a father having to spank his kid the first time, and after he betrays that trust, where it's like, well, daddy would never hurt me. And then you have to spank your kid the first time, and the betrayal of the child. And then you, the parent, are trying to talk through it. Like, hey, this is all your fault, man. I didn't want to hurt you, but you made me hurt you. Like, oh man, this is so bad. My laugh is not giddy. My laugh is just like, God, what else can I do?
Can work together on, but please, let's not sling mud at each other. Let's not try and do harm to each other. Let's try and find a way, but also let's recognize where the other person's coming from, that there is an infringement on our ISOM trademark name. We own it. We've owned it. We put money into it. We've invested in it. We've built it. And you can say, well, there's a little narrow gap or whatever in terms of the print media, but we know that you've been in negotiation with Angel Studios or other things, that this very likely will go into, a sort of a Marvel type of movie or something in the future. There's potential of that. And
that definitely hurts him. And it's like, well, there's money to be had here, buddy. We can't just let the money slide off our table.
Right.
Rights are covered under our ISOM brand and under our ISOM filing and trademark. And we want to find a way now to find a way to work together, to find a way to resolve this and to make it so that we can create the distinctions. And, you know, if it doesn't get governed by some sort of percentage or some sort of tiny minute type of, portion, then give us a way that can be governed, that we have a way forward. And it's not that you own it 50-50, because that's not the way it is. It's not real. It's not true. And we have to have an acknowledgement that this trademark is owned by us. And the only way we know forward, if you won't negotiate, you won't respond by the deadline, is for us to proceed with the filed lawsuit that we originally had submitted. So we want to hear from you. We want to be able to negotiate. We want to be able to act in good faith, and we want to have a humanity to all of this equation. So please let us hear from you. Take care.
Also, I'm going to add, just because they're going forward with the lawsuit does not mean they can't settle out of court before going to court.
Right. Yeah. I assume. Yeah.
So it's still not just, done. It's really all on Eric and his rockstar lawyers, apparently, to concoct something, concessions. Again, the fact that he's been talking, everyone gets blindsided about like, well, I'm fighting this. And it's like, well, actually, the fact that you've talked with them at all infers to me there's some sort of culpability you're aware of, or your lawyers are aware of. So you're trying to work it out before going to court.
Yeah, seems like it. Maybe.
All right, let me see where I was on my phone. 3. This one, fast forward. All right.
You think that Eric will do a response video to that?
To the response,
to this
guy. Hey, it seems you see, like he says, I used to bang. Then you see these like silly videos of him being younger, the dancing and all that. It seems there's a history of like the street cred, essentially. You know, can't take no lip from nobody. You know, so ultimately pride. So I wouldn't put it past him. He's already unnecessarily put stuff on the internet that doesn't help his case. It's like, you're going through legal, so just be quiet.
Yeah, that'd probably be the best move, but I don't know. He seems like he'll probably.
He doesn't seem to have the temperament to shut the fuck up.
I mean, it's like
the Rekeita video, the Rekeita stream. He's like, I want to ask you stuff. I am going to avoid it. And he's like, oh no, ask me.
Yeah, and that's when it gets tough, I guess, when it comes to law terms specifically, because that's where that'll matter.
Well, it's like anything you put out there can be used is the problem. So
right.
Let's check the chat. Hey, Rippaverse goalpost. What is up?
Hello.
Yeah, sorry, Resistance. I do not recall. Probably because of your name. Maybe I knew it was a different name. So yeah, Demi, so you can clarify, because I'm like, I hate not knowing people. Like, I apologize for not recognizing you. I feel bad about that. I'm usually pretty good with that. It is absolute cringe when you have people decali. What is that? I don't know what you mean. It's actually cringe when you have people declaring Eric as the new Stanley of modern era. Got some Rippaverse love here. Love your coverage of the Phantom Initiative. Those guys are scum. Keep up the good work. No, yeah, goalpost is kind of all over the place. If I can't ever tell if he's actually a pro Rippa.
It is sometimes hard to tell. It's like, it seems like, okay, he's showing
You're
a lot
really
of what
advertising for
say,
Vito
like,
and Dick
like,
for a while,
like actual fandom and organized chaos and stuff. And then it's like, but there's other ones. It's like, well, wait, what are you showing? Like,
Well-
what's the angle of the show?
Like I've said I commented on the video made about Vito about like a midlife crisis or whatever, and it's like guys got a knack. Whoever's running Rippaverse Goalposts in that channel definitely got a knack for editing to elicit a narrative, and I really love good editing. The Nazis, the Soviets, these are the progenitors of film study. And they did it quite effectively. Battleship Potemkin is a great testament to film editing. Goebbels, the SS, the Nazis, they used it to full effect, clearly. America, I think, has done it well in its history. They do it very poorly now in our films. You look at the insurgents, whatever you call it, the real uptick in like Afghanistan and whatever. That goes right in line with Dark Knight, Iron Man, and whatnot. All these films are like, yeah, the military, because we're fighting terrorism. The military consults and has its own like branch to try to steer people to make things that help their recruitment, to make them the cool guys. You don't want nuanced films like a military version of Taxi Driver where it's like, are we the good guys? Sure, we have a good intent. We are good people, but we're doing bad things, arguably. They don't want none of that. They want just America. And now we're in this weird state where it's like vilifying ourselves out of this like weird self-flagellation initiative. Everything we are, our success, the values, why immigrants want to come to this place, and yet we demean ourselves for the very things people want to come here for, what we've built collectively, our ancestry. But yeah, I think editing is the most important part of film. Doesn't matter how clean and crisp your shit is. Last Jedi is a great example of that. It's a beautiful film. Fucking horrible story. But yeah, no, Rippaverse Goalposts, funny. You're worth the follow. I tip my hat to you. You've generated quite interesting following, interesting content you share.
Showing interesting people.
In fact, he clipped me, and I had the most just like tame kind of commentary about an interaction. It's like, I don't know, like, are you winning people to Rippaverse doing that? Because like, I'm not an anti. I'm just commenting on problems, and so it's like you're not winning Eric favor with going beyond just the obvious SJWs. That their real gripe with Eric is his politics. Let's see. You're genuinely a fan, yeah. You're gonna check there. He has to clip all the laughing first. I've been gone a while working on a graphic novel. I remember you subscribed to my channel. I wasn't putting out videos. You said get back to making videos. Huh? Okay.
Sweet.
We'll get back
Awesome,
to it.
dude.
Are you? I know I saw an update. Maybe I backed you somewhere. Maybe that's how I know you. I remember seeing someone with publishing Indiegogo stuff saying they're like, I haven't gone because I'm like maybe going blind. I don't know if it's you or not. So
Yeah. I don't know.
again, sorry for the lack of clarity, but
Yeah.
we
So
will
Nick
rectify that.
did a video afterward, right? Responding.
Yeah,
to
him and
that guy.
EVS.
So
the
let's take
Frog
a look
Father.
at that. I didn't know that's what they're going to take a look at. Okay, let's see what some of that was.
Yeah, that's some good stuff. I've already seen a little bit, so I'm going back to where I was. Damn it, there's gonna be a fucking ad. I guarantee it.
Conflict and safety, well-being, millions of children. at
Wait, what?
risk. No, I'm just reading the captions on there.
You're very robotic for me.
Okay, what about now? Do I sound robotic to everybody?
Okay, speak now.
Do I sound robotic to everybody?
You sound good now to
Okay.
me.
Cool.
All right. Let me. Shit. What the? Oh. What the hell's going on here? Unpin. There we go. All right. Make sure I'm unmuted for myself. Here we go. Sound.
Stacked. And they're going to be tied to you forever. Yeah. And they don't know what it is. That's risk. Like, risk requires compensatory, Eric. And that is why it would cost money forever. Yes, it would tie your actions to their brain made every day. Those aren't multi-million-dollar businesses, though. Those are small, tiny businesses.
A lot of this just seems like what he would like. It seems like a wish.
Yeah.
You know, it's like we should be able to coexist here without any money changing hands. Like, I can't imagine. Like, why? What is their incentive to do that?
None.
And yeah, like, you know, put yourself in their shoes for a minute.
Oh, wait, really quick. You know, I made a joke because of Glenn Beck. So Glenn Beck employs Eric to some capacity. I don't know if it's contract or video to video. I don't know what the deal is, but he's a contributor for Blaze here and there. Glenn Beck's corporation. And Glenn Beck, everyone else was commenting on Biden doing the sign of the cross.
I'll be right back.
When he was with Netanyahu, the prime minister of Israel. They were commenting on that in the fact that, like, look how decrepit and old and senile Biden is. He just randomly does the sign of the cross when he's having a heads of state meeting in public. Glenn Beck is triggered. Now, mind you, this guy's a Mormon, so a Christian. Regardless, we're going to argue if it's cult or not. Christian, and the cross is a symbol across the board for all these Christian groups. And he's complaining that he made the sign of the cross in front of a Jew. And of course, he's instantly in line with the Israel side of things, even though it's definitely arguable, if not outright. They are attempting blanket genocide of Palestine. And I made a joke a couple weeks ago, like a buck for ISOM is a buck for Israel. And now it's actually becoming exactly true because the ISOM organization is already donating money to Israel and probably will continue to their capacity. And it seems they're going to be making money off of Eric if he continues ISOM. Probably will, because he's not going to give up ISOM. And so we're going to be tied at the hip to him. And so actually, a buck for ISOM will be a buck for Israel. Just funny little coincidence there. He intrigues you.
All right, I'm back.
Are you talking about the rip a goalpost zombie? Let me know. But yeah, I just had to throw that out there. If that was just a funny jab. And then it's becoming exactly true that you are funding Israel by funding ISOM.
I don't want to. Their shoes are small. They're Christian.
Are they?
Tiny feeted, stinky people.
Yeah.
Many times these are completed amicably without any money changing hands. This should not be.
That's a
pipe dream.
That is a ridiculous assertion when we're talking about entertainment properties generating millions of dollars. Sure. Again, competing car washes in different states. Yeah, money.
Oh wait. So at what point is it? So I don't know where you're at, and so this is after the Sonic thing, or after what part?
I think the Sonic comes up in a few minutes because they were 10 minutes into his video. But I'm playing it here before we get into them reacting to the Preacher video, because some of the commentary about Eric's, what they're saying is pipe dreams about we should be able to coexist and not change money and this and that, and it's like it's not happening.
Right. Okay. No, I would agree in a way that would be nice, but not how that works. Right.
Well, it seems that first of all, they're like, we wish you never used the name. Secondly, you never came and talked to us, never sought us out, never checked ISOM's registry.
And they missed their date where they could discuss.
And now they've missed their date for negotiation. So they're going forward with the lawsuit, clearly not barring a chance to settle out of court beforehand. But yeah.
Own this trademark. We have to assert it. We're going to give you a free license. Run your stupid fucking car wash. I don't care.
Difficult. At some point, Good Shepherd claimed that a forever license payment is required to protect their right. That is simply not true. A perpetual license would tie both the Rippaverse and Good Shepherd together forever.
That is an excellent point, Eric. And that is why it would cost money forever. Yes, it would tie your actions to their brand forever. That's the cost. You just
look at EVS's face. It's very clear. He's like, oh my God, like I want to be on Eric's side, but
Yeah,
dude, you're so fucking stupid.
He doesn't want to say anything against him. They want to be friends. They're friends with Eric, but yeah.
You see it where he's like, God, he has dug himself a hole he is not going to get out of.
If you see your friend from your perspective digging themselves into a hole, do you say nothing or do you try to say something? Like that's the problem here. That's the question.
Well, it's funny because he tried to say just about his fucking writing months ago. And now he's got way bigger problems than the value of his writing.
And I mean, after the Rekeita stuff from like 2 weeks ago, it seemed like he shifted focus entirely onto like comic stuff, which was like, okay, like that's, less drama stuff. All right. And then this comes up.
I'm going to teach you how to make money in comics. And it's like, I don't know about that. It sounds like you're going to teach me how to make money for Good Shepherd.
Let's keep going.
Made their argument. That's what they're saying. That's why they want money going forward, because they don't know how big you'll grow. They can only assume you'll at least remain static and probably presume that you're going to be more successful as this goes on. But yet they're taking on risk of negative associations that they've expressed because of how you and your fans act. And they're going to be tied to you forever. Yeah, and they don't know what it is. That's risk. Risk requires compensatory monetization.
What if what if he just never publishes ISOM again? Can I drop it and walk away from this? Or is the damage already done?
The damage is already done. But agreeing to drop it and walk away would very likely mitigate. I mean, it wouldn't be an ongoing license, right? Like, so you don't have perpetuity on new property. You may have perpetuity on future sales, like if you still have existing inventory. But you can negotiate and say, look, all we want to do is liquidate our product. We will change, we'll rebrand, we'll reissue, and we won't use the ISOM name again. Really wasn't intentional. Can we make this amicable? No money changes hands, and we'll issue a statement that we're not associated with the ministry in any way, and we respect the right. I don't know that he wants to do that, and I'm not saying he has to, and I'm not saying it would work, but that would be a strategy you could use to say, I'm never going to do this.
Walk away. I mean, what he's talking about is like, you see the anger on his face in that still frame. That is like, that's like, fuck.
See, and that was what I was referring to when I said that the other guy is like harder to seem to be against, because it's like the soft old man approach to compared to Eric's definitely passionate about this. With that, and that's what, because I mean, what Nick just said, I think would make sense for Eric to consider, but I don't think he's going to want to back down at all, at all. Which in a way is kind of good, especially compared to like your boy Zach, who
your boy
his thing. So like I do give Eric a lot of credit for wanting to stick to his guns to this. But it is a long-term thing, because I know he's fighting for his employees too on top of all that. But it's like, if this turns out to be something that drags stress on everybody as they go and they're trying to work and trying to do their stuff and costs some money along the way and all these things, like, would that be something that they want to continue to cling on to them, or would they want to wipe their hands of it in whatever way they can, that even if they come out with some type of loss, they can push forward stronger, having this behind them and no further stuff like this coming up, right? Like,
this reminds me of The Office. So Michael Scott, Steve Carell, he goes solo because someone kind of keys him off, like, how much you making, Mike? He's like, I pull a good check. And then he sees, he's like, this is all you fucking make all the time you've been here? You better go to corporate and demand respect. And so he actually like, oh, you know what? Yeah. And they're like, fuck you. And so they're like, settle for what you got. And he's like, no, man, I've done all this stuff. Never really asked for shit. I'm always here. You need to show you value me or I walk. And they're like, all right. And then he fucking makes his own paper company, rents one room on the bottom floor and actually starts poaching all of Dunder Mifflin, his former company, all of their customers. But then he gets in over his head, and it's like, yeah, the way you're selling underpriced, you aren't going to be in the black for like 2 years. And so then he has to start calling all the customers saying like, hey, I need more money. And then that becomes funny because like Jim actually helps to foil Dwight trying to be a good employee and keying him in on like, hey, we can still go to war with this guy. We don't have to settle with him. It ends up working in Mike's favor because they kind of rig it to force the company. But funny little segments there where it's like, yeah, this kind of wacky comedy is like showing some real application possibly. It's like, oh, let's make ISOM cheaper over time. And it's like, oh, now you're gonna have to pay royalties or whatever, licensing to Good Shepherd. Maybe not possible.
Yeah, I'm assuming that the changing the name for future publishings to the Amazing ISOM or whatever, something like that would probably be what he would do. It's like, or
he'd have to make some blanket term name where it's like he is ISOM. You can't theoretically you can't like if it's like Peter Parker, you know, it's like you can't make a Peter Parker that is directly tied to Spider-Man. That's like his other half of his character. He's a dual character. Can't do that. But you know, he'd have to maybe like this is a character, but let's say he calls him the Shadow or the Shadow of Floor Spark or something. You know, he makes this new title for the guy ISOM / Avery.
But ISOM was ISOM Avery Shadow.
Yeah, he'd have to be like the Rippaverse's Shadow.
It could be like you could make it a joke in the next books, like, you know, they don't call me that anymore. You know, hey, ISOM, no.
Well, this kind of shit happens. Like, I don't know the full extent, but like Neil Gaiman had a falling out with McFarlane over crap, and so that's why Angela is now a Marvel character. She is a Image Spawn character, but it was I guess Gaiman didn't get paid by McFarlane for that creation, and so there was a big fight and Gaiman won, and the settlement was like he got to take Angela and bring it to Marvel. So
I'm trying to think of like a way that like he could turn if he ends up losing in some way, if he can turn that into a W by like, okay, I got to change up my thing a bit, but then like
he should just make it a middle finger.
Make it a type of thing in his new branded ISOM type of books. With a different name, that it's like, you know, they tried to destroy ISOM not only in body but in his legacy.
Well, it'd be like Hawkeye, where he's
something
like,
like that. And
he's
got that's what I'm saying. He's got to have a new identity, and it's like, you know, they killed ISOM, and it's like, oh no, and it's something like that to where this directly it inspires some type of creativity to birth a new character in the universe is that. And then
this happened with Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel of DC was bigger than Superman for a while, and then Marvel eventually fought him, and I'm not sure exactly why, but they won, so they got Captain Marvel. And I'm sure it's tied to, well, we are Marvel and you have a character called Captain Marvel. This is confusion, and so that's why he is Shazam.
I should have called somebody Captain DC on Marvel's side.
So we've seen, there's something like this has already happened early in comics. So
yep,
did this to be free, and now you're telling me I got to be tied to these people that I don't even know in perpetuity. Their hands are going to be in my pocket forever. Fuck this. Like, that's what he's saying. And like, you can see like the anger in that. And I completely can relate to that. And I understand. So
I
walk
don't
away.
I don't want to assert that he simply can walk away without damage. I mean, he has utilized, presumably, if this is an agreement, very important, if he's settling, then he's accepting the premise that he has in some way utilized their mark. So he can make the offer to walk away, and they can say, you made $6 million off of our mark. I don't want you to we want you to stop using it, but there's still a cost. They might not. I don't know. I don't know how their negotiations went. I don't know what was on the table. We can only speculate possibilities. You could always offer what you're saying, but they don't have to accept it, right? They can always take their chances in court. And to be clear, I've said over and over, I don't think they have the best case, but their case is getting better with every angry tweet and comment and every video. Their case is better after this video.
So imagine if nothing was said from the get-go of any of this. We don't even know about it at all without somebody else saying something, but with him saying nothing. As far as we'd be able
he's
to
the one that
tell,
brought forward the International School of Ministry for it to become a meme.
I don't think we would have. If it wasn't for him telling
He's
us
like,
about
this
it.
is serious. And it's like he thought he had a hook, line, sinker to fucking undercut Dick and Vito, and he only made their channel better and giving them more fuel to have the Billion Bunny Army and all these memes and stuff and jokes and commentary. And he's the one with that video, the angle clearly being to try to indict Dick and Vito as the guilty parties, brought forward our public knowledge of this ISOM stuff, and those people can now troll further. I mean, oh, that's not related to you. And some people are just making a joke out of it, but you can construe that as, well, they're trolling. They're trying to gay up.
The ministry even recognizes that they're trolls. That can be trolls.
So your gay ops thing does not work in a court of law. These are a
little harder to convince.
These are fronts, and I'm not saying that's a good or bad thing. I'm just saying these are fronts to try to dictate public perception, and it's blowing up in his face at every turn.
I didn't expect the ministry to make a video themselves. Honestly, I did not. Think
it's not just the ministry blanket, like a PowerPoint. It's the guy himself,
the main guy,
the
right?
face, the top dog, addressing it in public. While also they are donating to Israel, so that really looks bad. If now they can incite it's ministry. Are you an anti-Semite? Now this is on the table for them to hit back at, and induce public perception in their favor. It's well, he's used their name and made $6 million, and we're doing charitable works in the name of God and for Israel, the Holy Land, being attacked by terrorists, and he's trying to not give us money for the damage that would help Israel. You see how this is not working out?
Yep.
And I'm just spitballing stupid shit, but this could legitimately become Angus.
Right. Lawyers, again, we talked about it last night. Lawyers can use anything that they can to their disposal, and that's what they kind of do. Whether or not it is good or bad, it's how they present it to the court. That's how that kind of matters.
ISOM is that important to the Rippaverse? That's going to sound crazy.
I don't think he even has to rebrand the character.
No, I mean, you named him ISOM. You can call him Avery, whatever. He can be in the books, but I know that he's the guy that started it off, but I don't think he's going to end up being the most popular. I think more people like the girl character, and really he could just switch his focus to Yaira and just fucking dump ISOM over here, and he will do fine, and they will be out of his pocket. They're going to be in his pocket. To me, I find that intolerable. I really do, because it's I have nothing to do with your religion. I have nothing to do with your little ministry. I don't want to be paying you anything. And well, too bad you're in this spot. Fuck it. I would just walk away. What is the payment that I need to make to walk away from you people? I'd be like that. I'm not doing this. I'm not working.
That's what I'm thinking is going to need to happen based on this, just based on what's being shown. Until there's, whatever other stuff going on, just from what's publicly shown, that's what it seems to be. Will have to be the case, because it seems harder that he's going to be able to win. Is all. It seems more difficult that he's coming.
Yeah, and every tweet by his sycophants saying "Oh, you're a Christian ministry trying to make a frivolous lawsuit for money. You're not you're hurting his case, man.
Not making him look better by saying all that stuff.
This is
Like,
the double-edged sword.
How can one argue that saying all that stuff makes Eric look better? It doesn't.
This is a double-edged sword of being making a name being controversial, bucking the trend.
Especially because this is in terms of law now in court stuff. The troll stuff is fun on the internet, but then it's okay, well now it's the what do we actually know? What is that? Everything you say can and will be used against you is taken literally in court rather than on Twitter and stuff. But I'll be right back.
Okay, I'm gonna keep playing. Let me play this.
Actually, you're working for them, and by the way, when you're asking your fans to subsidize your next ISOM project, they're going to be fully aware that a certain percentage of the money that they're paying to Eric is going to the people who are persecuting Eric.
Yeah, that would be a frustrating aspect of it. But I want to say, look, so the problem is not the character ISOM necessarily, right? Like, trademark is not copyright, right? They do not own a copyright to a black superhero named ISOM. They don't. Eric owns the copyright to a black superhero named ISOM. Like, he owns that character. He created that. That's his intellectual property. That's his. He owns that. Everything I said about names earlier isn't relevant to a copyright of where he derived the name for this character. That is not the person that he derived the name from. Cool. That's his creative work. Different from a trademark. Trademark, the words are important. The words of the mark are critical. Copyright, the concept, the idea, the artistic creation is important. So he could probably keep the ISOM name of the character as long as he generated a different branding for the mark. So Image had Cyberforce, right? You had Ripclaw, you had the big one. I don't know. I don't remember the rest of their names. Ripclaw was a cool looking one. Oh, and the chick, no, Voodoo is Wildcats. And it doesn't matter. Anyway, so they had Ripclaw, right? Ripclaw is not the name of the marketed book. It's Cyberforce. You have Cyberforce. That's the branding. That is the trademark. That would be the potential infringement of any other property that owns a Cyberforce trademark. When you make a Ripclaw comic book, which they did, you make a spinoff. Sure, now you've got a Ripclaw brand. You're using the mark of selling Ripclaw, but he's incidental to the Cyberforce comic. I think that rebranding ISOM as the mark is a critical issue. I don't think you need to even focus on a different character going forward. Or again, going forward, that doesn't resolve the issues that already exist, but it doesn't resolve the perpetuity issue. Right? Like Justice League is the trademark of Justice League. Every character in Justice League having their own spin-off is incidental to the Justice League mark. Batman is not a trademark without being Batman on his own, without marketing him as Batman. He's just incidental to the mark.
Right,
so that's, I mean, I'm not an expert, but I think that resolves most of the issues because trademarks are very specific. That's one of the hard parts about them is you really have to get into it. So that's my opinion. I do think he could probably rebrand ISOM into something, again, the Rippaverse or something akin to that would maybe rectify the issue. But what do I know? Just an asshole who's drinking.
It's so complicated trademark.
Well, so I have a question kind of relevant to that for you, Angus. Because you have Meth Gator, and you know that of course there's probably going to be a movie studio that makes a movie called Meth Gator at some point. That we've already talked about how that you've already got pretty much rights to that. But let's just say that it all went south, and you would either have to pay them to use Meth Gator or rebrand your thing. What would you do?
I don't know. I would talk to
that would be a tough one. That'd be a tough one, right? If they somehow it's all in your favor, then it's nope. You have to pay them or rebrand your thing. That would be that'd be quite the decision.
Again, from talking to a lawyer, I think I just have to do company names, Meth Gator. That would just be the simple distinction to protect myself, if that was an issue. But I have common law precedent I'm the first person
Right.
to trade Methgator stuff. It'd be like EVS with Comicsgate, where it's open, but he actually has the precedent to take it. He has a
Right.
history.
But in
So-
Eric's case, he would have to pay them something because he already sold 2 ISOM books.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
He did not trademark, and he traded ISOM with there already being an ISOM trademark.
Yep. Okay.
That's the difference.
Go back.
The Rippaverse and Good Shepherd together forever. I thought that was specifically what Good Shepherd hoped to avoid. So let's be clear here.
Sorry. Yes, that's what they hope to avoid. That's why it costs so much to do it. Because they don't want to do it. They don't want to be associated with you. They've stated specifically they don't believe
No,
vulgarity.
this is the opposite of the Sonic example that Eric gave. Because like the Sonic example is more like they don't mind if you associate their food brand with Hedgehog.
It's positive, so it hurts both of them if they were coming to blows
like
in public.
Yeah, I'm assuming that with like Sonic, that they both get positive, like Sonic the restaurant, like the Hedgehog, or Sonic the Hedgehog, like the restaurant. Yay, that's good, positive, and oh, he ate a chili dog. I want to get Sonic. I'm gonna watch Sonic and yeah, like those are like that. If the ISOM was sort of more, I guess, acceptable to them, they might be totally fine with it existing on its own. I would assume.
Well, think of it this way. All right. Let's just think of some plausible factors. All right. Altona was married. Her husband's dead under mysterious circumstance. She's got a kid. Now she's a single mom, but she's a widow. So it's not like nefarious fornicating or whatever, as far as we know. Maybe the child was born or conceived out of wedlock. So that's already not in Christian condonement, but we don't know. But going forward, let's say Altona like starts hooking up with someone, and this is like a subplot ISOM's dealing with. His sister's got this guy he doesn't like, maybe it becomes a villain or something. And so it's like, well, we don't want to be associated with fornication. And then black characters, if you're doing just plausible real world stuff, 70-80% of black kids don't have fathers. They definitely don't have. They're mostly bastards, even if the father's in the home, which is not in accord with Christian thought. And then more likely the dad's just, come and go, literally. And so they don't want to promote that, even though it's like realistic if Eric wanted to like portray that, given its black characters.
Right.
That'd be something they wouldn't want to associate with. They could deem that like, well, you're ultimately promoting this lifestyle. And that's just one little factor that's just, again, plausible with real world understanding applied to this comic series where it's supposed to be street level, somewhat realistic and easy to get into versus like Green Lantern where you got this whole intergalactic, entanglements,
right,
far-fetched and whatnot. And then you got like, what if ISOM starts hooking up with Yaira and it's fornication, that's common, Black Cat and Spider-Man, all these ladies, he's a fornicator. They don't want to be associated with that, with their name. People mistaking them like, oh, this is a comic in line with your name. Clearly you must be in good faith with it. And that's like, oh, this is doing all this unchristian stuff. And it sounds, for storytelling, it sounds like legitimate storytelling, but you're talking about Christians. I don't know the temperament. I mean, they're already mentioning his vulgarity. It's just like, this guy cusses on stream, he probably says stuff they agree with politically, being Christian, but the way he says it, it's vulgarity. And if that's already something they mention, more or less, these people are sheltered in their entertainment. They're probably watching like Pure Flix films and Hallmark Channel, very safe.
God's Not Dead too.
Yeah, exactly. These are sheltered people that don't want to see this street shit and this guy saying like, shut up, bitch, and smacking hoes. And, like, even if it's real, it's like they try they don't want, like, dude, I was in the Army. There's a couple and they got together. She was a barracks bunny, it seems. But then this one guy, they got together and he kind of helped convert her to Mormonism. So they're going to church and stuff. And we're talking, I'm like, oh, you ever seen Black Hawk Down? Which is like probably one of the best films if you're a medic to watch if you're watching Army films, because there's a very good in-depth medic sequence where Twomley gets shrapnel in the leg and his femoral artery's retracting, so they have to like rip open his leg to try to clamp his artery, and it goes sour and he fucking dies bleeding out. It's a rated R film. There's nothing necessarily vulgar in the sense of like, I mean, there's Army cussing more or less, reasonably so. It's violence and stuff, but it's just violent stuff. The Bible's full of slaughtering people, but the presentation isn't graphic. You know, they want tame shit. Like these people, because they're Mormon, like, we don't watch rated R films. And I'm like, well, you know, like that seems ridiculous to me, especially if you're in the Army, you're a medic. This film has a great medic sequence and you're sheltering yourself from seeing it because it's rated R, even though the context is something you've signed up to do in real life,
which would be far more traumatic.
You know, and then you got the people where it's like the guy's like, oh yeah, I had a Disney film, so they're safe for my kids. It's like, this is fucking paranoid, you know?
No. Mm-hmm.
This is the type of people that get into organizations that they're paying attention to what the organization's doing. Sheltered Christian people. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I don't advocate.
Right, you're just pointing out.
I grew up from sheltering like that. I fucking despise that.
Harry Potter was the devil to you.
Yeah, Harry Potter's fucking satanic. It's witchcraft. It's promoting witchcraft, which is it's a fantasy. It's fucking retarded. But I mean,
what's up, Walton, in the chat?
Yeah, this is the clientele more or less. This is going to be their temperament. You got someone like Eric July saying gay ops and this nigga, this crack smoker, you know. Yeah, they don't want to be associated with that.
Right.
And then, you know, his libertarian music, like, you know, Christians, they're probably very pro-America, pro the institutions of the state. Give to Caesar what is Caesar's. It's a great hallmark of Jesus Christ. Here's an ANCAP saying everything is theft. And it's just like none of his shit goes in line with what I assume are the clientele devoting their lives to Christ, and they have a brand confusion now.
Yep.
Let me see the chat.
Walton has joined.
Yeah, what is up, Stephen Walton? We're having some fun watching the stream. Let's see. So you don't want associated with a black man. That could be a thing too. I mean, they say they're in 150 countries. Hey, we got Geek Getaway has joined us. How's it going, man?
What's up? I didn't see your DM until just right now.
Yeah. So, hey, we were already paused on this, so catch you up and introduce you, kind of get to know you. So we watched the Preacher Man of ISOM.org, his video, which I guess we're going to see again shortly on this stream, but he responded to Eric's video that they're watching right now.
Yeah, I saw that this morning, and I was like, "Ooh, I got more content for tonight."
I was like, he's getting into the blood sports, the minister guy. Okay, shoot, all right, he's doing a video, but then his video is so calm in his approach. I'm like, what? So I'm not used to that.
It's disarming. But yeah, Getaway. What do you want us to call you?
You can call me Tony.
Okay, Tony. You can call me Angus, call Rookie Rook or Rookie, whatever. So I guess my minor knowledge of you thus far, saw a video of you. You have been DMCA'd on Twitter by Eric and or his company for shining light on an archive of a pirated copy of ISOM. And I agree with you. I even said last night, you are like Bill Belichick, if you watch football. He's done plays that are controversial, but he's like, well, I didn't break the rule. I just bent it, you know? Yeah. And so that's how I kind of see like what you said. We're like, I went to the line. I didn't cross it, you know, and then you DMCA me, but you didn't DMCA the archive. So you're attacking your critics. And I agree. I want to give the benefit of the doubt because we haven't seen anything explicit with Eric behind the scenes himself directly of like, got you. You are this petty, but his worker bees are. We've already seen with the Rippaverse, and we've seen Eric argue in favor of that. I think he's got wiggle room to go along with his perspective on the Clippaverse, but it's clearly a parody, should be protected, but maybe Raleigh just doesn't have the money to actually like full force fight Eric on that front. And so that's why probably Riley's just stuck not having Clippaverse right now. But yeah, so that's my knowledge of you really thus far. I've seen you've had EVS on stream. That's fucking cool, man. Just tell us about yourself, how'd that come to be, and you know what really got you doing all this.
Oh man, there's so much. I've been doing this YouTube thing for like 3 years now. I was dragged into it because a CEO of a video game company wanted me to interview him because I was criticizing him. He was much like Eric July, where he couldn't take criticism.
Is this the Amigo guy?
That's right. It's the Amigo guy. So I've been dealing with that. Then I got into this whole Eric July thing because people wanted my opinion on ISOM. So I gave it, and his fans attacked me. So I was like, well, I'm not going to just sit here and let people badmouth me on the internet. And here we go. We're here now. I think that whole DMCA thing, though, was complete bullshit because I had 2 tweets, actually. So someone must have alerted Rippaverse to my tweet because they DMCA'd one. But the other tweet, which was nearly identical, they didn't even touch. And I think because that one was a reply, all the little Rippatards didn't see it because it was a reply to someone specifically. So they might not have seen it, but they seen that one because that was just a regular tweet on my page.
Interesting. So I guess to get clarification, doesn't matter to me. I'm not insulated. But is your criticism like a lot of the people who have been showcased in Ripper Goalposts? Are you a libtard social justice warrior, or are you someone that was maybe neutral, or maybe a fan of Eric and or ISOM, intrigued, and then you've just been soured by the content, and then you speak like, hey, this is not good, and then you get attacked? Is that which one is it mostly?
Mostly I am a conservative. I was in Gamergate. I was part of that whole thing. I'm a consumer advocate. Like I said, I got interested in ISOM just purely because people wanted my opinion on it. Because I've built up trust with my community where they know that I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to play favorites or play teams. Tell it like it is. And I told it like it was with ISOM. And they just didn't like it. I mean,
go on.
I was going to say, I had EBS on. He gave me his book early, Cyberfrog 2. I reviewed that. I love that. You know, I had some criticism, but overall it was a good book. So I have no problem with anybody's politics. I can separate the art from the artist.
Hell yeah. Because Ripper Goalpost popped in my stream for a second and said something.
I saw that.
Which is like, hey, cool. Yeah, promote me, man. Go right ahead. Don't bother me. Yeah, here he is. He's like, ha ha ha. And it's like, hey, man, like I'm fair game, man. I got nothing to lose. Go right ahead. But yeah, I don't know if you've seen, like, I had this interaction that Eric saw, and so we started a back and forth, and he's like, why does it pain you? Do people like this universe? And I'm like, well, here's why, man. Your book makes no fucking sense. What are the limitations? And by me saying that, the Nick Rekeita stream with him really showcases retroactively his line of thinking. I think that he has the mind of a child in the sense of, like, he thinks you're on his wavelength like children do. Children don't have a theory of mind. It's slow growing. And so, like, you've seen with the hypothetical about the charity where it's like, Nick Rekeita's like, hey, if someone doesn't like you and they see your donation after this has been brought to light, this charity thing, a question of fraud, and then you donate money after the fact, do you not see how someone who is against you could assume that is a cover-up donation to cover your ass? He's like, no. And it's like, wow. Like, and so I see that, and I retroactively think about my interaction where it's like, oh, I think your book sucks. So you think I am like the horde of SJWs that are just trying to take you down. And it's like, no.
Why do you hate a black man that's successful?
Oh my God. Didn't get that from him directly, but all of his sycophants will say that shit. And it's like, well, I thought we were the conservatives. I thought we hate identity politics.
Well, I don't know if you've seen the tweet, but right before ISOM 1 came out, Rippa made a tweet. He goes, if you hate ISOM, then you're racist. I don't make the rules. You did. So he already got all of his fans geared up, knowing that, hey, if they criticize the book, just call him racist. Because
was that him being? Do you think that was him being cheeky?
no, I think that was him doing the. I'm not saying for anybody to do something. You know how YouTubers go. I'm not telling you to go bother Brie Larson, but it'd be a real shame if all you guys went and did it.
Oh, that's I never saw that. That's hilarious. I don't know. Some of his commentary, it seems that he is like most black
Retarded?
people hates. There's an implicit hatred of whitey. He'll be friendly, but then criticism.
Well, he's
then,
white, so he just hates it's self-hating at this point.
He's white.
Oh yes, great grandpappy ISOM. That's he named the character that he named it after. He's white.
Really?
Half white. Yeah.
Huh. Well, that's like me. I'm mixed. So
we looked up the burial records. Like I said, we dig deep.
Oh man. Yeah, it's funny. Some of these memes have been brought on by himself. It's funny because before I saw his video that they're watching, I saw someone put a side by side of, I guess, Avery Knox or whatever by Hitler.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what is this? And then I see it, I'm like, that's what that's from. Oh my God. How unfortunate. The artist depiction looks kind of like Hitler. Oh crap. Sorry, I got some bids to watch out for. So if I get distracted, it's because I'm in the last 15 minutes for some bids.
Nah, tell the truth. They're sending you dick pics. Hold on.
No. That's the eBay notification. But Ricky, you got anything? Well, Ricky fucking muted himself. Oh
no, sorry. I was eating. I took advantage of him coming on here to talk, so I'm eating.
Eating a little Sonic Coney, are you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if you saw
Sonic is the name of a restaurant. It's also the name of a video game hedgehog.
Well, I don't think you realize you can't, at least from my understanding, talking to lawyers, like you can't trademark simple names from the dictionary necessarily. It has to be like a specific branding. So it's like Sonic is like the logo, but it's probably like Sonic Food Corporation or Sonic the Hedgehog Sega. There's more identifiers. You can't just trademark a fucking simple word.
Well, yeah, you could, but you can't.
Well, what I've discussed with the lawyer is like, at least I guess that's like the blanket simplicity of trademark and copyright and whatever. It's like you can't own like Rome. It's like
that's why I said you could and you can't, because what he probably didn't explain to you is there's two different trademarks you could apply for. You could apply for a word mark, which is just the word, like ISOM is a word mark, but there's also a design mark, right? So that means like a specific way, like, so the way Rippa has ISOM on his products, he can get a design mark for that, where you can't have identical ISOM written anywhere. That's his. He owns that design. It has to be custom, obviously, and it has to be unique to him.
Like the way that the font is and stuff.
Yeah, that's why, like Coca-Cola, we were talking about it last night. Coca-Cola Red is copyrighted by Coca-Cola. They own that specific red. It's theirs. You can't make a Coke or a cola product with red from the the Coca-Cola Red, because it's theirs. And a lot of companies do that. They'll have it like a color that's specific to them, and they'll move the shader like 1 degree over. Like, okay, that's our blue. That's fucking Home Depot orange.
Yeah, I've heard of this type of stuff. Better Call Saul actually addressed that. Jimmy McGill, I think the first season, he like completely copies the attire, the hairstyle, the color of his brother's company's font, the font itself for his McGill thing. And it's like he uses this to like smear them as like, look, they're trying to snuff out the little guy. And he ends up getting more publicity because of it, even though he set himself up for what is illegal.
Yeah.
So it's strategic. So yeah, Better Call Saul is really, if you watch lawyers breaking down Better Call Saul, it's a very in-depth, well-researched legal show within the confines of a drama relating a meth empire.
Yeah, so I think Sonic has, how they got the little triangles around the word Sonic? I think they have that design mark, probably.
Huh.
It's not, so they don't have Sonic, the name, right? But they have Sonic plus the triangles around it to make the design like that's
Hamlindigo blue. You are right, M1 Ping. And Rob Swan, I did see you with bunnies and tortoise interference. Hail the Billion Bunny Army. This might spill into the live show. Biggest problem, unfortunately, last time it spilled in. I had to watch the replay.
well, I'm always live when they're live, so I always watch the replay anyway.
Yeah. Sonny says, I'm the only one here who's allowed to send Angus lewd content. Science's critics. Yeah, that doesn't, I don't know why they would do this. Like, how do they not think people are just going to be like, hey, screw that guy for attacking critics?
Well, because Eric doesn't do it explicitly himself. Remember when he said,
yeah, go on.
I was gonna say, remember when he said, I didn't explicitly say Dick and Vito did it, right?
Right,
he thinks that's a wiggle room.
He
Honestly,
extremely heavily implied and showing clips of them pointing it in that direction. It's like they
right,
are
that's
there,
fucking,
and
that's
the round
guilty as
thing
fuck.
and
If Dick and Vito
yeah.
wanted to sue for slander, they have a hook, line, sinker case, in my opinion, with that video.
Nah, it's not. I'll go over why in a minute. But Eric July here, he has, like you said, he has the mind of a child, right? So a child will answer something very specifically. So if he has Alex or Andrew DMCA somebody, you go, Eric's DMCA people, goes, no, I don't. I'm not doing it. What are you talking about? I didn't DMCA anybody. And technically that's true. But we all know what we mean is that you, your company, your representatives are DMCA people, right? Adults understand the broader context of the conversation. Yeah. As far as Dick and Vito getting suing him for slander, there has not been any damages, right? I don't think their brand has been damaged by being called idiots.
Well, I think, oh, I'm saying, like, I don't think they would. I don't think anything's been so drastic to really have like hindered, like, oh, we were going to do this, but the guy that was doing a contract with us pulled out and cited Eric July video and that we're pedophiles or something, you know. But I think there's already damage in potential. I think they could argue like, well, they've hurt the potential because we clearly have overlap given some related peers like Rekeita. They've had Infinity and whatever else they've all interacted with on different streams. And so they have like overlapping audiences to some degree.
This is true, but you don't know Eric's mind. So it is a thought crime, right? So if Eric July believes what he said is true, then he's not acting maliciously. He's just stupid. He's just wrong. He can say you're legally allowed in the U.S. I don't know where everyone's from, but in the U.S., you're legally allowed to say stuff that is wrong if you believe it, right? So I can call, like, if I truly believe that Eric July eats fucking dogs, I can go, oh, Eric July eats dogs, and I can't believe it. He's a terrible human being, right? He can't sue me. He could technically sue me, right? But when we go to court, I'll go, well, I believe it, you know? And they're like, why? Well, you're crazy. Yeah, I'm just fucking nuts, and I just believe that he eats dogs, right? You'd have to prove that I just made that up and I didn't believe it.
Yeah, well, I mean, how good's your lawyer to argue it is what it really boils down to. But I just see it outright like, I think they have a case of like, well, they've damaged the potential of our business.
I'm just saying that because I've been threatened with a lot of lawsuits for the things I've said and done online. Like I said, the CEO of the Intellivision wanted to sue me for defamation. And I had to break it down to him the exact same way.
But yeah, good having you on, man. Let's continue the stream. Have you watched this at all?
I watched it. Not on my stream, but I watched it after my stream ended.
Yeah, it's unfortunate I didn't see the Dick stream, but I know he was covering this video, and then afterward that video pops up from the preacher. So funny stuff. It just keeps building and building. It's this, you'd think the saga would take a pause for a while, and it's like every day we get new updates, new memes for the bunnies.
And other types of language that you use that I fully love and approve of. They don't believe that is associated with a Christian ministry, and they might have a point on that. I disagree. I think that my Christian ministry of ministering to young children should be full of profanity and all sorts of slurs, because I think I want to train them early to be better assholes. But that being said, I'm not them. They don't want to be associated with you. That's the whole point of this. So associating with them by licensing their mark through a settlement is going to cost money because they don't want it. Like, how much would it cost to buy the car you don't want to sell? More than what the car is worth. It's not. This isn't even weird. It's normal.
Yeah, I got it.
Number one, we went into negotiations and there was no indication they wanted profit off of our business. This was a subversive strategy, and it wasn't until after the initial negotiations did they want perpetual payments. We easily...
You didn't negotiate well.
Wait. So I said this earlier with Ricky. I've been so like zoned in following this drama for months. I didn't take a step back like I am now. Well, let me know what you think of this, Tony. The fact that he was negotiating implicates him as being guilty with this infringement.
No, because one of the sticking points between the two parties was that he did not want to admit infringement.
Okay.
Because he's negotiating in the hopes that he's going to say, hey, there's no infringement. Just sign us a paper that says that you're okay with it, we're okay with it, and we can just move on with our day. Obviously, the church or the ministry is not going to go for that. And as far as Stony Mick say, he's true. Reckless disregard for the truth can get you sued for defamation. But when it's the truth, it has to be like obvious. Like it, all evidence to a normal, sane person has to point to what you're saying is a lie, right? Like me saying that Obama is a reptilian alien, right? Let's say
I mean, we all know he is. So
yeah, we know he is, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So let's say I got a big enough platform, or like what's his name, the idiot, the gay frogs guy, Alex Jones, right? Alex Jones, through all overwhelming evidence that there were not, actors at that tragedy, he kept pushing the narrative, and then he got sued. And they said, "Hey, dude, you're obviously wrong. You've been wrong. There's been proof that you're wrong, and you just kept pushing this narrative. You're getting sued. Defamation."
I mean, I might be biased, but I really don't like how that has transpired. I think it's a political assassination and a shot across the bow at general conservatism, questioning the state.
Well, yeah.
Unfortunately, it's such an easy emotional appeal that he's wrong because of what he was questioning. But I feel like his history.
No, but there's a difference between questioning, right, and making declarative statements, and that's where he's fucked
that's
up.
I get that. You pointed out,
and I agree. They targeted him for specific reasons, but it could be true they targeted him, and it could be true that he said something that he shouldn't have said, right? If the police are watching me because I'm Mexican and I steal, I don't get away with stealing because I was like, oh, they were watching me. Well, no, you still stole, right?
Well, you're still Mexican, so you're guilty. Like, got him. But yeah, let's continue some more.
Oh, then like that is, I don't want to further denigrate the rock star lawyers of the Rippaverse, but they're wrong on the trespass issue. They're wrong on the lethal force self-defense issue. They're wrong on the quote unquote felony stalking charges that don't seem to have an actual charging document or a warrant. They're wrong on a lot, man. And they might be wrong on this. They may have been good on negotiating your commercial lease and your business insurance though. But dude, if they told you that they did a good job when you went in and they had no indication of a perpetual license, they came out, they're like, they want a perpetual license now, I would reassess their negotiating prowess.
He's mad that they asked for any money at all. That's what he's mad about. He keeps saying they want money from me. They want my profit. Holy shit. Like, what did you expect? Like, what did you think was going to happen?
This is bad when EBS is like, dude, you're fucking wrong.
I seen a clip on, I think it was from Malin Stream, where EVS basically says that letter that they read, it basically slit the throat of the Rippaverse. That there's no way to prove that second email is fake. No, we know it's fake. We all can,
Oh yeah, we're all in on the dumb internet shit. Yeah,
but
it's a troll.
He's like, the judge there's no way for the judge to know, or the jury, right? Just average citizens that are going to be on a jury, they're not going to know, and they're going to take it at face value and rip as fuck.
Well,
that's why we kept on saying all these things that people are saying on the internet is like not good for the court because the court doesn't see it as internet funny. It's like that they literally take everything you say can and will be used, essentially.
Well, like I said the other day, you're not going to bring in zombie box reviews. We're going to have to contact YouTube, find out who you really are, drag you into court, get you to testify that what you typed in the fucking chat was a troll, right? But I'm pretty sure Berin and his team, they're watching every stream about ISOM, every stream about Rippaverse. They're collecting all the receipts, getting all the fucking comments. Because in one of Nick Rekeita's videos, Berin pops up in the comment section.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
So he's watching videos. He even mentions it in his.
He says it in the video. We saw that, and that was hilarious. So he's like, "There's this great program, Nick Rekeita." I'm like, "Oh no!"
When he said that, I wasn't sure if he was like a Nick Rekeita fan and like accidentally stumbled upon it for a second. Like, what? Hey, that's that guy that I'm in the lawsuit with. That hey.
Yeah, this Christian man's really concerned about anime. Vic Mignogna.
Maybe he heard he was the law pope, and he's like, "Oh, Pope, let me check that out."
Exactly.
Possibly. Give me 1 second. I got 15 seconds left to make these bids. This fucker listed like 20 things at once.
Well, Eric July is probably dumb because ISOM.org is the largest ministry, right? He probably could have negotiated, said, "You know what? You're right. I'm not going to make any more. Avery Silman's character will go off into a new thing, but how about I write a Christian comic for you guys to give to your youth as part of your, outreach program? And, you could distribute that and sell that to your hundreds and thousands of churches that buy product and material from you."
That could have maybe been an angle. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Ricky, I'm going to send you the link. We're at 3:28:28. I got to go to the restroom. So,
well, I got to get out of here too. So,
well, that's fine. Ricky can keep us going though. We got Pop Caught in the chat. Thank you. But yeah, before I go, I want to say thank you for popping in, Tony.
I would have been here earlier if I seen it. I just didn't see it.
That's all right, man. Yeah, appreciate it. We'll have to do more when there's a controversy. Might just have you on regardless in the future if you're down for it. So we'll keep tabs.
It's always possible. All right. Take it easy, fellas.
Yep.
Catch y'all on the flip side.
Yep. Ricky, I am adding the stream to the private chat. So pull up and get to 3:28:28. Just continue. You can do commentary, whatever. I just gotta go to the bathroom.
Okie dokie. Cool.
Let me remove mine and then you can pull yours up.
All right. Well, while you're in the bathroom, actually, I'll address the chat here. So what's up, Papa Cotton? What's up, Stony? Zombie? Walton? What's up, guys? Again, this has been a fun, interesting little ride here watching this. And again, from somebody, I can just pull it up right here. Anyway, he sent me the link to this, and I just have control. Or wait, now, because that's just on his screen. Actually, never mind. I need to pull it up on my end to be able to press play and whatnot. But it's been interesting because like the more stuff that's said, the more it kind of gives ammo to either side, essentially, that we're looking at it. And Eric's video, I thought, made a few good points with it, but then the response is like, I don't know. And then hearing Nick and EVS's points, it's like, oh, this is insane. And coming at it from somebody, I want Eric to succeed. I want Rippaverse to do well, but yeah, it's difficult in this kind of situation. And it's interesting to learn about it because, you never know if you're making something in the future and you might have a similar type of situation go on. It's good to know about this kind of thing. It's good to learn from other people's stuff going on, other people's dramas, mistakes, whatever you want to call it. It's good to learn from that, and especially if he comes out on top of this, like that'd be freaking good. But it seems like it's not necessarily going to happen. Karen, yeah, I know you're not a fella, silly woman. That's okay. It's all good. So, Ricky, what do you think of this so far? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's interesting. It's interesting. No to what? Not sure what you mean. Yeah. What's up, Death Wish? Doing that. Yeah, Angus is on the can right now, so I'm entertaining y'all while he's gone, and we'll resume afterward. I don't feel like pulling up the actual stream to continue at the moment, the video, so I'm just going to keep that one up until he gets back, so that's all good. But yeah, Stoney says his offer here, down flood the market with ISOM porn. That would be quite the strategy, but I don't know if that would be in his best interest, but that would be something. His negotiation offer: back down or I flood the market with ISOM porn. That would be quite the move. I don't know what their response would be. They'd probably try to crush that, but I don't know. Rookie, has Angus ever sent you a dick pic? Not of his. Of course not. Of course not. But yeah, it's like, I read ISOM 1 and 2, and I'm gonna read ISOM 3 and see how that is. But I'm curious if it's gonna be titled ISOM 3 or whatever. It would be ISOM issue 3. I don't know, because I know that he had like a strategy, or he had a plan on when he wants to release some of his books. He's gonna do the Alpha Chords, he's gonna do Yaira. I know that he wants to do ISOM, I think, after Yaira. I'm not sure. I forget the order that he wanted to do. But I wonder if that's really gonna have to be on pause because of the lawsuit stuff, the trademark stuff that he's dealing with, and what that'll do for his stuff going forward. Because I mean, it would be crazy if he went forward with trying to do the next issue of ISOM while in this. And I don't think he'd be able to actually sell the thing at this point while it's up in the air for dispute now if it's in the courts. I'm not I know some stuff about law and court stuff, but I don't know the specifics. So that's why I like seeing these discussions and having them around, because it fills in the gaps that I'm not sure about exactly. But yeah, right here. So Stoney says, I didn't say it was a good negotiation tactic. I said that's what I would do. Well, I said I don't know if it would be a good negotiation tactic. I don't know. I mean, maybe. What if it worked? What if it worked, Stoney? Like, that'd be interesting. Well, if you're open to having other guests in the near future, I'd be down for that. Like, yeah, dude. Yeah, we like to invite people on here and there, especially from the streams, especially on our All American Beef regular scheduled programming stuff. We shall see for sure. It's always pleasant to see these streams aren't a total sausage fest. Exactly. We've got a couple ladies that watch the chats. Don't worry. Don't worry. There's like 2 or 3. We got Karen always around. Yes, silly woman. Exactly. Right here. Zombie says, I have a lot to say about this whole situation. Yeah, it's interesting how much the situation has evolved. Like, somebody asked me, like, have you told anybody outside of the internet sphere about the situation? It's like, I don't know where I'd start. Like, would I start with, there's a guy who made a comic book called ISOM, or the Rippaverse and stuff. Would I start with that or with something else? I don't know. That would be insane. Angus just texted me right now while he's on the can. Says pooping, haha. So just so you guys know. So no dick pics, Walton, but he did tell me that he is pooping, and now he's in the stream, probably on the can, pooping, because he's here now. And he's muted, so I'm assuming that he's like shitting as we speak, but I'm not sure. Doing it to tease? I don't know. What are you doing, Angus? And I says, yeah, listening and pooping while he's into the stream here. That's great. That's good. Let's see. He said, it's bad, Walton. He says, what did you think of July's comic? Oh, man, dude. That would take a long time to get into issues that I have with it. But, I mean, I just go to a main easy one with ISOM 2 at least. When it comes to the character and his ability to take damage and whatnot, there seems to be inconsistencies where, like, the demon monkeys clearly damage his arm at one point. Like, they show that it hurts him, does damage, and then later he does have his suit on, which does absorb some damage, sure, but he fights like dozens of these same things, and he comes out practically unscathed. And I mean, it's fine if he comes out of it okay, but like I would at least assume that these things that are shown to damage him, when there's only like 1 or 2 of them that he's fighting, that when you fight dozens of them, that it would have more impact damage. He'd be a lot more fatigued, a little more injuries suffered during the battle, but that seemed just fine. Like, I seen that in a fan film that I watched with the script doctor. It was like a Power Ranger one, and from guys that used to be on the Power Ranger show, on the In Space show. And they made their own fan film here, and it's like they fought a little minion thing 1-on-1, and it was like difficult. But then like 8 of them are fighting him at once, and now he can like throw them around like they're nothing. But it was like, well, but you just showed like they are stronger than your average one. But you know, so it's that kind of thing that is like, well, that could be improved. and that's a small thing, but it's like a lot of cuts. But it happens again with just inconsistency, and that's not the best here. But technically, there's a Karen in the chat. I mean, literally, there's a Karen in the chat. Her name is Karen. Yes, she is not the stereotypical Karen, but she is a Karen, but not in that way. She's the good Karen. The good Karen. Stony says, we was shitting. Oh,
I didn't know which Angus was the phone or not. So
yeah, the one that just said Angus, I think. Yours is Black Angus.
I didn't even pay attention to that.
So there's a hairy black guy who made a book. Oh my god, funny. My friends Kirk Patty Cake and Galneth reviewed it, and yeah, it's bad, he says. Yeah, it's funny. Like, I want to make a review of both the books. I've read both of them, and I started to try to, like, I made notes for the reviews and stuff, but it's like I don't know how I want to approach it, because it's
you
like
gotta do a whole documentary about each book.
I don't know. It's like there's so many things I could say, and especially after reading the second book, I'm like, well, now there's more that I have to say about the first book. Like how in the first book, I assumed that ISOM is like a character, that Avery is like a he doesn't really care about the innocents, really. Like he's for himself. He might be like an anti-hero at best, where it's like he doesn't mind destroying goons as long as he gets what he wants. Okay, sure. So he's not a total bad guy, but he's pretty much willing to be a bad guy. Gotcha. But then in the next one, he's like, I gave up being a hero because somebody died in front of me. I'm like, but you killed like a bunch of henchmen just working. They're just workers at the club, just like guys making their money, for their family. Like that's a little harsh, but all right. One example.
Walton, I sent you a link if you want to come in and commentate with us.
Colin says Eric July is fucking douche. I tried to agree with him on Twitter once, and now I really couldn't give a greasy loose diarrhea about if he's successful or broke. No, I get that, especially after an interaction on Twitter. I totally get that.
Even Rookie had a bad interaction with the guy.
Well, it's funny because, like, I forget what I specifically said. I said I hope that the Rippaverse does well, but I didn't like the books, and I said something else. And then he's like, it's not about that. It's about bad faith coming in and whatever. And it's like, God, that's
hating and working.
No,
it's like
there's like he's referring to you. Especially, I think he's referring to you, and it's like, well, I know. Well, then he's wrong because that's not what happened. So. Yeah, you wanted to like the book too before you read it.
Yeah, and I'm like, dude, his job. What is his fucking job? He has a ranch, and it means nothing. This is part of the promotion. Is like, oh, Silman's got a ranch, and it's like, this doesn't fucking matter. It matters for his ranch hand and the new hires. And we got this whole thing where it's like, I never really thought about like, wow, a job really makes or breaks a character.
Yeah, before I read the book, I didn't think that meant that much.
And you're like,
when I read the book, especially after the second book, I was like, wait a minute, this really is significant. This should be significant, but anyway, let's resume here. I suppose I didn't feel like pulling the link up, so it just kept on talking.
Well, so
I can't. Still right here.
Okay.
Yeah.
They didn't want money, and then we went and talked to them, and they wanted a whole lot afterwards. So that is the lawyer you fire right there.
Oh, shit.
Jesus Christ. I mean,
we offered them nothing, and they said no, that wasn't good enough. It was crazy.
I had a client who was in foreclosure on her house for 18 months of non-payment and actually in foreclosure. And we walked away with her getting a check for $20,000.
Wow.
Like, that is negotiating in favor of your client. Like that, you went in and they wanted to take the property and then liquidate the property at less than what she owed and then not return the money. They wanted to keep it all. And we walked away with a check for 20 grand. Like, that's a win. Going in and them asking for more money afterwards is not the own you think. Like, that is, oh god damn it.
So I guess what is being highlighted here is that, like Eric was saying, like, they ended up they wanted some of the money, but it sounds like they did not intend on getting money at first, but then afterward, like, all right, this is going to be difficult to do. Yeah, we want money.
At first, they wanted no money, and then after, they wanted
they wanted
some
some money.
money.
That's one of our favorite lines. If you guys are saying something about it, a lot of the dialogue.
He's like, I built my empire somewhat legally, somewhat not so legally.
That is a silly line of dialogue, but I'm glad it exists because it's one of our favorite memes.
It's like a SpongeBob meme between us. We're just always reincorporating that verbiage.
I came to you with respect, and then now I have left with disrespect, and that cannot be tolerated.
Oh no, the second book, two totally different characters say the same shit, where it's like, well, you were respectful, sir, but that means nothing to the disrespectful.
That's okay because a good truck.
You know what that is? You know what that is? Is I love The Dark Knight Rises, but there is I've come to like piece out myself a underlying reason why it's not received well, like Dark Knight, and it's not because Bane's a cuck. That does underwhelm in the finale, but there's a problem that I don't even think anyone really picks up on. Maybe some really in-depth reviewers have, but the average, you're not going to pick up on it, but it's going to be in there subconsciously. Is the whole, the clean slate, the magic clean slate for a master jewel thief, like that line, that verbiage. Multiple people unrelated say like the same exact fucking line, and it's like, that's not good writing. It would be like, if multiple people could piece out the same kind of conclusion independently, that's not far-fetched. But when multiple people are saying the same mantra, that's bad writing.
Well, I mean, like, what do you think? Like, the "Shall we begin" is kind of a bad, because like I literally show a minute montage of different people saying that pretty much same line. Shall we begin? Shall we begin? Shall we begin? It's like, is there no other dialogue y'all can use to say the same? I mean,
Theoden says so. It begins, but then earlier he's like, "So this is how it comes to pass." You know, he says
that's a better line. That's a better line to me because it's not the same cliche line.
It's also like more Shakespearean or old world kind of broken. For us, it'd be like broken speech, where it's like, "Oh, no one talks like that." What the? And it embeds you in the world.
No, I get it, but you see like a minute clip of the same line over and over again, where it's like,
I think certain things like
and I'd say it's in a type of thing where you could easily say other lines that are not that.
Again, it's like everything's being written for English speaking people, so it's like that affects it as well. I think of like, how do I simply delineate? Again, we talk about like, they didn't have to spoon feed us, like some of our gripes about Avatar 2, and it's like, no. You realize how dumb people are. Look at the prequels. George Lucas made a series of films that he wrote clearly perceiving his audience smarter than they were. And then it backfired in his face, and is part of the reason why he sold it. So it's like, no, you actually do got to spoon feed the retarded masses. So this is the hard line to walk creatively.
I still fight for the more unique lines.
No, I appreciate when you have something like Lord of the Rings in its delivery, but more often than not, no, you got to spoon feed your audience.
That's what Eric was doing here, somewhat legally, but not so legally.
No, you can't give him that credence.
No, I'm not. That's literally
bad.
I'm literally joking. that's the meme. I've obtained my empire through some methods. It would be even. It's like, okay,
yeah. Let's continue this
with an agreement where both parties coexist with no constant payment. This type of agreement is largely the norm. Number two, this whole thing was initiated due to trolling. Had they done their diligence, they would know they were relying on false reports to initiate this very conflict.
They do know.
There is no such thing as a false report. I have to clarify this because this might be partly my fault for some people's opinions on this. I do not like the Karen attitude of running to a business to tattle on someone else. I don't like it. I told Dick I don't like it. I told Vito I don't like it. I've stated it publicly. I don't like that. Now, Eric has since said that it was obtuse. No, not an associate of Dick and Vito, apparently, but a critic of his, whatever. I've told people I don't like that. It's not my favorite thing. It is not illegal and it is not false. If you go to some company, even as a troll, and say, I think this other person is infringing on your trademark as a troll, but then they go, oh, they are, and they sue you, it does not fucking matter. Like, that's not a false report. That's a report. Like, you may have some sort of intention that is contrary to, like, I guess, good nature, but that's real. It's not only real, it's specifically a privileged communication that is specifically immune from a tortious interference suit.
Tortious interference.
I know that word.
You cannot sue over a privileged communication to tell someone that someone is illegally using their property.
Is that being a whistleblower, or is that a whistleblower law, or is you have to be an employee?
No, it's just the idea is a privileged communication. You don't have to be anything. If Ethan, if you're gone from your beautiful New Jersey residence and you're in California, and I use my cameras that I set up across the street to look in your windows, and I notice someone like that one comic book guy who threatened to beat you up or whatever. Like, I noticed him standing and looking in your window, jerking off from my camera. And I call you and say, there's a weirdo on your property. And you call the police and say, there's a trespasser on my property who should not authorize to be there. And I'm terrified of what he'll do. I think he might harm my property or me or, something. And they come and arrest him.
You mean Cecil, right? You're talking about Cecil. Oh.
That's right. And the cops do. That is not a false report. Even if you know the guy and you don't like him, but he's not authorized to be there, you can still call the cops and say, he's not authorized to be there. I don't like him. He's an idiot. I've seen his tweets, and that's why he's not authorized at my house, because he's ugly and he smells, and he's Cecil, of course. He's ugly and smells, and he says,
I'd love to see a court say that,
also,
like a judge.
Anti-Semitic stuff. Cecil only says anti-Semitic stuff, as far as I can tell. You say that, you say, I don't want him on my property. That's not a false report. That's not, I don't like that behavior. That doesn't make it illegal. In fact, it's specifically protected in tortious interference and business defamation claims, as long as it's not false, not disingenuous, not false. That's the key. That is disingenuous, that you may have an ulterior motive, that you're trying to fuck with someone by reporting to a business someone else is stealing their thing, because remember, that's a trademark infringement technically is.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you just don't like the person, reporting stealing is not, that's not a false report. It doesn't matter that it's a troll. Everybody lost sight of this because the rules that I personally have on the internet, first of all, that's just me. Nobody else on the planet seems to have those rules. It's just me. I don't like it. That being a rule of the internet sector does not make it a law. The law is specifically to the opposite. It specifically would protect obtuse gnome in this. There's no tortious interference claim for anybody in this thing. If you tried to bring tortious interference, they go, wait, would a reasonable person have a good faith belief in trademark infringement? That person doesn't like me, and they reported it to the company. Did the company sue you for trademark infringement? Yeah. Why? Because they said I used their trademark. Well, what trademark did they have? ISOM. What trademark did you use? ISOM. Oh. Your legal argument.
I mean, when he
done.
puts
You've
it like
lost
that,
the tortious interference case. If you're in Texas and you do this, it's an anti-slap case, and you'll be paying their lawyers' kids to go to college. Don't do it. Jesus,
boy.
don't do it.
Good Shepherd saw this as a monetization opportunity, and that would explain their lack of reach.
You saw it.
Shit.
Stop! You saw it as a monetization opportunity. They saw it as exploitation of their property that didn't benefit them.
Poking the bear.
It's like driving their car to pick up hookers and then banging the hookers. They go, but we didn't have sex. I don't like this. Like, that was rude. They're Christians. They wouldn't bang hookers. They would bang children. Here we go.
Research. Number 3, just as I explained to you all in this statement, we gave Good Shepherd the origin of the name ISOM. They specifically asked for it, and expressing this could.
It's so irrelevant. It is so irrelevant to the trademark issue. They asked for it. We gave it to them. Why? Like, it didn't benefit you, clearly, and it was never meant to. It was meant to trap you. They were hostile from the start. I cannot believe that your lawyer should
ISOM is
recognize.
gangster. You know, you want to talk about gangster and all this shit. This Christian ministry is gangster as hell. I mean, I don't think they really did ever intend to, they intended to milk this dude.
They have no duty to exercise in quote unquote your version of good faith. They don't owe you anything. You might owe them something. Let me just, Jeff just says, what mark do they have? ISOM the church. Nope. Their mark is ISOM. That's it. That's the mark. It's not, people misunderstand this. Their trademark is not International School of Ministry. They could have that trademark. They don't. Well, they might. They own ISOM.
ISOM, that's it. Whatever that means.
Okay, I didn't actually know that
period, S
specifically.
period.
I assumed. Okay, that. I mean, I know that I know that's about ISOM this whole time, but I assumed it's implied that it's for the acronym ISOM.
Well, you
But
see how this
it's
is going.
also
At
the
first,
word
they're
or
like
name.
trying to just be like, all right, let's look at Eric's thing. And it's like the more he says, the more like, you're just fucking, you're fucked, dude. You're going to pay them.
Seems like it.
O period M period. They own ISOM, ISOM. They own that. They do. Not ISOM the church, not the ministry.
Why
not
is that
pedophile-
important that you say that it's just the word ISOM that they own, not the the ministry?
Because in
Why
this
is that
video and in this video and online, people have tried to make the distinction that the acronym is different from the word or the name. It's what they own is ISOM. That's it. That's it. And people are saying, well, ISOM stands for International School of Ministry. They may own that. That is separate ownership. They own ISOM, the word, whether it's acronym, whatever, in all caps. But ISOM, the character, is in all caps too, for whatever reason. Don't know, because it's more dynamic, more interesting, and exciting. Like, if you wouldn't, I wouldn't brand a character with an uppercase I and then lowercase, right? Like, that'd be weird looking on a cover.
Yeah,
of a comic.
you don't do that on well, not really. Yeah, you wouldn't do that on a comic book title.
Yeah, I mean, you might in text boxes, sure, or text bubbles, but not on the cover. Like, Spider-Man is Spider-Man in all caps, right?
Right, but when you're
That's
writing
why
a
you're all
script-
caps comic. It's because all
Yeah.
comics are in all caps.
Yeah, well,
Making
no,
a good
I'm all
point.
caps
Making more
comics
points there.
because cap stands for Comic Artist Pro Secrets. But that's the hidden message there, Nick. But when he's writing
so it stands for Comics Artist Pro Secrets, caps.
caps,
But you
all
don't
caps.
do you own a trademark for all Comics Artist Pro Secrets?
No,
No, you just own a trademark for all caps.
right.
So if someone was coming out with a comic book that was about bottle caps, and they're like, our comic's called All Caps, and we explore the superhero powers of bottle caps, you'd be like, actually, all caps is mine.
No, I don't think I think all caps comics is mine. I don't think all caps is mine.
Okay, so they say all caps comics, and one is a root beer cap, and the next one's like a Dr. Pepper cap or whatever. But they'd say right on there, all caps comics. Then you say all caps comics.
That's a problem. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not. They're clearly not trying to sell all Comics Artist Pro Secrets, because they don't know anything about Comic Artist Pros, because they're selling a comic about bottle caps. But they wrote all caps. That's what matters, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because people look at that and they go, "Oh shit, that's all caps."
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem here. ISOM, the ministry, is irrelevant, or ISOM, the religious organization or the church or whatever. That's not relevant to the mark. The mark is ISOM. So getting back to this, what mark do they have ISOM the church? What mark do you have ISOM the comic book character? Oh, you lost the case. Lol. Support me on lolcows. No.
Wait, what?
No, I was pausing because there was something I had. I lost it.
I don't know. Can you go back a few seconds? I wanted to reread what you said. I didn't hear what you said.
I'm the comic book character. Oh, you lost the case. Lol. Support me on
shit. I'm trying to figure out how to rewind.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem here. ISOM, the ministry, is irrelevant, or ISOM, the religious organization or the church or whatever. That's not relevant to the mark. The mark is ISOM. So getting back to this, what mark do they have ISOM the church? What mark do you have ISOM the comic book character? Oh, you lost the case. Lol. Support me on lolcows. No. Eric has not lost this case. The case is getting worse for Eric. It's transitioning from a bad case to an okay case as we speak, but it's getting worse for him. But he hasn't lost the case. But we're not talking about losing the case. We're talking about settlements right now. And a settlement is an admission that you owe something. You're paying something to get what you want, which is autonomy. And what you're paying matters. And the only reason you're paying something is because they have some claim that you're averting the risk of having to pay in court. That being said, they've brought suit on the ISOM case. That immediately extinguishes the underlying issue that we're talking about. Please try and follow along that there's no business defamation or tortious interference for someone reporting potential trademark infringement to an organization that owns a trademark. There isn't. People keep saying that Dick and Vito or the Dick Show or Obtuse Gnome or anybody can be sued over this. If you sue them, you are fucked. That is a frivolous lawsuit. If
Why
you're
would there be tortious interference anyway? That doesn't make any sense. A tort is a contract. And so what you'd be doing is you would be disrupting a business agreement between two parties as a third party. That's what tortious interference is. Letting somebody know that somebody is, hijacking their trademark in some way has nothing to do with tortious interference. And nothing at all.
Right, but people misunderstand tortious interference. They think any potential obstruction of business revenue is tortious interference. That's not true.
That's not what it is.
Not at all. Tortious implies an underlying tort, usually a tort of dishonesty or deception. But again, dishonesty is not ill intent. Dishonesty would be creating a fake Rippaverse website that sells a mark that is ISOM that Eric doesn't own, telling the ministry that Eric owns it and inducing them into suit against Eric for something that Eric didn't do. Not for something that Eric ultimately wins at. Those are two different things.
Sorry, we're not commenting as much.
I'm just learning law right now.
I'm like, okay, I'm wanting to hear what he's saying entirely because it's the type of. I feel like when he's talking, he's got the type of sentence that is hard to cut off because then there's to be more specific. He adds on more to end the point, and now I think he ended the point. But he still has more to technically add to it even now. So it's like, I don't know when's a good point to even cut in, but I don't know what I want to say other than, he's creating a better understanding of how law works. But yeah, he's not saying that Eric is going to lose this, but he keeps on saying that there is potential that he might have to pay some kind of money for this. And just the more he's speaking, the less that's doing good for him.
That's what I'm getting a kick out of. It's like, just let him keep putting his foot in his mouth, because at the end of the day, it's just going to be him screwing himself.
Tortiously interfere. You have to induce a fraud. You have to use a falsehood about something. The falsehood is not your motive in generating the issue. The falsehood is creating a false issue and deceiving them into expending something to cause someone harm. That's tortious interference. It's different. J-Rock Esquire says, for fuck's sake, Nick, play the damn video. Every time you say it, I intentionally pause it for 30 seconds longer.
I don't blame him for doing that. That's funny.
More watch time. More money.
I says, if you've had more than a millisecond of non-glazing interaction with Eric, it's obvious why he's doing this. He's the embodiment of mid-witted in most things and is too stupid to realize it. I don't think Eric is mid-witted. I think he's very smart, very adept guy. He's made a ton of money, both on YouTube and through his intellectual property. I think he doesn't understand certain legal concepts, and I don't think that he has the best counsel, and I don't think that he's competent to realize that his counsel is deficient.
People are going to hate him.
When I tried to tell him, he got mad at me, and that's fine. Like, why would he believe me? But I think it's being demonstrated over and over and over that his counsel has a specialty that is none of the fields that they seem to be advising him on.
This just leads more to, especially hearing it from Nick, like it really, like it doesn't even matter. It could be the easiest like type of court case, but it depends on your lawyer. Like let's say that you got hit by a car and there's like 50 cameras around. I'm assuming if with the right lawyers, you can somehow make it to where it's like I don't know if they're gonna say you're at fault. It's like, no, but all the cameras saw the guy run the red light.
Well,
depending on the
guy
lawyer,
would not have been hit if the camera supplied by the state did not blind him from the sun
it's like,
beating off of it.
I'm sure that there could be some lawyer that is so good enough to be the pedestrian that got hit. That's obviously, the victim, make him the one that has to pay charges or something. Or
But he hit me. Well, you know me, man.
exactly. It's like there's no way he can lose this. It's clear cut. It's no, but the lawyer that he got, the other guy got a really good lawyer. So it's and that one got a shit lawyer. So
yeah, sometimes it's not even about getting your like, okay, Trump was like, I guess, the ultimate owner of the USFL. They ran for I think 2 or 3 seasons. They were like a spring leagues professional football. Hall of Famers like Jim Kelly played for the USFL instead of going to the NFL. So this is like opening real opportunities to compete with the NFL's monopoly of professional football. And for whatever reason, Trump just shut it down. And there's an argument that he was trying to become an owner of the Bills or Giants or Jets, and they weren't letting him in. So he's like, well, fuck you guys. I'll make another league and show you I can run this shit. And then he just got tired of it or whatever, gave up on the attempt maybe. And so he just folded it. And there's a suit unrelated, I guess, to the NFL about monopoly or whatever. And they won, but they won $1. So winning isn't necessarily everything, that foreclosure you just talked about. That's ultimately she lost her house, but she went away from owing 18,000 or 18 months or whatever to flipping. Let's say you have a almost $40,000 swing to have her plus 20,000 overall leaving the table. So technically she lost because she's losing her house, but she got money in a settlement.
Yeah.
So it's probably the money she sunk into it. And it's like, well, you're taking it. Let me have my money back because I've had to dump this, so the money was to own it and I've had to foreclose. So let me have my money back. I'm assuming that was ultimately the argument.
Also, I think they're garbage. Man himself says, Dick tagged you in a post on Twitter. ISOM head person responded to this. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Wow. Let's go see.
Oh, okay. Let me find this.
This is going to be bad.
Let's see.
This is gonna be bad.
No. He tagged me. Why did he do that? Fucking asshole. He tagged me 5 times. What a penis head.
Wait, who tagged him?
Dick Masterson.
Oh no.
Oh.
Here we go. ISOM released a response to Eric's video excoriating them unjustly after I did my video.
Wow.
Oh no.
Is it a video response?
No, I can't be. Yep. Oh shit.
Oh shit.
How long is
Look at
EBS.
Well,
Their reaction.
Let's go.
well, we got to finish Eric's, right?
I'm so glad that they
Eric's
discovered
first?
it.
Yeah,
We're almost.
Like,
I'll try and talk less in the interest of finding
Let's
the
get Eric
ISOM
done.
response. Here we go.
We're bored of this. Let's go watch the white guy.
Settlement process. That doesn't seem to be the case because, well, now they want to profit off of the name of my great-great-great-grandfather.
Nope, not true. They want to profit off of the trademark that they own. They didn't know your great-great-great-grandfather existed ever. Very silly argument. How would they fucking know? He wasn't using his name in trade, and neither were you.
4, Good Shepherd was not open to compromise. They lauded greater demands as negotiations went on.
They did not laud greater demands.
You know what laud means?
Yes.
Doesn't mean what he thinks it means.
Not that at all. They did not laud greater demands.
What do you think laud means in this
trolls
context?
of Eric laud the greater demands of
Yes, lauding means to praise and glorify and enjoy.
They did not laud it.
This seems to create more conflict rather than resolve it. To the audience.
Yep. You nailed it. They create some more conflict rather than resolve it. Absolutely. The cost of your use of their name is going up by the hour. By this video, you have increased the cost by an astronomical amount. You have besmirched a Christian organization.
I'm trying to imagine Eric putting on like a suit and tie and like whatever Christians wear to go to door to door or something. Just like
You
have a
gotta
little
stuff all
Bible,
that arm hair through
have,
the
have,
sleeves.
have a Bible, and is like presents himself like a door to door Christian or something, and it's like, oh no, it's okay.
So many
don't need
twists and
too much.
turns. Yes, zombie. Here's a top bloke, Papa. He says, I don't give a fuck about any of this. I just like hanging out with you guys. I have no friends, and the ones I don't really like much. Oh, dude, once you're like an internet retard, it's hard to deprogram to be normies again. It's like,
We're kind of that same way. I can't.
I was at work.
Hard to talk about.
I was at work. I work blue collar shit, and so I kind of set myself up for failure already because most of these guys just want to like go home, have beer, and maybe they watch football. Maybe that's the way I can relate. But even if they watch like Marvel something, it's like there's no depth to what they're watching. It's just like, whoa, that was cool. You shot the thing, and it's like, fuck this, dude.
That's how I was like with my brother after seeing like Black Panther. He was like, "Wow, that was so awesome," and I'm like, "Are you dumb? Like, what?" It's like, "Yeah, it's so cool."
Like the racist is the hero. That's the whole angle. Is that the race baiter, genocide white people is the good guy that influences the hero to change the whole foundations of Wakanda that have made it great in the first place.
But when we saw Rogue One, he thought it took place after Return of the Jedi.
Well, I mean, yeah. So that again, prove my point.
This proves the point. No, that's what I'm doing. I'm proving. Yeah, I'm backing that up. That when you're on the internet and then you go back to normal, it's like, ugh, that's really hard to adjust.
Yeah, it's like I'll be at work on like break or in between or whatever, waiting for a task. Let me hold on. Let me remove this real quick. Oh, where's the solo? Oh,
I'm gonna go take a piss while you go do that.
I'll be like this, just whatever. They might be chatting. I'll be looking at Twitter, and then I'll see something like probably an ISOM meme. And I'll go, and they're just like, what the? Because it's just a random outburst. And I'm like, I can't explain it to them because it's like there's so much history with this ISOM saga. So, yeah, that is a plight of being a non-normie. Let me exit the solo and this back. All right, I'm gonna play some while Ricky's gone.
A trademark of, and your fans are responding in kind. You have literally increased the cost of what you're trying to accomplish, and they're responding.
Think about this.
I am.
Sonic is the name of a fast food company.
This is the worst argument in the fucking history of the planet.
I love this.
Cannot believe he made it.
I did see a clip of this.
Yes.
And it was founded long before even my own mother was alive.
Irrelevant.
As indicated in their name and slogan, they were about fast service.
Gotta go
They,
fast.
of course, became known for items like the chili cheese coney.
Of course.
Sonic is also the name.
I thought they were known for fast service. Is it fast service or the chili cheese coney? By the way, chili cheese conies from Sonic suck. Get them without the chili. Chili is gross
Nick
from
Rekeita.
Sonic.
The chili cheese coney is fucking amazing, Nick Rekeita. You should be called Nick Retarded Law. Bad opinion about conies.
I just got back. Did they just do the Sonic? I just got back.
They're starting it. Yes, he's already
Okay.
like, bad example. This is retarded.
Everything from Sonic is gross.
Shut your mouth, you
Overrated.
whore. I
It's
love
awful.
that.
Not
I love
good.
I love foot long wieners in my mouth.
of a video game hedgehog that runs extremely fast.
Now hold
But
on, pause it.
He interestingly doesn't sell cheese coney dogs at a fast food restaurant.
No, it's not that, Nick. It's Sonic the Hedgehog.
It's literally a different mark.
It's Sonic the Hedgehog. It's not Sonic. It's Sonic the fucking Hedgehog.
Do you know that that Sega lost the mark to Sonic temporarily? When they were first trying to get it, they fucked up, and it was called Sega Sonic in Japan. It was actually called Sega Sonic on Japanese arcade machines because they lost the Sonic trademark to like Sonic Bomberman or something, a different thing, because Sonic was the issue. That's why he's Sonic the Hedgehog, like you just said. It's not Sonic. It's not Sonic fast foods. It's not Sonic chili dogs. It's not super fast. By the way, Sonic was not just known for fast service. Their fast service was iconic because it was a 50s dine-in driver that had roller skates. They roller skated the Sonic order to your car like a movie. That's what they did. Now they don't. They walk it to your car because people can't ride quads anymore. But that was the thing. It was fast because they were on wheels. Sonic was an iconic brand that they created. Sonic the Hedgehog is wildly different, and the Hedgehog. And there's no hedgehogs at Sonic restaurants. Oh, God.
You don't know. You don't know what's in those hot dogs, Nick Rekeita. There might be hedgehogs in that meat.
They eat hedgehogs for all the time.
Really questioning your legal expertise now because you don't know what's in that hot dog. Well, now that everything he said is irrelevant because he doesn't know what's in the hot dog. So never mind. Never mind this stream. Forget it. No.
Yep.
And why would you pick the most autistically related autism property on the planet of Sonic? Like Chris Chan wins from beyond the legal grave.
Oh boy.
Ironically, he is also known for eating chili dogs.
Not
Yet
selling.
even the Sonic Corporation and Sega Sonic can coexist. They are in two completely different.
Just called it Sega Sonic, which was an actual trademark. Sega Sonic exists as a trademark. Sonic the Hedgehog exists as a separate trademark.
Dude,
industries.
this makes my Eric July legal, Texas Law Hawk meme better by the minute. Oh my God, this is fucking great. He's just giving more life to a stupid meme that was made because of the old Texas law. I'm going to shoot people on my put money on my warehouse.
It's like there seems to be a clip of Eric saying, or of Nick saying, "Please, dude, please stop talking. Please stop talking." Just cut it in as Eric keeps on talking. Nope, please stop. Please stop.
Oh, hey, thank you, Zombie. Yeah, I don't think you were here last night. Let me solo real quick. Got a new edition, Ayla Sakura. I have to reach down behind my case to get the cord, but she lights up. It's fucking beautiful. She's got all these Felucia. Actually, I'll bring the camera. My cord's long enough. There we go. Look at all that beautiful Felucia vegetation, fungi. I love it.
He has a harem of blue women behind him.
Yeah,
Red,
ironically, yeah. I got Ayla, I got Mystique, and I got Neytiri. Crap. Let me stop my camera. There we go. And bringing back out of solo. Here we go. Bald. Yeah, I got my hair, got my head shave. I've been way overdue cutting my hair, and it felt great. How does this guy have millions of dollars? Exactly. That's what's frustrating. Is like before people really got in on ISOM, it's like Vito is just a jealous bitch, and then it's like you read the shit and you see the guy made these millions, and it's like no, he made millions not because of the quality of his fucking book, but because he is an avatar to the culture war, and because he's black, he's a real unicorn with the stuff he says, and so that adds to it. Hey, what's up, Mama Bear? Yeah, bald is nice. But yeah, that's my frustration is like the gift Eric July has of the audience to back him. And you see all these people trying to break even on comics and fulfilling, more than likely with my intermediate knowledge of creating this stuff, probably at a loss trying to build an audience at a loss for who knows how long before they start breaking even and making profit. And they're fulfilling. Here's a guy making millions way over profit, even when you include all his expenses. He's got to have at least like half in the coffer of what he's made, on top of the YouTube, the super chats, people funding him secondary ways, and his music and Blaze. So it's frustrating to see someone squander art, and then you critique, and it's like very obvious these are like first draft problems of like, oh, I want to do this, here's the plot points. And it's like, oh crap, this doesn't quite link up, I need to put more gravy in between, and he doesn't. And it's like, nope, this is good. And it's worse than Ryan Johnson, because like Ryan Johnson's first draft is at least legible. It's somewhat sensical, It honestly, his movie makes a lot of sense, if you view it as like an attempt to deconstruct and destroy Star Wars. It's very precise. So that's what's frustrating for me. Is like squandered art and people backing art that's bad for the wrong intent. That's what's frustrating with all this for me. But yeah, let's continue.
They both sell merchandise with their brand of Sonic. Look,
And
guys,
none of them look like the other.
we did everything in our power to resolve this. This could turn out to be a very expensive affair, and it's unfortunate.
You actually, minor umbrage, you didn't do everything within your power. You could have paid the licensing fee ongoing. I'm sure it was a lot. I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't advise you to pay it, but you could have. Like, that was within your power.
That a Christian organization wants to go this route. We've assessed the risk, and even in the worst case scenario, it's still worth it to us to fight like hell. This organization does not want me to use my.
Yes.
Stop.
I'm so excited.
That
I
freeze
agree.
frame of Eric, it'd be a shame if someone memed a chili
Oh no.
dog. It'd be a real
Chili dog
shame
in
if
his
someone
mouth.
named a chili dog going into the orifice.
Oh,
The
no.
airy orifice. And he looks like he's like, I don't know if I want this in my mouth, but maybe
It looks
I
like
do
it
want
looks like a meme image of some kind, but I don't know which one. Like the one that's like, he's looking back and he's like, I don't know.
It's like people memeing Ryan Gosling, all these different films where it's like they're trying to feed him on the TV, and he's like, ew, no, gross, get away.
Breathe that he should fight like hell. He has a $6 million
no, he shouldn't.
property. No,
No,
he
he
shouldn't
shouldn't.
fight. He
Walk
shouldn't.
away.
He should not fight the way he's fighting, but he should assert his rights. Of course. I don't believe that he infringed on ISOM.
But just walk away from it. These are gangsters that want to be in your pocket. These are literally the guys that come to your small business and ask for protection.
I'm trying to
That's what
imagine
they're
the
doing.
door-to-door Christians being the gangsters or whatever.
Yeah, we're just going to protect you, for a fee.
We're the word of God.
For
You
Christ.
want God to look after you. You got to pay us for the right.
Yeah, we're God's messages, the messages don't mess with the store or you get whacked.
You really get whacked.
Hey, you got some
Christians
rabbit problems, we'll take care of it.
Our Christian gangsters have a lisp, of course. They really got whacked.
We'll get those rabbits.
No, imagine Christians trying to kill rabbits.
I love when Elmer Fudd, like, he's normally like a dope, but then he gets me like, I'll get you, wabbit.
Yeah, he's angry here.
He fucking turns on a dime.
Going to this guy, he should walk away, fight like hell. I think they have a legal advantage, Nick, and I know that you don't.
Ethan would capitulate to the mob. You heard it here. He's like,
Absolutely no.
the
I
mafia
you know what? I
are
would
scared
leave
of
town.
dying.
Fuck it. I would rather leave town than have to deal with all of that shit. I'm not sitting there and paying the mob, and I'm not going to be threatened by him. I'm just going to leave. I'm going to pack it up. I'm going to move to Kansas. Fuck this. Fight like hell, though. I mean, to me, the internet is so much fun. I love the internet.
I feel like
love
EBS
the internet.
speaks from experience with your boy Zach. Like, this has to be a thing where it's like, yeah, he did. EBS was all for fighting for all this stuff, but then he's seen his own peers give up or give in or fail in some way, shape, or form, and it's like, is it worth all that, or just kind of leave?
Well, I mean, look at how you built yourself. You're kind of, if you're going to stand by your principles and everything you've built yourself, your name, you kind of forced your own hand to stick it out. Otherwise, you look like a real bitch.
Yeah, of course. But,
Yeah,
in terms
Elmer
of this,
Fudd.
in this sort of thing, though, with this specific type of thing, like, I don't know. Like, I'm trying to see how EVS would do in this site.
EVS is like, why did I hitch my wagon to this fool? Oh, I wasn't saying he looks like Elmer. It's because of the bunny memes. Him calling Dick Baxter and then Dick, being a comedian, is like, yeah, I'm a rabbit. I'm a rascally rabbit, you know? And so it's like, well, that makes Eric Elmer Fudd. Someone actually made a black version of Elmer Fudd with ratty facial hair like Eric, and it says DMCA on his hat.
Don't get me wrong, Fighting Like Hell is way funnier.
It's gonna be great. Oh God. It's gonna be terrific.
Do you know what a bungee cord is, right? Like, you've heard of these things?
Yes.
You know when you jump off the platform and you regret it, like right when you do it the first time, like you regret it. You're like, what am I doing? I just want to be on the platform.
Yeah.
That's me. That's my entire fucking life. Is I just want to be back up there.
I understand.
And I'm
but
like,
you can't. You're free falling.
And gravity is
Mhm.
Eric July pulling me down. And the bungee cord is me like, I just want to go back, but I can't make it back. Like, I just want to go. And then gravity's like, nope. Fight like hell. I'm like, no, I don't want to fight like hell. I want to defy physics to get back to the platform. That's all I want in my life.
What if he does it though? What if he beats the living shit out of a Christian church? I do too.
God, it would be
whatever
funny.
happens, it's going to be interesting. I'm really. This is a drama. This is fantastic. And people go, oh, you don't drama. You love drama. Who doesn't love drama? This is
This is what would be the entertainment.
He should make a comic about it.
This is what people would take inspiration from and make into a TV show of some kind or to a movie drama. That's how this stuff worked at a point. It's like,
well,
wow,
I mean,
you can't make this stuff up, can you?
All the religions, you know, it's the core. It's always the cosmic reality, if not fight, the existential fight of light and dark, or good and evil, depending on the blend, the view of the culture. And then within that, there's the drama, especially when you include humanity, because even if there's a perfect creator or entities in control, they, for whatever reason, allow or bring forth humanity with our flaws and our covetousness and our intrigue and inquiry, and thus sparks drama. Zeus screwing lots of ladies and having demigods, and thus besmirching his sister wife Hera and bringing about her scorn. Like, she is the patron goddess of marriage and motherhood, and yet she's constantly stepped out upon by Zeus, and thus made a villain for his children. And it's like, that is a drama. The Iliad and Odyssey is all these dramas, and
the entire Hercules show from the 90s is literally about her trying to get Hercules.
Yeah, this really is the spice of life. It's fear and the cosmic forces and interpersonal strifes of individuals or entities.
I mean, honestly, court-related stuff seems to honestly be some of the most tense type of dramas ever that are rarely boring. It could literally just be like, a court case over something about like who owns a cat.
Why is Law and Order lasted like 30 fucking years and had like 4 spinoffs? Because we love the drama. We love the well, he's a rapist, but there's no evidence. Yeah. We've never caught him on camera. He's been really slick. It's very obvious someone had to have done this, but he hid all the evidence. And then it's like, he forgot this one little detail. He brushed his teeth at the hotel. And he has a receipt. So we found a hair sample that correlates with the timestamps. And got him.
Legally Blonde. Somebody who only women and gays only know about shoes.
Yeah. Like, yeah, he's like,
he wasn't sleeping around with whomever.
Huh? Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's why
funny
even
it will
shows that
be.
suck at law end up trying to do court stuff, like She-Hulk and Ahsoka. Even it's like, oh, we don't understand it, but we'll put it in there because we like it.
I was gonna say Ahsoka, like, oh, there was that one like Senate.
Yeah,
hearing
that
or whatever.
pathetic attempt at something. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
See everyone calling me a dumb retard for years because Eric wins the ISOM lawsuit.
What if he does?
No, that's what I'm saying. That people are
If
like,
he wins
oh,
this, he's
you'll
going to
look-
be like unstoppable. He's
They're
going to
like-
be like Superman.
they're like, you'll look stupid. I'm like, why? I said the whole time I wanted him to win. They'd be like, you said all these reasons why they might win. I'm like, they might win, but like, I want him to win. I really do. And like, if he fights and wins, they'll be like, you fucking retard, stupid lawyer. I'm like, I said I wasn't a trademark expert and I wanted him to win. This is exactly what I want to happen. Please, like, keep making fun of me. Of course, it's great. Like, I can't ask for anything more. That is the funniest part.
Fight like hell, dude. That's
Internet-
the new thing. Wait a second. That's what Steven Crowder's
It's
shirt
not
said.
the new- isn't that
Fight like
literally-
hell.
Isn't
Steven
that
Crowder.
FDR? No, it's FDR, isn't it?
I think
Didn't
it's
FDR
Steven
say
Crowder. I
fight
don't
like
think
hell?
FDR said that. I think Steven Crowder wore that on his shirt when he beat the shit out of his wife, allegedly. Fight like hell, his shirt said.
I love how you guys talk.
This is
I love
the
how you guys
internet
talk.
at its
Someone
best.
said fight like hell. I don't.
He's a great spinster.
I
We
promise
fight
you,
like
Steven
hell. The
Crowder.
45th president insurance. that was
Like,
Trump.
beat the shit out of
We
That
fight
was
like hell.
Trump.
It was Trump. He's like
I'm delighted.
FDR, but he can walk. so he's fatter because he can walk to the buffet. FDR had to wheel himself up. It was very difficult to get a tray.
God bless. Look at this. Yes. Get him, Eric. Get him. All right. We got 1 minute left. Let's go. Shotgun.
Own family name unless we pay them for the rest of our lives. We can.
Oh, yeah, I don't know how to make this a meme exactly, but listen to this and then the other guy's video and start listening to the stream when we started. I don't know why, but like 12 Years a Slave comes to mind, the movie, like to make that a meme where it's like, I'd have to pay them for my family name. It's just like, that's ironic. You have to be paying this white guy for the rest of your life for your slave family's name.
Oh,
You
no.
were enslaved again 200 years later.
Oh, no. Paying the
You
white
see,
man
that's
for-
fucking funny, even though
Oh,
it sucks.
no.
That is just on paper. That's funny as fuck. That's like Kendrick
is
Lamar
funny.
in South Park want to make a movie where this like black kid, he has a white girlfriend. He works at like a historical thing or something, and he finds out his girlfriend owned his family, and that's like the comedic drama. That's the basis that they want to make, and it's like that's funny as fuck. 12 years in ISOM. Let's see the chat really quick. Zeus was a hoe. Well, it's funny because like Aphrodite is a hoe, and she's like a fertility goddess, and so her fertility can't really be contained with matrimony and monogamy. And then Hera is like the spiteful spirit of women, the spiteful wife, begrudging the nature of man and his wanderings. And it's like, you see just like on paper,
He
just
never picks up his socks.
you see the quick, like here is like the quick little synopsis of here's this god, here's their key stories. But then you start picking it apart and it's like, this is the Greeks were so fucking smart in the layering they have in the stories that we have preserved. We're missing so much, but the fact that we've preserved this stuff and we can glean these insights, and we do it with superheroes, we do it with non-superhero dramas, it's all just elusive plays on what they wrote. We're not making anything new. The shoe thing is true. I don't know what you mean. The Legally Blonde.
Yeah.
Black dudes have a thing with shoes too. Yeah, no, that's real gay. Again, no, for real, it's fucking
Yeah, no,
gay.
I know what you mean.
Not that black guys across the world are gay, but
I know.
this gay activity, this concern with the bling and the shoes.
They're fashion.
It's
They want to
feminine.
make sure that their fashion
it's
is,
like
is in line.
It's a
in.
fine line because like Trump's like, well, he's never going to go to White House and not have
Is my
his
fur
fucking
coat in season right
He's not
now.
gonna. He's not gonna not have his like dark blue power suit, white shirt, red tie. So he's like well kept. All these representatives generally are well kept, but black people, guys especially, because talking about 60 years of the welfare state targeting black people, no fathers in the home, they're effeminized intrinsically. This whole like my Jordans and shit, having fucking the rich guys having all these fucking check my crib, I got a whole room just for shoes. That's fucking woman energy, dude. It's implicit though. They can't help it. They've been raised by nothing but women for like 3 generations, and that's something I've gleaned. Looking back at like what's 78% black homes have no dads, or at least intrinsically broken. They're not married. They're not stable. You do that repeatedly over generations. You got effeminized men. I don't get mad about BLM. It's like, yeah, I call it the hypocrisy. It doesn't matter because it's a feminine ideology. The left generally, all their insights are feminine. And that's not necessarily bad, but when it becomes narrative, there's like the knuckle dragging of women, you could say, on the left, and with the right, more or less, it's like a manly knuckle dragging of stuck in certain ways. You need both to make compromise with law. But yeah, when you see culture, this is kind of the underpinning. When you say like the black guys in shoes, like, yeah, it's a real feminine thing. Aphrodite wasn't spiteful. No, I was saying Hera was spiteful with the children of Zeus. The only man I know who more than 2 pairs of shoes are black. Yeah. A few automatically come to mind when you said it, Papa. Aphrodite wasn't spiteful. Remember Medusa? Medusa, that is Athena, the virgin war and wisdom goddess. Medusa is supposed to be a virgin servant at her temple, and then Poseidon arguably rapes her, or maybe she tempts him. You can argue. And regardless if it was a rape, there's just the implicit defiling of Athena's temples, why she's cursed.
But we could look back in illegalities. Maybe it was self-defense rape. It called back to a Rogue Entertainment episode.
I decided to out Zeus. Yeah. Oh, speaking talking comics, ultimately, this whole shit, all this drama is really because of people making comics. Right. That's what's funny. Right. So, rounding back to comics specifically, I never read as much as I want to, but I read the first volume of Lore Olympus. I'm going to type in the chat so you know what I'm saying. Lore Olympus. So it's weird. I don't know if this is implicitly an SJW book. It doesn't really feel that way, but like it has like this trigger warning because there's like sexual assault situations. So far, it's not actually come to be, but it's like you're seeing it through the eyes of Hades, but it's sort of modernized in a loose way. Like he drives cars. He has like a penthouse, but it's very cold. He's still got the river Styx or whatever in his house. He's got Cerberus and stuff. Zeus is there, all this stuff. It's very interesting. And it's written from a girly perspective of like Persephone is this like nitwit, naive girl, never gets out. And she's got the hots for Hades. She doesn't know how to go about it. And then Hades has the hots for her, but he's so shy and distracted. And he's probably the most dutiful of the 3 major gods, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades. And, them both like longing for each other in this interaction that they've been like duped into in this book, and both being like nice, whatever. I don't know, it's funny because it's like obviously girly, but it's well written, and you're like, yeah, this is fun. I don't know. It's a strange book. It's a strange book so far. I got the other 2 volumes I need to read, but if you like Greek mythology, I would say this is a very good play on the template stories of like the abduction of Persephone. But yeah, let's continue.
Not simply agree to that, and it looks like we're taking this to court. I want to thank each and every one of our supporters for the continued support. The Rippaverse.
To be clear, you're not taking it to court. They are. They are taking it to court. Like
they're going to take you to court.
Blindsided by them taking you to court. You said that already. We're taking the. You are not. You are the reacting party. Sorry.
So keep rolling, and my legal team will be handling this. We're going to keep you updated.
The legal team.
And to the people that despise me this much, you need to seek professional help. But there are
I love you, Eric. I
You hear that, Angus?
Of the Rippaverse.
Oh no, I
Talking
need
to
to
you.
get counseling for my Rippa hate. Yeah, I'll get a counselor for that, Eric. Definitely, counselor's definitely gonna be like, all they're gonna say is like, you should probably just cool it on the internet a bit, like that's really it, It's but without weirdos on the internet, no one's backing your fucking book, so it's a double-edged sword, Eric. This is the average person is not following this kind of drama. This is all of this is internet retard stuff. Doesn't matter if you're on the right or left or in between or on the outside autism spectrum of politics like you are with your stupid fucking ANCAP. We're all internet weirdos.
We have
look at all my
employees and
friends.
contractors that are working dream jobs in an industry they care so much about. I care a lot about them.
There's Mike Berin.
and how
Yes.
Sorry, Mike Berin. He looks like
Yeah, they're going to take
you
you
were
to court.
blindsided by them taking you to court. You said
Right.
that already.
Yes.
What women are in comics?
Oh,
Name one. Comics women.
And to the people that despise me this much,
trying to see.
you need to seek professional help. But there are
I
dozens
love
of
you, Eric.
livelihoods
I
that
fucking
depend on
love
the
you, dude.
success of the Rippaverse.
Oh,
We have
look at all my
employees and
friends.
contractors that are working dream jobs in an industry they care so much about. I care.
Look at it. He's got White Ray Charles on his staff. It just looks funny. I don't know the value of Mike Berin as a writer, good or bad. It's just aesthetically it looks funny. Like, yeah, we got this old fucker on the Rippaverse staff. We're winning. It's like, all right, man, that's really gonna get the kids excited for comics, watching this old fucker with you. It's like
a lot about them.
There's Mike Berin.
and how they
Yes.
yeah, who please let me know who this fucking Valkyrie goddess is. I don't care if she's blinded by the Rippaverse. She's gorgeous. I must know her. Bring her to me.
appreciative of their work. In a world where so many people
Wait, I've seen like several women involved in this, and like the sisters or whatever, who the Brazilian artists, right? Like, why are all the women hot? Like, that's weird. I
Well,
thought
he
comics
hired
women-
the-
Brazil. That's
Comics
one.
women-
That's where the artist chick is from too. The chick that you want. She's a Brazilian.
I've thought about trying to learn Brazilian Portuguese. I got too much stuff I want to do, man. That's my problem. I got too many interests.
Yeah, you just want to learn every fucking
Football.
language.
Football, I want to learn Greek and Latin and Spanish and Portuguese, Brazilian Portuguese and fucking Romanian.
You're over 30. You need to slow down. No, just kidding.
Trying to read old Star Wars
Clean up.
comics, trying to read comics in general, trying to make comics, trying to watch movies, trying to dig in at my
And
job.
that cannot
wake
be
up.
tolerated.
That cannot be tolerated. Yeah, if it's anything I spite in life, it's fucking sleep. The need to reset.
As if we
everything.
can
I fucking
remove
hate
that and then still have our lifespan as it is. Like, that saves us more time.
I
We don't
really
have to,
fucking hate
have to waste it with
aging,
sleep.
and I hate not that I'm really feeling it creaks or whatever. I'm only 30, but really fucking hate.
It's like
the
you
waste of
slept,
time
you
that
sleep,
sleep
you
is.
sleep half your life pretty much. So
Yeah,
go.
I hate it.
aren't
Yeah.
hot normally. Like, have you seen Mags Visaggio? That looks
A
like
woman. That's a man.
Yeah,
in a
Jelly Guy
wig.
said that.
What are you talking
Said
about?
you.
Dude, I can't wait till Eric ends up contracting someone like Mags to write some trans character, because it's like he's got this problem of typecasting. All right, white girls, you're writing white lady. All right, I'm writing the black guy. We got this old white guy writing the white guy. I'm not sure he's doing Alpha Core. Well, Chuck Dixon's doing Alpha Core. That's a white guy, but that's like the one difference so far.
We're gonna call her Avarilla, and she's gonna be
Avarilla, Jesus Christ.
You thought that was a woman? That's a fat autistic man in a wig.
oh,
Yes.
what women are in comics?
Oh,
Name one.
Joelle Jones. And
what's
she's
the
kind of
one?
hot.
I don't know anymore. I'm not sure. That one is. She's beautiful. She's gonna be
Yeah, she's
drawing
gorgeous.
Yaira.
You're
Cool. How about
Exactly. Everyone trips over the stupid fucking name Yaira.
I guess just because I didn't trip over it, I didn't see the issue with
Like,
it.
I understand how it's pronounced, but that's not a normal way to speak English. Yeah,
But I agree with you that it's
that's
not a normal way to
not
speak
in
English. though.
No, it's fucking stupid. It's exotic because it's fucking foreign as fuck. ISOM sounds Arabic. And given your lineage, and that goes back to probably one of the first, I guess, documented people in your family, if he wasn't African or Caribbean and ultimately tied back to Africa and having a name that might be Islamic rooted, it passed down to the family to get to that point. And it just, I don't know, it's like Obama, he's American born. He's born in Hawaii, but his dad's fucking African, Muslim too. So, you just get these distinctions where it's like, oh, well, we know where that name's from.
Unrelated. I wonder if you could make a name off of like a character called Hitler that isn't the World War II.
Well, damn it. In Rick and Morty, they have a character called Abradolf Linkler. He's half Abraham Lincoln, half Hitler.
Right.
So
I got
he
that.
wants to enslave the world for supremacy, and half of him wants to free the world. What a stupid, silly thing. I love it. That's why I love Rick and Morty, because they do stupid shit like Abradolf Linkler.
Self-insert. Here we go.
Hate their jobs. The Rippaverse is a company that so many people cherish. I will do everything I can to protect that.
That's the one guy I talked about the other day, Joe Bennett. He was from Immortal Hulk. He got canceled for anti-Semitism, or what normal people say, noticing. That's the one solid choice I see. That's like, that will work regardless if the story's good. Is art's going to be awesome. So one thing I'm like, if it's not, what the fuck happened?
It's not just my family's life that was changed for the better. It was theirs too. We've worked too hard to allow this.
How has no one memed the Jack Murphy beard onto Eric?
He already has a big old beard. I don't know.
Right, but memeing the Murphy beard specifically, the cuck beard. Everyone knows on the internet that beard.
I guess they haven't put him into a cuck situation yet.
Yeah, but it sounds like this church is about to. Like, it's your buck, but we're making the money. It's getting cucked.
You can prostitute him, pimping him out. Or something. Yeah. You're going to make
derail
more
our
ISOM books. Eric.
We're going to keep moving.
That would just be funny when he steps up.
Keep moving it.
All right, let's see. Oh, they get right to it.
All right.
It's beautiful. I love it. I'm so excited about this now.
We just got EBS. He's just got
all right, let's see what the fat old
bad.
white guy has to say instead of me. Not me, the other guy.
The other fat old white
guy.
Okay.
Not to be confused with the other guy.
Okay, here we go. So this is the statement, the Rippaverse response. Sorry, I didn't know this was going to exist, guys. I was dragging this out for clicks and views.
Oh, yes, he looks just like I want him to. He looks like an A-Team villain. Yes, let's go.
Literally every 2023 villain is right here. Is he in a robe or is that a shirt? I think it's a shirt. It is a shirt. It's not a robe. It's a lapel, but not a robe lapel. Okay, here we go.
Hi, Dr. Berin Gilfillan here. I just want to speak to Eric July, and
he just sounds like a violent asshole. Like if you listen to the timbre of his voice, I hear nothing but violence and anger coming from him. So here we go.
Yeah.
To all the
once more, the ISOM will rule the galaxy. Execute order trademark.
Trademark.
Rippaverse fans. There's a tremendous group of people out there that love this comic book, and we're not against you. We're not against the comic book. We're not against the Rippaverse. Against everything that's been established and everything that's been done in the last year and a half with ISOM 1 and ISOM 2. And I just wanted to do a video to add some humanity to this whole equation,
might know the origin,
and also to try and explain why it is that we feel it's necessary to go down the legal route. Now,
because you're all
have
assholes.
So far, this is pretty similar, right? Like this is a similar approach to what Eric had, where like he immediately he comes out and endears the opposition's fans. He called the Rippaverse fake comic book fans, fake Christians, and fake consumers. It's the same thing that Eric did, right? Like that was pretty comparable.
No. But
wait, he didn't do that?
No, in 1 minute he didn't do the opposite of that. But you're going to see a Klansman walk around in the background.
Boss, where do you want me to put these nooses? all these crosses. These are our crosses, and we'll burn them when we want.
Fucking hilarious.
And we had put a deadline. We made a proposal. Eric July's people came back to us with a counter sort of proposal, and we then laid down some basic guidelines we wanted to see in a settlement. And we said, well, please respond by the 10th of October. And, if not, then we're going to proceed to go a different route and to go down.
I thought they were blindsided by this. They gave him a deadline?
On the line of actually going forward with the legal procedure. Well,
I overclicked. Hold on a second. My bad.
Not that we're going to proceed
what the fuck did I do?
to go a different route and to go down the line of actually going forward with the legal procedure. Well, the 10th came and went, and we did not hear back from the Rippaverse organization, and that's the only reason that we proceeded to actually serve the lawsuit. I'm not sure why. Eric July and his legal team did not come back to us, but we're trying to operate in good faith. We're trying to lay down some guidelines. Yes, we made a proposal, and this involved a license. We're trying to license Rippaverse to use this trademark, and we can go back to the origin of this to say, our organization is called Good Shepherd, but we chose to brand ourselves as ISOM. And so we trademarked ISOM. This was, decades ago. And Rippaverse chose to brand themselves as ISOM, but they chose to trademark Rippaverse, not ISOM. I'm not sure if Eric July, if you, did a Google search at the beginning before you made that decision. If you either maybe you did do a Google search and decided that you were going to override the trademark that we owned.
This guy looks like the guy who touched Arnold from Different Strokes in the bicycle shop. And I'm not saying he is, but isn't that interesting?
Not saying it's him, but it is interesting how much he looks exactly
he
like
looks
him.
like him. Yeah, is he trying to touch Eric in a bicycle shop in a way?
Trying to touch his arm hair.
No, I don't even understand the reference.
What? You didn't watch Different Strokes? Oh, you're like not as old as I am. You're like 10 years younger than me.
I'm
you didn't
41.
watch Different Strokes?
Different Strokes was on like during my lifetime. I just didn't watch it. No, I only watched cartoons like a true patrician.
Well, there was one very special episode in which an old gentleman who looks like him, who had pink cheeks and everything, a very soft demeanor, he owned a bicycle shop, and he molested the two black kids who came into. He said, "You want bicycles, kids?"
I never knew what Different Strokes meant until now. Now I know what Different Strokes
rule the world, right?
Yeah.
Nick and EVS need to stream
different strokes for different folks, right? Like
certainly
they're black.
Was different. No,
strokes differently than.
Yeah.
I love EVS's jersey. Fucking hook on his feet.
Okay. No, I think it's purely coincidental. You evil monster.
All right.
Trademark. It's not just a TM. It's not in process. It's registered for many, many decades. And
well, 2.5.
You chose to override that, or you never looked at it, and you did the groundwork for Rippaverse. You trademarked that. You went through the legal process, but you never ever trademarked the ISOM or even looked into it. And if you did, and you came across our name, you didn't contact us, and if you wanted to use it, we would have been open at the beginning just to lay down some guidelines. And
is that important, Ethan?
To what? To lay out guidelines and
that Eric did competently engage in trademarking the Rippaverse brand.
Yeah, it's kind of important because he knew how to do that. So one wonders. Oh no, I see what you're saying. So he looked up.
He just like,
Rippaverse to
damn
see
it, Eric's just fucked himself.
if that was trademarked. He saw that it wasn't. He was able to trademark it, I believe, right?
I think so. I think that's what he implies. Like he did register a Rippaverse trademark.
So he must have looked at ISOM too.
Well, I don't know if he must have, but
maybe he did,
like,
right?
One would presume an advised party competently navigated the trademark system for one property. I mean, might look up the related property, maybe.
What if he thought, you know what? Yeah, sure. You know, there's a ministry, a Christian ministry named ISOM, but what does that have to do with a superhero? So I don't have to worry about it.
Come on, let me. There. Okay. Someone asked me to turn on the.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I mean, that kind of changes the score, doesn't it? It's not like if you willingly, with knowledge, took a trademark.
Mm-hmm.
Different than accidentally doing it, right? Like,
yeah.
Think.
What if I like saw, oh, look, there's all caps guitars. And I went, what does that have to do with my comics? That are all caps comics.
But what if they produced a comic book about guitars? Or maybe not even a comic book, maybe like fictional written materials about guitars, like a fantasy story about guitars. They might, in the future, make a comic. And they had a trademark for it. Like that would matter, I think, right?
Yeah,
like,
I guess so.
Difference than just accidentally infringing.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's keep going with this guy.
As it was, you proceeded, whether it was by ignorance or by intention, we don't know that. But bottom line of it is that you did use it. And I'm not sure when you came to know that this was a violation or this was an infringement, but to us, it's our branding, it's our name, it's what is really the foundation of what we do. And we're trying to defend that. There's a great video cast by Nick Rekeita.
Oh, no! Don't do this.
Look what you did! Look what you did! You did it! It's you! Aid and comfort to the enemy! Oh, shit! This was you, dude!
Platform.
Oh,
I just want the platform. I just want to go back to my comfortable platform.
A great video. But he's not going to say Ethan Man Sciver. He's going to say Nick Rekeita did this. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's horrible.
Poor lawyer.
Oh my God.
You have to so thrilled. He's like, you can blame that.
Henry Ford for the wonderful automobiles and tanks he supplied to the Nazis. Yep, that's all you can do at this point. That's it. Fuck, man.
Damn it.
Oh.
Damn it.
So, all right, what does he say? Like, how's your? Oh,
he's legal. That's what he says. I am legal. So unlike the kids in the bike shop, I am legal. Here we go.
He's legal. Many people watch him on YouTube, and Eric Schlag, you've been on his show. He did, I think, a day ago, but it was recently that he did a video cast on this ISOM case. Did an excellent analysis. Yes, he's mostly in your favor, but at the same time,
vindicated.
You are fucked.
It's in evidence. I'm mostly in Eric's favor. It's right there. Everybody's like, "Oh, Nick's decided," but no, he right there. He said it. He's my opponent.
This is the greatest night of my life. I'm dying.
Case of above says so. Nick is ready for that jihad tomorrow, right about now.
The jihad. Oh my God! Yeah, if you're following Israel Palestine, everyone's afraid of the jihad. Friday the 13th jihad. Well, here it is. There's the jihad.
That's white too. You never saw it coming.
You never thought it was coming from Christians. From ISOM bringing the jihad.
Have a good night, Cotton. Hey, Cotton's leaving.
Others.
Oh my God.
I worship the Jewish Lord, and please end my existence.
What are you gonna do? Okay. Guys, he did his best. He did sometimes being honest. Oh my God.
Why is my life?
Oh.
You should have spoken.
You have to lie all the time from now on. Somebody asks your legal opinion, go, is this about my friends? In that case, I'll lie. Oh, that's all this is. This is just a matter of just your honesty. Damn it.
Nah, Julia says somebody better save today's show. Nick's gonna take this down. I haven't said any hard R N-words today. I think I'm gonna stay up. But the night is young. Who knows? Wiggers. ISOM. The ministry is a bunch of wiggers. I don't like wiggers. Oh God!
Oh no,
guys! I'm implementing a Rumble rant or locals chat goal right now. For every $10 plus donation that comes in with an anti-white slur, I will say it specifically about the ISOM ministry. I have started.
Oh my God!
They're wiggers. If you want me to call them cream crickets or moon monkeys or nail monkeys or whatever, I think $10. $10. Patrick T says yet another example of douchebaggery.
Oh my God.
Oh, here we go.
He does advocate and say that we have to defend the trademark if we're going to keep it. We're open. You guys missed the deadline.
We weren't going to until we watched Nick's video and stream saying that we should defend it. Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you, Nick. Yeah, now we will.
Are you saying that the Germans copy what Henry Ford did, or did he directly involve himself instructing them?
Yeah, Papa's heading out for the night.
Yeah.
We then went ahead and proceeded as we had said we would. If you didn't return and respond to us, maybe it wasn't important enough to you, but it is important to us. I know that there's trolls. We're not ignorant to the fact that there's trolls. And we are also trying to navigate that soup.
He did say soup.
You know, what's a troll? What's not a troll? But the bottom line of it, to deny the fact that if you Google ISOM, that both of our names come up, and there's lots of areas of overlap. And, you know, we want to just find a way that we can work together, that we can somehow resolve this. And it, you know, everything's on the table for negotiation. And if we make a proposal, then, you know, you can come back with a counter proposal. But we certainly.
This is important to note. I believe I said this yesterday. Nothing about the fact that they have, that they're intending to serve. I don't think they have served, but maybe they have by now. But that they're intending to serve the Rippaverse indicates that they cannot settle at any point. Like. This is very much described as a call to war or call to action, but a settlement is always possible. But the settlement just got 10 feet higher, I would imagine, with what's been going on over the past day. And I assume the response tomorrow is going to be way worse from the fans. So,
oh my God,
I'm waiting for Eric's video on this.
Oh wait, let me look on YouTube really quick if there is.
I had to give her a response to your thing as well. By the way, she said Henry Ford had nothing to do with the German tank. The gasoline engine had existed for ages before the war.
July. He uploaded I guess a clip from him in Nerdrotic, and then a video about Daredevil.
That was from their stream that they did. That's private,
right? Yeah, I assume so. So
that,
nothing yet.
$1,000 higher.
Let me look on Twitter while we're listening.
X number of negative comments, guys. That's on y'all. That's not on Eric. That's on y'all.
We want you to recognize that there's an infringement, that there has been, something that we've owned and that you are stepping on, and we're trying to create that distinction. The only way we know to do that is through a license, and to find whatever the boundaries of that license are. How do we structure it? We're looking for answers in the same way as you are, but to sweep this under the rug and say, like, we're trying to trample on your family name, or we don't have any nefarious issue in here other than the fact that you're involved in a lot of internet controversy. And the more you're involved in controversy, the more our name gets put up.
Oh, God. That's the issue that we've been talking about for 4 hours. That's the issue that seems to be lost on people. It's not an incidental use. It is not some podunk ministry in Michigan. It is not some random place that does not cross with this brand. You're intrinsically, unintentionally tied by three things. Let's be honest, 3 things. The first 2 are your success and then your fans. Your fans, 4 things. I'll be fair. Trolling, your success, trolling being the second. I'll say trolling is the second after success. Third is your fans and their reactions to this stuff. But 4th is ultimately, and this feeds into 3, your belligerence. Eric is a belligerent dude, and I love that about him. I love it. I have praised him monetizing the haters. I think it's funny when he did it to that weird fat black guy who has like no subs, but he's this giant studio that had to cost like tens of thousands of dollars. And he has a bunch of other fat black guys who've never passed an Arby's in their life without ordering several sandwiches.
Jody's corner.
Because it reminds them of their girlfriends. They just want to eat them. And they sit down in these couches with like big TVs all around. I don't remember that guy's name. He's fat and stupid. And Eric went on his, or he either went on his show. It wasn't Cecil is white. Well, he's Italian. But so he either went on the guy's show or he invited the guy on his show. You guys, I don't remember who it was. But God, it was the funniest fucking thing I've ever seen. Like, he just obliterated this idiot.
Mm-hmm.
His belligerence is a selling point. That being said, his belligerence is a hindrance in this trademark dispute. And his fans have been conditioned to belligerence. It's not Eric's fault. It's a byproduct of reality.
Yeah.
I had this a ton in the Vic Mignogna saga. People would go and fight. And over, I was like, please do not do this, because people were getting doxxed. They were getting harassed. Some people were getting fired because their employers would be informed about their online comments that were very hateful. And I was like, don't do that. Don't go talk to Monica Rial. Don't talk to Jamie Markey. Don't, like, if you like them or you like their work, go visit them politely and respectfully at a convention, pay the money, get an autograph, and walk away. Don't say your negative feelings. Don't go online and target them. Don't do that. I'm not in control of people, but like, please don't. I'm an asshole. You cannot fire me because I work for me. Like, people have done this forever. When my law office was open, they would call my office and ask for the manager. I'm like, you're talking to him. They're like, your employee Nick Rekeita is a piece of shit. I was like, I hate that guy. What an asshole. He all he does is cause me trouble. What did he do this time? They're like, he said racist stuff online. I'm like, no, I endorse that. That's okay. And then they're like, what? And I'm like, it's me, you idiots. It's just me. This is my business. What are you talking about? I'm immune from that stuff. Like, you're not. You're not.
Listen,
let me fight.
We got to turn to God in moments like this, Nick.
You got to go to the ministry.
What does God say?
We got to pray. We got to pray to the Lord.
Which one? Which one, Ethan?
The
Lord Christian
Jesus
one or the cult LDS one that came to America?
The Lord Jesus Christ, the singular Savior, eternal healer. Lord Jesus, my friend's back is scarred. My friend is Nick Rekeita. I'm one of his few friends that he has left. From carrying heavy burdens, Lord. Heal Nick Rekeita's wound, which has caused him great pain and suffering.
I love it. Yeah.
Wipe away his worries
They need to
about
stream
being
more
harassed
together.
by Nick Rekeita's Rippaverse
Funny
fans, doxxed, tortured, all of these things. Help him to not have trouble sleeping this afternoon. Grant my friend Nick Rekeita solace in his problems. May you shower him with strength, wisdom, courage, and sobriety during this difficult time.
I don't want to be sober.
He's fucking
I'm
plastic
sick of
now.
being hungover.
Amen.
Amen.
I did all I can do.
No,
I
thank
turned
you.
it over to God.
Thank you, my brother in Christ. It was needed.
That's very nice one.
Patrick T says, well, I guess you proved Eric wrong about not practicing law. Drank mofo. Oh my God. Oh.
All right, let's get back to this guy.
This is the core issue. It's in the caption right there. This is where we left off. The more you're involved in controversy, the more our name gets put up. That's the problem. And
More
again, when
name
Kurt
gets
and I did our
pulled up.
initial assessment of this, it wasn't true. It's become more and more true, and it's becoming more and more true, and it only stands to increase because the internet works like this. Here we go.
Up whenever somebody goes to ISOM, our name is there. And we're trying to just avoid this. We want a separation. We want to have a separate identity. We want you to run in your lane. We run in our lane, but we're trying to find a way forward. So we're not some sort of greedy sort of group that's trying to extract.
But give us your
We would prefer
fucking
you'd
money.
never use the name ISOM, that you talked to us beforehand, that we'd had some way. What you had to do, you became, a superstar on the internet, and you boosted this name to huge lengths, and at some point it collided with our trademark. And
I feel like I'm his lawyer because I've said in his stream all of these things.
Yeah.
like
But
that's
he's
the
saying
issue.
them in a much. He's like,
He's nicer.
We like you and everything, but listen, things happen, and we don't hate. We don't have a problem with you or any of your wonderful things. We admire what you've done, but give us your
I'll be
fucking
right
money
back.
because you infringed my fucking trademark. Don't you come there and kneecap you motherfucker. But we love you, and we say this in Jesus' name. Give us your fucking money.
It's like, but I mean, this is the thing. It's not. We know. Everybody knows Eric didn't try to do this. That's never the trademark question. Is whether you tried to.
Mm-mm.
Well,
It's an accident.
correction. That's never the infringement question. The counterfeit question is whether you tried to, whether you had knowledge and went forward with it anyway. That's what I was alluding to earlier. That's a different thing. Trademark infringement is different from an intentional use of a trademark that you don't own. So, but no one's accusing Eric of that at this moment. So here we go.
And we're trying to now find a resolution to that. It's not nefarious. It's not evil. It's not like we're,
Vampires?
some type of greedy type of organization. We're just trying to find a way forward. We're in 150 countries. There's hundreds of thousands of students that have done the.
And you'll be
ISOM that
feeding
know-
all of them. You'll be paying all of their bills with your hard work.
This is what we're talking about. Again, people are like, Eric, Rippaverse, ISOM is way more popular than this company. This company has been in business for 25 years and gives these ministry materials to however many churches who have a rotating audience of people. The internet is weird because we have an X number of subscribers and then we have X number of purchasers. Everybody can see this. And the monetization rate is less than 10%. The purchasing product rate is less than 10% by a significant amount. It might be 1 to 5% if you're doing well, right? Like, is that fair? Because you have how many subscribers do you have on YouTube?
I think like 146 or something like that. 146,000.
How many copies did Wrecked Planet sell? Like ultimately,
26,000.
So you have a huge purchase rate, like very impactful. Like you've connected very well with a core audience.
People love Cyberfrog. They love the product that we make. Our action figures, of course, are second to none. We're doing okay.
It's God damn it, Dick tweeted. ISOM calls out Rekeita a lot for being an Eric July show. But no, so your monetization or your consumer rate is actually way higher than the average monetization rate, which is great. It's a fantastic thing.
Yeah.
But like you're talking about monetization rates or consumer rates that are in this 10% zone.
Mm-hmm.
And that's awesome. But ISOM doesn't have a subscriber rate in the same way that we do. They just have direct customers, and those customers they age out and new customers age into their product. And those consumers, it's hundreds of thousands, it's 25 years of people who have done it. Their subscriber rate, if people want to like try and compare, which is almost impossible, but just to draw an analogy, is the amount of people who go to churches who could encounter their product, which is way higher. It literally, if they have hundreds of thousands of kids over 25 years who've seen their ministry products, millions of potential consumers. It's way higher than a subscriber rate on YouTube could fathom to be, if they're hundreds of thousands is true. And that's the difference between online e-marketing and the real world. Patrick T says, what court is this filing happening at? By the way, great job on screwing Eric. God damn it.
Don't listen to him. It's Patrick T. The hell does
I don't
he
know. Well, if he knows as much as the other Patrick T, not much.
No.
Tomlinson's a weirdo. I don't know. I would assume maybe one of the districts in Texas. I'm not sure, because that's where Rippaverse would be found. Central District of Texas. All trademarks happen in federal court, but I haven't looked. Like, I haven't actually checked. Here we go.
The ISOM, that love the ISOM, and we're just trying to create a distinction. So I'm just, we're open to mediation. We're open to a discussion, but you're
That's
the guys
not what he said.
You didn't respond to us, so we went ahead and said, as we would, that we would go forward if you would not respond to us, and you violated, you missed it. So to make us out to be the bad people here, I think is disingenuous. I don't think it's fair, and I'm just wanted to add a humanity to this whole equation.
A creepy,
that this is something
sneaky,
we can
moist
resolve,
humanity,
and we can work together on. But
no
please,
offense, sir.
let's not sling mud
No
at each
time,
other.
man.
Let's not try and do harm to each other. Let's try and find a way, but also let's recognize where the other person's coming from. That there is an infringement on our ISOM trademark name. We own it. We've owned it.
No, haven't you heard of
We
Sonic?
invest in it. We've built it, and you can say, well, there's a little narrow gap or whatever in terms of the print media, but we know that you've been in negotiation with Angel Studios or other things that this very likely will go into.
Wait. What
Oh,
is
wait, I
that?
didn't hear that part before.
I don't know. Rewind that. I was looking at people saying, "Oh, shut the fuck up, Ethan," and it made me laugh. I'm
He
sorry.
said
What did he say?
he said, we know you've been in negotiation with Angel Studios. Who's Angel Studios?
Oh, Angel Studios did the
Sound of Freedom people.
Sound of Freedom. Now we don't know that he's been in negotiation.
Imagine
with
if
them.
he gets the
That's
But
not
they
been made
do.
public.
with that.
They just
Yeah.
did. They said, we know that you've
These
been in
guys-
negotiation with Angel Studios.
They saw Angel Studios on Tim Pool on Timcast, and on Timcast, Tim Pool said, "You should talk to Eric July about doing ISOM," and they said, "ISOM, what's that?" Oh, listen, and Eric July tweeted at them and said, "My phones are open." Now, these guys are clearly fucking watching every single moment. This is creepy as hell, because there has been no comment from Angel Studios or Eric July, as far as I know, that they are talking to each other. What this says
Well,
is,
wait. Let me just, I don't know if they'll bring this forward, but this being a Christian ministry and Angel Studios being originally, they
Oh
actually,
my gosh! Oh,
I was
no.
okay. So I was looking into Angel Studios when this whole Sound of Freedom bullshit was taken off. And Angel Studios, partially I noticed because of a Matt Jarbo video investigating. So I looked in myself, and they got sued by Netflix and I think other streaming platforms because they were breaking their like copyright or whatever by editing their films to put on their platform to make them like safe, where you could like toggle different switches of like, well, I don't want to see titties, or I don't want to hear the F word, or whatever the case. Censorship stuff. That is not that was not done by the studios, so it is an infringement. They are repurposing their owned material without their consent. So they got shut down. So Angel Studios is a re-amalgamation into a studio from that organization. So they're the Christian weirdos I was talking about, that like that guy on his own editing Disney movies. They were doing that for your however adult you want your content to be on their platform. They got taken down. So even if Angel Studios is probably like Mormon related because of the Sound of Freedom guys, a fucking Mormon and stuff. I think Glenn Beck's involved with them, maybe.
But regardless, I mean, just having
it's not out of the realm of possibility that some of the ISOM adherents were maybe subscribed to that platform when it was available to watch Christian friendly versions of films, and or aware of Sound of Freedom, watching Tim Pool because they get conservative talking heads on there and seeing that. So it's not just the fact that they, as viewers, could see that interaction blow up on Twitter, go through Eric Jolly's history and find the tweet and all that, but also people at Angel Studios might have connections with ISOM, given that they're an international Christian organization. So they may be like, oh, you know, behind the scenes, Eric's actually maybe currently talking with studios trying to make a cartoon or something for Christian, whatever, conservative media, whatever the case. So don't know if they'll address that angle here or not, but the Tim Pool is just like the surface potentially.
He's watching Timcast for a mention of Eric July. This guy is like, hey, we're just gonna get along with you. And he's exactly what he's a gangster. This guy is a fucking gangster, allegedly, in my opinion. This guy is a gangster. This is fucking crazy. Because I saw that Timcast.
I have no knowledge of this. Do you think it's possible that in negotiations they said, hey, well, you know what? We've been this is big. We're bigger than you. We're even in contact with Angel Studios. We're talking about doing something like could have been there.
That would be dumb.
Right?
That would be dumb. Look, and then why would he repeat that back?
No one advised him to put no trespassing signs on the private driveway either. Ethan, it would be dumb. Would be exactly what I would expect from his legal team, who's been embarrassing the entire fucking time.
This guy, if Eric July gets an ISOM movie with Angel Studios, this guy is ready to put his hand into Eric's pants. That's what's going on here. He sees that movie money coming.
If they get, after Sound of Freedom success, if they got a licensing deal, if they license ISOM to Angel Studios to make a movie,
that money's going to him.
The millions go through the fucking ceiling. Like, it's not even like the distribution of a comic book versus the distribution. So, do you know how many people told me to watch? Did you watch Sound of Freedom, Ethan?
No.
Why? You bigot? Do you hate
Mormon
white people
propaganda.
and do you hate white people and Christianity?
No,
and
listen,
God?
unlike the rest of you, I've been propagandized by Mormons my entire fucking life. You want to go sit in the theater and be propagandized by Mormons, go ahead, do your time. But I've been doing it since I was born. I don't need to pay to hear some more of it. Thank you.
Sorry, why do you hate children?
No, Nick McKay's doing what I've been saying this whole fucking time. You're stupid, weirdo, fucking Sound of Freedom. Well, it's raising awareness. Were you not aware of like the age-old problem of molestation?
Right, of course.
It's so fucking weird. It's culty, man. I love it. They're both kind of fucking mocking this shit. It's like, thank God, finally, someone with the platform is saying the reality of this fucking weird cult of Sound of Freedom. Batman versus Superman had a fucking trafficking subplot. That's how you meet Batman. Is he's saving trafficking victims. No one said we got to see this because it's raising awareness about trafficking. No one said that about fucking Daredevil when he's freeing trafficking victims. Sound of Freedom is because it's, you know, it's agitprop. It's propaganda for the churches because it's a fucking Mormon movie. And they're trying to weasel you with a emotional appeal of like, well, I can't be against it. Otherwise, I'm supporting trafficking of children. They're trying to force your hand. If like, well, if you're on the side against Soros and the blood-sucking child sacrificing for adrenochrome, then you got to see this movie. It was just a way to boost their sales, their emotional appeal. It's fucking deceitful as shit. They're profiting off of the victimization of children.
Propagandized by them too.
But this is Angel Studios, right? Like when Sound of Freedom came out, how many people told you had to go see it? And you're like, I don't really want to. And they're like, well, buy a ticket for someone else, you fucking asshole.
Right.
because everybody told me that, and I was like, I don't watch any movies. Like, I don't have time. I watch movies made in 1990 or earlier or whatever. Like, I just want to see breasts. Like, that's all I want to do. And they're like, well, no, you have to, like, there aren't any in this movie, but you should watch it because you need to know about child trafficking. I'm like, no, I know about it. I don't like it. I already don't like child trafficking. I don't need Angel Studios tell me about that. And they're like, why do you hate them? Why do you want children to die and be raped? I'm like, I don't.
A lot of people needed to hear that message. A lot of people were like, child trafficking, I don't get it. What's the big deal?
But I talked about Operation Underground Rescue years ago. I love the concept that they espouse that they do. I mean, I guess I don't technically know, but I assume that they did it. And so I didn't need to watch the movie because I already knew it. I knew the thing. I didn't need to spread awareness to myself. Like, I was aware. Awareness is important, but I was already aware. So I didn't want to see it. But people were still mad at me for not wanting to sit for 2 hours and watch something that I already knew about.
You don't want to watch that.
Do you think that like the ISOM movie would be the same fucking thing? It is Christians or right-leaning people bullying other right-leaning people into seeing some probably subpar franchise. Like, they're going to make you watch it no matter if it's good or not. Like the Gina Carano, and I like Gina Carano, but the Daily Wire movies, like
Terror on the Prairie was great. What are you talking about?
How many AK-47s wielded by non-Muslims are pointed at you right now?
0. That was a good movie. How can you say that?
Actually, Ethan, I have knowledge that 0 number is not true, but maybe you're not aware. Okay, anyway.
God.
I don't want to watch any of those. Like, I don't give a fucking shit about like Christian. I want them to make Christian culture. I just don't want to watch it. Like, go ahead. I don't watch any movies. I don't want to start
talking
watching.
about ISOM. You don't want to watch an ISOM superhero movie.
Literally, that's the last thing I want to spend an hour and a half doing, and it would be a Snyder cut.
I can't wait. Listen, personally, this is great news. If this is true, and I don't know, like if it is true, this guy just spoiled their big reveal, which is pretty despicable. Like this is like this guy's like one of the lizard people from Vegas. You know what I mean? Like, he looks nice on the outside, but he's got you rip the skin off his face.
We're kind of at a point where like we don't really have as much to say. It's just watching EBS and
Just
Nick
taking it in.
do funny back and forth. We already saw the video too, so it's kind of funny back and forth at this point.
This guy's like diabolical.
Well, with Ethan, I love Ethan. He's funny as fuck. But Comicsgate Kings is just, oh, look, here's my fucking big of Comicsgate circle jerk. And I've interviewed Jimmy Reyes, who's funny as fuck and cool, and Rob Hunter, who doesn't get enough attention, in my opinion, because he's not the best, especially in like the big group stories. He's not the best like banter guy with all of them, you know. He's more of just the artist. So I don't think the best people are necessarily getting the spotlight. And it's all just a detraction from EVS's persona. I really miss the High Council days. That was the best. EVS is still funny as fuck though. And I love being able to watch him and take in the personality I love. And half the reason you want to back Cyberfrog is just because this guy's funny as fuck. So yeah, this is just nice. It's nice to take in EVS from a long hiatus. I'll see him here or there, but it's usually just, oh god, how much do I got to get? How many hours do I got to get through to get to the good stuff?
He's usually really good one-on-one or by himself. Like,
dude, oh my god, one of my favorite streams he did. Everyone was fucking shrieking in the chat, but he had this trans person on. It was like a detractor of Comicsgate or whatever, and everyone's like, why are you having this weirdo on, this and that? And it's like, this being an avatar of the mainstream is like hanging themselves, because all the points we're making, it was making for us. It was brilliant. He's letting the trans do all the work for him. With as far as rhetoric at Comicsgate and the Dubai mainstream, all that, it was good. He's funny as fuck, and he's slick because he's from Jersey. Northeast people got a quick mind. I love it, especially being from Oklahoma. You know, it's just we got to draw. We're in the South, more or less. It's a different culture, and the guys I gravitated towards when I was in the Army were all like Northeastern guys. There's an appeal to that kind of tempo they got.
Follicle under that skin. If
Are
he
you saying that this
spoiled
guy
her-
looks like the villain in that Hannibal movie?
Yeah,
The guy whose
kinda.
like face is all scarred with a pig farm. Are you saying that?
Yeah.
That's
Remember
what I
that?
heard you say explicitly. Very rude.
I didn't say that. I didn't.
Yes, you did. I heard you say it.
I didn't say that.
You
said
just
that.
did. You're like
You're not
diabolical
wrong.
villain face ripped off. That's actually literally. You didn't say Red Skull. You could have said Red Skull, but no. You're like diabolical villain face ripped off. That means the Hannibal guy if it's not Red Skull.
No. Listen, this guy just spoiled to the world that there's going to be an ISOM movie. It's already happening. No wonder. Okay, so we just saw Eric July go. I'm gonna.
You know who we should cast for ISOM?
No.
Let me look up his name really quick. He should cast Ahmad Best.
Of course, Jar Jar.
Jar Jar. Misa no have disrespect.
Misa no have no disrespects.
Misa no tolerate.
Yes, they even tolerates. Misa no tolerates. Misa
There'll be a
has no
part where
disrespects.
I saw him gets his face in some sort of electrical car and goes. And then, like, when he fights the X-Up the second or third time, he's like, Misa know why we talk about this. Misa fight.
Fucking fight this. I don't care what it costs. We're like, yeah.
Oh, that could be the actual reason he quits being a hero, because he was clumsy.
Right.
Yes, go Eric. Then this guy shows up and says it's because there's an ISOM movie being made right now.
Okay.
No wonder. You understand
I'm
people's
cutting you off.
motivations
You are
now?
You are revealing too much. I'm going for it.
I didn't say anything. It's
I'm not
this.
allowing this to go on my stream. Here we go.
He's like, I'm not going to be tied to
No,
again.
you're not believing me again. This guy's not making a second response video saying,
Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice.
I wish I knew the quote George Bush. He got like tongue tied trying to say that. He's like, fool me once, and then twice.
No, that guy fool me again. It's not going to happen very well.
Wait, let me find it. George
He's not going to like that.
W. Bush, fool me once quote. So there's an old saying in Tennessee. I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee. It says, "Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me, you can't get fooled again." That's the quote. Oh my God, is that Brie Larson? She has a Apple TV on this website. There's a banner for an ad for a Brie Larson Apple TV lessons in chemistry. Life rarely finds a formula, and it's like her in like some like 40s or 50s like housewife cooking or something. Maybe she's got a chemistry set or hookah. Interesting. There's eggs on the table, so I don't know what the. Bree's been looking a little cute lately. I can't deny.
Anyway, I think in the future there's potential of that.
Marvel
and all
movies.
those digital rights are covered under our ISOM brand and under our ISOM filing.
Oh,
and
that's the point. I haven't even considered. So Eric earlier, just to reference back to people who don't remember, Eric earlier took umbrage with the fact that they referenced license number 9, which is digital video print production, including or digital video and digital print production and audio production, including fictional works, like not just whatever, which would put any fictional movie distribution directly under that section 9 content. And yeah, that would be a big problem.
Look at EVS.
Bigger than the 16 problem. Here we go.
trademark.
EVS is just getting a kick out of this. He's like, man, I'm so glad I never fucked up my trademark.
Seriously, like, dude, I could. He's probably like, this is the shit I could have been stuck in if things were just wrong and 1 degree to the left or right. Like, he could have been in the same problem, having these same fucking issues.
You get the ISOM franchise in every film, just like everyone cried about Mulan thanking China for the Uyghur camp. there'll be a little thing like special thanks to the International School of Ministry Licensing Division or something.
I just saw a Pixar thing that's like says the younglings, and it's got Anakin next to a bunch of young. It's all happy looking, but it's like, oh, that's a good.
You learn to have a quick wit when half your year there's not much to do than talk and mess with people. Yeah, that's why I like the Northeast people. Wait, are you in Northeast, or I thought you were in Canada, or maybe it's kind of the same where you're at? I don't know.
And we want to find a way now to work together, to find a way to resolve
Get a
this,
piece of
to
the
make it so that
We're
we
gonna
can
hitch
create
the
the
wagon
distinctions.
to
And,
the
you know,
ISOM.
It doesn't get governed by
You're gonna
some
pull
sort
that
of
card, boy.
percentage or some sort of tiny, minute type of portion. Then give us a way that can be governed. That we have a way forward. And it's not that
Yo,
you
Eric
own it
was right.
50-50, because that's not the way it is. It's not real. It's not true. And we have to have an acknowledgement that this trademark is owned by us. And the only way we know forward, if you won't negotiate, you won't respond by the deadline, is for us to proceed with the filed lawsuit that we originally had submitted. So,
did you consider that they might have just been late? Like your imperialistic and colonialistic expressions of time.
Are you saying colored people time, Nick? Is that what you were just about to say?
What?
Racist. I know we're on Rumble, but
I did not. What are you talking about?
That's what you were just about to say.
What are you, Ethan? I am late to literally everything. I was late to my own birth.
All right.
Why would you?
My mistake.
Oh wait, I think Ethan's joking about time blindness. Have you heard of this?
Yes, yeah.
Time blindness. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a real condition. It's a real condition. It's like I just
need monocles as well.
Where's my monocle? Oh, dude, I love that monocle joke. What do I got so many monocles. What do I do? Oh my god, all these monocles. It's exactly like a Rick and Morty joke.
I bought all these $5 ISOMs and now nobody wants them.
No wonder there's a $5 fire. So please, I need more licensing money, please. It's all making sense now. This little preacher's like, I took your little ISOM and I turned it on its head.
Turned it on its head.
Look what I did with a little legal injunction and a quick Vimeo video.
All it took was a little troll to send a message my way.
All it took was a little gay ops.
And then you realize everyone's a little gay.
It's all part of the plan.
Should watch The Dark Knight again.
Yeah, I love it, dude. It's now you get it. You're like, I haven't watched it in years. I'm like, how? I watch it at least twice a year since it came out.
Why would you bring that up?
My mistake. I must have misread your.
Misread? I didn't write anything down.
Misread it.
Colored people. What? Written on my face. My face is white and blank. I don't even understand what you're talking. I am late to every single stream. Literally all of them. You're like colored people.
That's what it sounded like. That's where you were going.
That's what it sounded like.
That's what it seemed like.
You just
I made an assumption.
Your assumption was racist automatically?
Yes. I know where I'm at.
Do you think golden Oreos are better than regular Oreos?
They are.
Oh my God. You heard it right here. The original is not good enough. The origin of Oreo species is not good enough. Only the white Oreos are good enough for Ethan Van racist Sciver.
They're pretty good, I gotta admit.
They are fucking good.
They're
okay,
fine.
Here we go.
No.
I'm going to eat some after this.
We want to hear from you.
This
We want
guy's
to,
something
we
else.
Want to, be able to negotiate. We want to be able to act in good faith, and we want to have a humanity to all of this equation. So please let us hear from you. Take care.
This guy is all right.
That was.
Did you just see what I saw?
Nothing but politeness.
Nick, I mean, you got to be kidding me. You got to
Everything
be
he said
kidding
was
me.
nice.
He said in a very nice way, we understand that you might have something like Marvel movie coming. And we're just interested in negotiating about how to get a piece of that for us.
Well, I mean, he's already delineated. He spent what, like $100,000 for that trailer animation. Yeah. So, you know, you see that, and it's like, well, at least they could make a fucking cartoon ISOM series.
True.
It's like, yeah, punch Darren, wee, Larry Shanghai, yeah.
Yay, we're going to hell.
Yay, that white lady threw that black guy into a car.
Do it again.
Yeah, have your little niece get up on you and feel your muscles. That actually happens. I'm not making crazy stuff. That's a real thing.
In the book.
Like, I knew you're superhero because I feel every other guy's muscles.
When everyone else picked me up, they're weaker than you.
Like, I feel your muscles, and it's like, what the fuck? That's weird.
It's kind of funny because his reaction is kind of like, "You're a weird kid."
That's the weirdest way to like, oh well, like your niece had the insight, not like, oh, I saw you like, I saw
Look
that
at the
jack
couch with one hand. Or something.
I saw that jack under the car slip, and you caught it before you put it back under there without no one saw.
You
Something
looked at
like
the whole
that.
couch with one hand, real quick.
Or like Superman actually has like a whole bus full of people that know who he is more or less, and they're kind of indebted to never say shit because he saved them all. So he's got a bunch of loose threads in Smallville, and you don't know where all they've spread across the country. That's a nice little way to like have a character some way to inform, like, oh, I knew you were special, or I saw it, or it could be a villain in the future finds a way to get back at him because why do you get the power?
You just made me think of a funny alternative of like he saves the kids and they all see him save them, and he's like, can you guys all please keep that secret? And they're like, okay. And then they blackmail him and like make him do things for them a whole bunch. And then when he asks his dad later, he's like, what am I supposed to do? Let him die? Dad goes, yeah. And he's like, yeah, you're right. In fact, let me go do that. You can be
Well, it's funny because like I'm sure Rippaverse Goalpost saw it's like, oh, I'm going to clip this and blast Angus, and it's like, oh, why don't you blast an EVS?
I think he commented after I said that the guy sounds charming enough or whatever. The guy, the mystery guy.
Oh, fucking wrong screen. There you go.
I didn't hear that
because you infringed on our trademark.
I think you're making that
in
up.
Jesus' name. We're going to destroy you, lad. And that's what I heard. And I'm telling you right now, that was infuriating. I am 100% in agreement with Eric July. He's got to find a way out of this. He cannot deal with these people. They are gangsters. In my opinion, that's my opinion. You're dealing with gangsters.
I didn't hear that at all. All I heard was, look,
what bullshit.
I heard a very reasonable statement from a company. And look, I'm clearly on the other side of this. Like, they said so. Why is life like this, Ethan? I'm trying to not be.
You gave aid and comfort to literal gangsters.
No, I was on Eric's side.
Well, anyway, that's what he thought.
Are you saying that they lied? Are you saying that the doctor lied and Eric's property died?
I'm just saying that guy is a gangster. All right, that's in my opinion. I didn't know
ISOM was being distributed in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Whoa, those tactics of seeming like, well, listen, we just want to be, and then what you're saying, what he said was, we understand that you have a big movie deal that we want a piece of. It's not just your comic book. Your comic book is small potatoes. You got something like a Marvel movie, those make $1 billion. What's your cut of that? And then we're going to discuss what our cut of that is. That was unreal. Listen, you grew up somewhere other than I did. I grew up right here in New Jersey. I know that shit.
Oh, you grew up in New Jersey where mobsters. Oh, so cool. You know where I grew up, Ethan?
They seem nice.
The mean streets of Houston, Texas. No one seems nice.
Houston, Texas.
They just beat you up and shoot you.
They just go, hey,
Or
listen,
stab.
we like
If
your
they're
place.
Mexican, they stab you. If they're black,
they say, we
shoot
like
you.
your place. Now, we want to help you. You want to save money? You want to save a little money?
Just what
we want to help you. We want to tell you what vendors that you should buy from. We're going to do it for you. Don't worry about it. We're going to do
you
it
grew
for
up in
you.
the tough streets where they gave you a suggestion. You know what the suggestion
The
was?
suggestion is
You know
you do what we're fucking saying, or we're going to break your fucking face with a lead pipe.
The suggestion where
That's what that was.
It was a bullet, Ethan. That's all it was. It was a bullet. They just shot you. They like suggest you get in the fucking ground. Bam, Whitey.
Not in Houston. No. You got to be kidding me, dude. Dude,
look, I was not in I was not in particular danger. I grew up in a rough area, but I was just a kid scared of mostly the police because they were terrifying. I didn't pick fights with people. I was little.
You're the people that
tiny.
Well, I mean, you're the people that get approached. You're a highly successful, upwardly mobile fellow who's non-threatening.
I was not then. I was just a little guy, like a little tiny kid. All the other kids were bigger than me. I was scared.
I'm worried for Eric. I'm legitimately worried for Eric now. Before I thought this was kind of amusing and it was no big deal. I'm legitimately worried for him now.
The big Christian gangs are going to come to his door, to their house with their cross clubs.
It's a jihad. You know, if you ever fail to realize is that jihad mentality in Islam is implicit in the Old Testament, and the Abrahamic. All three of these are Abrahamic. All, you see in colonialism, there was an implicit religious bent to colonialism. You see all these Christian ordained governments.
In that South Park Ginger Cow episode, it's the three religions that end up coming together because of the ginger cow. Christianity is, and these exact ones.
And all three of them have this implicit, the jihad is most famous with, the Muslims, but they all, the Jews in the Old Testament, they slaughtered people on behalf of God. And in the narrative, it's what God told us to. But regardless if that is true or if that's just their excuse in their geopolitics, they still slaughtered, supposedly at least, slaughtered tribes off the face of the earth. Man, woman, child, currency, the livestock. This famous story, the prequel into David's story, King David, the guy, takes out Goliath. The king before him, Saul, the big infraction that brings David into the story as a hierarchist person, someone to get in the ranks and become the king. Saul was told to slaughter the Amalekites, man, woman, and child, destroy them from the face of the earth. And he took prisoners of war, he took bounty, he took livestock. And Samuel's like, the prophet who helped ordain Saul, it's like, what have you done? He's like, well, we can just, offer alms to God. We can have sacrifice. Like, well, it's best to not offend in the first place to have to sacrifice and recompense. And that was the beginning of the end for Saul's story and where David starts coming into the ranks. Because, don't think because of Jesus Christianity that there's not still the baggage of the Old Testament for Christians in their own kind of jihad. So the jihad did come true. You saw the first volley.
They're not playing around. And he told you the size and the scope of their operation. They have done research on him. They have him tracked. They know his every move on the internet.
All of them?
He puts out a video. Yes, he puts out a video. They respond to his video. They're even watching your videos about him. He's watching us now. How you doing, sir?
Why would they do that? I'm on Eric's side.
Because they're just trying to get information. That's all it is.
I love that. Look, I'm joking about the Eric side because I'm not on Eric's side, but I'm not on their side. Like I legitimately thought their case was bad, but it's been changing
pretty good.
It's been changing quite a bit.
Yeah, it's pretty good actually. I'm
Quite
scared.
I'm not. I still don't want Eric to go through this. Trademark lawsuits are fucking garbage. They cost a fortune. It stifles creativity. I 100% agree with all of that. But the lawsuit dynamics are changing. I mentioned that earlier.
Mad says better not call Saul.
It's unfortunate, but it's true. And now he's got to deal with the
fucking slick lawyer like Saul Goodman. He's gonna wake up with a broken communion wafer in his pants. What the fuck? What does that mean? I've never heard that. Is that like a sign, like in a mobster movie or something?
I think so, something like that.
Well, I know of like The Godfather's the fucking horse head in the bed. And that's a real fucking warning sign.
Fallout of all this stuff. And there's clearly some tactical missteps. Being late to provide a counter offer was a tactical misstep. It increased the hostility in the negotiation. That
tactical mischief. My partners were late.
Yep.
Late to pull up.
Could have been rectified, but then you released a video calling them fake Christians.
That laugh is like when he said this, like, God, Eric's a fucking idiot. You can't say it, but you see it.
Mm-hmm.
You can
hearing EVS talk like this makes me want to see The Godfather now because I haven't seen
it. I want to rewatch it. I've only seen it once. I was just thinking, like, man, I want to watch some monster shit now. I need to watch some. I've watched like 2 episodes of Sopranos, and it's just like, when does like the drama really take off? Because like, so I've watched all of Mad Men. I love Mad Men, and what's funny is just like in a way, just like the Barbie movie, it's iconic for the reasons they did not intend. Mad Men is an indictment of toxic masculinity. Of this is like the last boys' age. You know, and then feminism starts this whole counter revolution of minorities and women coming into the workplace, diversity. But everything that people took away from Mad Men is like, I want to be Don Draper. I want to have the bombshell wife who is January Jones, the Emma Frost from X-Men First Class. That's his wife in the show. He's got fucking slick black Kennedy haircut, always wearing fucking suits. He's suave as fuck. He can down bottles of whiskey through the whole fucking day, and it's mostly no fucking problem. He can pick up any woman anywhere he goes. It's a big fucking like Bond fantasy, ultimately. The suits, the retro, the cocktails everyone's drinking. These old forgotten cocktails were repopularized because of the show. So what they intended in this like kind of indictment, and more or less Don Draper is an evolving character. The intent is not what people like the show for. Just like people love Barbie movie because of fucking Ryan Gosling, and like everyone's sympathizing with the male plight of the Kens. This is the real meme of the movie is Ken, not Barbie. There is Barbie stuff, you know, Barbenheimer, but in the guise of this, you know, complex feminist attempt, this thesis, it's really this masculine crisis that is what resonates with people, and the humor of it, you know, of a man coming to terms with what society tells him is being a man, and yet finding no fulfillment. And so it's kind of this, just like Drive, just like fucking Blade Runner 2049, like Joker, like American Psycho. Ken has become this Sigma male meme of, you know, you're finding your own path. And that's just funny. So the guy that did Mad Men, the reason I'm talking about this spiel is because the guy who did Mad Men first did Sopranos, and Sopranos is, I think, another kind of male feminist attempt at deconstructing the male psyche and toxic masculinity, because you got this fucking modern mobster, you know, and off and on he's going through this whole counseling and softening up, you know, expressing himself. It's all kind of gay, actually. Because there's an insidious attempt with this facade of the gangster, you know. But the takeaway is people want to be Tony Soprano, and you fuck around and whack people and conduct illegal business and profit off of it, and still have the fucking mansion and the wife on your arm and beautiful kids, the respect of the church and the populace in your area, even though you're like burning people's fucking pizzerias down for insurance money.
Right.
Okay.
Look, if you just missed a deadline, you could send an email and say, hey, I'm sorry. Like, you guys, I know you said you have no option but to serve me, but really, I was negotiating with my lawyers, trying to get good advice on this. We're looking at all the options, and we didn't mean to miss the deadline. Let's get back to negotiations. You can walk it back. Like, they'll walk it back. They don't have to front. Like, they don't have. This is a Christian ministry. They don't have to have street cred, and they don't have to act tough. Like, they don't have to do this. The guy pretty clearly indicates, if you don't believe Ethan, you just believe reasonable human behavior, that they're like, we don't want to do this, but you gave us no choice. We told you respond by the 10th, and you didn't. What are we supposed to do?
We didn't want to have to do this to you, but you gave us no choice. We're Christians.
No, part of me feels like
Ethan.
What was
from Drake and Josh or whatever? There's like an episode where
wait, we're gonna dissect Eric July's lawsuit with fucking Drake and Josh. Where's this going? I can't wait.
They're arguing with each other in the house, and then there's like they're expecting family, or they're expecting somebody's family member to come by from one of their friends or something, and they're ringing the doorbell, and they don't answer the door yet, and then like after 25 seconds, it's like this big black chick, and she just bursts down the door, busts it down, and then he's like, "Well, what'd you do that for?" She's like, I rang the bell again and waited 25 seconds. What was I supposed to do? Maybe ring the bell again. Just like, you know,
Dick Masterson
tweeted, maybe send a message again. Like,
Dick Masterson tweeted, Eric July didn't even send a counter proposal to ISOM because he was so busy playing scissor games with Riley and calling the police and gay dancing videos. Police, please fingerprint 5 cops fingerprinting $41 of bunny money on his warehouse. and then this juicy fiasco builds before our eyes.
Quite succulent.
His choice.
Send an email on the 11th saying, hey, we wanted to get back to you by the deadline. Some things delayed our communications. Here's our counteroffer. Or you could put out a video calling them fake, greedy Christians and just want to take your money from your hard-earned grandpa's name. Like, but that's what they chose to do.
Tina asked the question.
I agree.
Tina.
Boat.
Oh, apologies. Okay. Is EVS stating that being Christian now means you have to give up your rights and property trademark? I don't think so. I think he's just saying that this guy, he drops the whole like Angel Studios bit. Whether that means he just saw the clip from Timcast mentioning it to Angel Studios, and then they're like, "Oh, well, like we don't know about that. We're open to talk." And Eric July responded saying, "Hey, Angel Studios, my phone's open." It could just be that surface level where it's like seemingly they don't know each other, but then it's like Timcast is like linking them potentially, or given that they're in 150 countries with their ministry assets or whatever, they might be in talks, or their audience or whatever you want to call it, their congregants are, you know, talking up the ladder about Angel Studios, or because they're a big Christian ministry, even if they're maybe opposed to certain things, they're different from what Angel Studios does. There's probably some connection or talking of like, maybe they're in the know about this development that Eric has not stated yet.
There's that. I mean, and they make their main content is video making, right? Like video stuff. So they
video.
Would it be that much? Would it be that much
educational
material?
It
wouldn't be too much of a stretch if they made a movie after 25 years. It's like trying to add something new to their
Yeah, it's like focused
repertoire.
feature films or whatever. There's some weird Christian films I grew up.
Like I would think it's almost just like Daily Wire in a way, where it's like, okay, you know, they have a couple of independent films after however many years. You know, it doesn't, you know.
Yeah, well, EVS is interpreting this as like, well, he's like talking all soft and like presenting himself.
It's seeing it like a mobster coming to your door and like, hey, you're to your business, and it's like, yeah, you know how you have things all nice here. If you want to keep it that way, you might want to pay us. Like,
yeah, he's like, EVS is turning. It's like, I thought this was like silly, but then after seeing this video, it's like, oh, they see the money potential multimedia of ISOM, not just these comic books. For $6 million sounds like a lot for a nonprofit, but like if it's movies, you see they spent 10-15 million on Sound of Freedom, and part of that money was probably because of the delays and it being shelved and stuff with the Fox transfer to Disney, and they made like 10 times the profit. You don't see shit like that besides like Star Wars or Halloween, where it's like they, I guess Paranormal Activity probably be a crazy box office success versus its budget, where it's like they spent nothing and it blew up. You would expect it to have to spend more to try and make profit with ISOM because it's superhero and you got these weird fucking spacey shit. But with, you know, if you're willing to take the time, people can do this for free at home doing the digital effects on shit. So depending on how much time you want to take to make it, you could do this fairly cheap if you want to do free or inexpensive editing materials.
I mean, I think there's been some Christian movies or religious movies or whatever that are like stop
Bible
motion, that are like stop motion or like very jankily made stuff, but they
VeggieTales had a theatrical release with Jonah. I was in theaters for that. Yeah, the VeggieTales, they did a Jonah story. You know, Jonah in the well.
Joan of Arc, or like
no,
what?
Jonah. He went to Nineveh.
I don't think I've heard of this.
You never heard the story about the prophet that gets fucking swallowed by a well for 3 days?
That's a story for another time. I don't want to go down a rabbit hole. Let's save that one for later. I don't want to go down a rabbit hole with that.
No,
that sounds funny.
Fuck you.
You ever hear the story about the priest that got swallowed by a whale? Okay, no, not quite.
No. All right, here's a synopsis.
No, for late. I don't. No.
I'm
gonna
like
give 4 hours. I want to be done. I want to be done.
Fuck you. Jonah is about a prophet who rebels against God and flees from God's command. But God redirects the fleeing prophet, who ends up preaching a message that brings the wicked city of Nineveh to repent. Repentance is a central biblical teaching. All people are sinful, and God desires that all people repent of their sins. Now, in that, God sends them to Nineveh, and he's like, fuck you, God. They're infidels, or, you know, goyim or whatever. And he tries to forsake God's command, and he tries to go the complete opposite way. He takes a boat, and then there's a storm, and all the sailors freak out, think it's like an omen or something. So they somehow they figure out Jonah's like the missing link in all of this, in the problem, and they throw him off the fucking boat. And then the storm ceases, and then a fucking whale swallows him. And so it's like 3 days. 3 is a very important number in the Christian faith. You know, Jesus rises in 3 days, etc.
3, 7, 4. I don't think there's an actual. Whatever. Sure.
3 is important. 7 is important. 40 is important. Those are some key important numbers in the Bible. And yeah, essentially the well fucking spits him up, and he goes to Nineveh.
I could taste all the children.
He goes to Nineveh, preaches, you know, in a kind of disingenuous way. He's still like, well, I'm waiting on God to strike them down, and so he like rests to watch down on them, waiting for the fucking Sodom and Gomorrah hellfire upon this city. And it's like they actually like repent, and Jonah's heart of heart against these people, and you know, God gives him a fucking tree to be in the shade, and his intent, his angle, viewing the Ninevites as shame, you know, as a shame to God, so he fucking sends like locusts or capo or something to like destroy the tree and shit. You know, so he inconveniences Jonah all these different ways for his hard-heartedness. But VeggieTales did a interpretation of that story. It was pretty fun.
Okay, that's
theatrical release.
Something.
There you go. Let's see. No, if you have to try and explain, Nick, that even in the Christian realm, there is a mafia. So Eric had better pay up, or the Christian mafia is going to be shaving crosses up his ass. Oh, shoving. I read shaven. Well, he's probably got a hairy ass, given those arms.
Just shave the ass and then shove it up the ass. There you go.
Yeah, an actual whale rookie.
Well, I mean, I figured it's not a pretend whale, like in the story.
Well, no, that's something like it was the shit like that when I would get illustrated Bibles and stuff. Those were the things I'd flip to. I try to find is the artistic interpretations of like the Garden of Eden. What animals would they include? You know, there's always going to be like a lion, maybe a tiger, zebra, a lot of African, Equatorial, Asiatic animals. I was always wanting to see what weird stuff they put in there. The artists, own kind of.
I guess I see what you mean now.
And then there's mythical shit like the Leviathan. Is the Leviathan just a whale? Is it a crocodile? There's things like that.
Or like when they do the giant squid, is it just an octopus thing, or is it like a detailed creature that has more distinct features?
Yeah,
I see what you mean. Yeah,
with the whale, it was it a whale? Is this a more modernized interpretation of the story? But it was actually like maybe a fucking
like vicious creature monster.
Is it some mythical thing that's lost to time?
Is the megalodon?
The meg.
Call the whale.
I would my assumption with the argument of was it a whale or was it a fish? Because they would call, because usually like you read the Bible, they just say a great fish swallowed them, but we assume a whale. But theoretically it could have been a fucking whale shark, and I always loved learning about whale sharks. So that was always kind of my fan theory of the Bible. It's like, oh, a whale shark swallowed Jonah.
I think there have been some instances where people have been accidentally swallowed by whales, but they like usually do get spat out or something.
Yeah, they just pull their hair cord and connect it, and they're like, hey, let me out.
Because they usually eat like really tiny things, and you're going
to kill that whale. You're going to make them choke to death.
Yeah, they like
inconsiderate fuck.
Gross. Like you've probably seen those. You've probably seen those ones where like the big old like the whales that can have like the trap or whatever, like accidentally swallow like a canoe person or something.
My God. And Mads is great. So somehow a vegetable getting swallowed seems less tragic. Well, it's a personified vegetable. It's I think I want to say he's a broccoli or a celery.
Oh,
which is funny. Okay. It's funny because it's like, what was the game plan? Like in Elf.
I was just picturing a cucumber getting swallowed.
Yeah. In Elf, where they're trying to game plan with Peter Dinklage. What's the best like vegetable or fruit to cast in their story? And then he takes off and he left his book, and he's like, "Oh, you didn't like this?" And he's like, "I found a story in his book." And he's like, "A peach." He's like, "Nothing's more vulnerable than a peach." And so, yeah, it's funny because they have like a blueberry. They have they got peas, they got celery, they got broccoli, they got Larry the cucumber, Bob the tomato. I think they probably got a carrot. They got a big pickle man. Usually plays a villain like Goliath or King Nebuchadnezzar. I think I said peas, but they got a blueberry. Madam Blueberry is in there for some reason. I don't know why they didn't have like a soybean. They got a gourd. They got like a French gourd. It's pretty fun little kids series to indoctrinate children with the Christian faith. Earthworm Jim guy, he's behind it. He's like one of the creators behind VeggieTales.
What? Okay.
Yeah, Doug Tenaple. Yeah, he's behind
okay.
VeggieTales.
Oh, funny random thing. My coworker randomly came across a Doug Tenaple property thing. I forget what it was.
Bigfoot Bill?
No, it wasn't a crowdfunder one. It was
Earthworm Jim?
Earthworm Jim or something. Yeah.
That's old, man. That was when I was a kid.
He said something about that, and I was explaining to him that like a lot of the people in our sphere like are actual people that have worked on things prior to internet, like being super popular. And so he was just like, "What? You mean that guy made one of the comics you thought?" Oh, like that blew his fucking mind. Just like,
yeah, it's like I tell people like, "Oh, have you heard of this guy? He's like on the internet," and they're like, "No." Like, well, yeah. So he's made 2 comics for $6 million so far. And you're like, what? And it's like, I mean, like earlier, I think in the stream, he's asking Ethan about money and stuff. With like, all right, how many issues did you sell of Green Lantern? And it's like at $4 a pop. So ultimately that's like when you start doing the cuts of the stores get a cut, the distribution gets like a third of it. And it's like, you really making nothing. It's like, this shit is just IP farming ultimately. You know, at some point, this stuff has lost its profitability, except for like the merch outside of it. So it's like you're doing this for free practically as a studio.
The comic doesn't cost much, but you want to buy the T-shirt, you want to buy the movie, you want to buy the video game, you want to buy the action figure,
you want to buy the crazy like board game. So, like I went to the toy store in Columbus. I've been in like a year, and it's crazy. They got like Marvel Legends, which is like shit you'll find at like Target and Walmart and stuff. But then they got all this stuff you've never heard of. They got exclusive like weird, like they had a Hellboy toy, which I've known about because of the store. But like there's all sorts of stuff because it's just trade. It's whatever people bring in. You never know what you'll find. Some days there'll be a fuck ton of all the different eras of Star Wars. Other times it's like there's nothing besides like the 3-inch figures. They got these crazy like NECA figures. They got random statues I've never knew about before. And so I like, well, I know that character, but I've never seen that. And I investigate and I find a new company of statues to investigate for, you know, flipping. You know, it's kind of how I found out about shit like the Ayla statue. The normal statues run like $500 and they make like 2,000 to 5,000. This one only has 100 in the world.
Damn.
It's even more exclusive. So this is like deep trade. Some of the runs from that company are like 70. So they're very exclusive. So they're implicitly like from the start like $1,000 to get them. But yeah, it's just funny because it's like we're so deeply invested in stuff. There's like, you've had to heard about this success, and like never heard of it. It's like, huh? Yeah. So it's like as big as everyone thinks Air July is, and it is a big success. It's like he's a fucking drop in the bucket.
Right.
Let's see a little bit more in this, and we'll head out.
I agree. I'm just saying I think there was an illusion of choice.
You think that if he missed that 10th deadline, they put out the tweet says, look, we have to sue them. And if he sends an email and says, hey, I'm sorry we missed it. Look, we really don't want to bring this to court. We think there's a resolution coming, that they wouldn't have said, you know what? Thankfully, we're back in negotiations. We really don't want to serve this. We really don't want to bring this. You don't think they would have done that? You don't think they would have walked it back a little bit? You think that like the Christian Ministries' pride is going to get in their way?
No, I don't. I think they already had an agenda. And I think negotiating with them then would have resulted in the same thing as just not negotiating with them at all. That's what I think right now. After listening to that.
I think at this stage of litigation or non-litigation, this stage of negotiations, absent a video saying that they're fake Christians just greedy, that they would have happily said, look, you know, we thought we had no choice but to sue. Thankfully, the parties come back to the table, and we're happy to continue working on an amicable resolution. You don't think they would do that? I would do that if I was their lawyers. I would 100% say, look, but in private, that's your public statement. But in private, you say, look, you missed the deadline. We really are serious about defending our trademark. We want to resolve this because we really don't want to spend. We don't want to spend our.
Why aren't they attacking the Islamic Church of Islam from whatever the hell? Why aren't they doing that?
Ethan,
Islamic Church of Islam.
They don't have a movie being
They're
made.
not litigious.
They don't have a movie being made.
The ISOM.
You didn't hear what I just heard?
Listen to me.
I'm listening.
I looked up their Form 990N, which is the required reporting form to the IRS, which shows the income of a charity. That's a 501c3. You have to report income and expenditures of charities to the IRS every year, fiscal year, not calendar year. And their 990Ns they're all public. Every charity has a public income and an expenditure statement that they have to file. Theirs show last year $0 in legal expenses, which means they're not particularly litigious. If they don't sue everybody under the fucking sun, Ethan.
When do they get an opportunity like this?
I think they're both right.
Yeah, I can't say that
no other ISOM has ever been a threat to their ministry or their brand, because most of them align with their values, right? Like presumably.
Maybe I'm imagining things. Maybe I am.
You're
Eric
right.
listed a bunch of ISOMs, and except for one, they're all Christian ministries. Right?
I don't know. I'm just saying.
Illinois School of Ministry is probably a school of ministry.
It's a ministry. Right, sure.
Yeah, so most of them probably align with their values. Eric specifically, I don't know why he would choose to list only Christian and one Muslim, but mostly Christian ministries that would align with and not conflict with the branding. But that's what he chose to do. So to my knowledge, those are the only ISOMs that exist other than the comic book. There's plenty of reason why they wouldn't need to adversarially enforce their trade. They could seriously an email to them from their lawyers that says, hey, we own the ISOM trademark. As long as you guys support the ministry of Christ, we're fine with you using the name ISOM, but we do want to make sure you understand that we do assert this. And if you go on to, besmirch our beliefs or our branding, then we will have to enforce it at a later date.
You think that's just like, listen, shut up or we're going to take your movie money. You think that was what that was?
They're not making movies, right? Like it's just a random. Let's look at, hold on. We can solve this.
Play it again.
Illinois School of Ministry, right? Illinois School of Ministry.
No, play the video. Who cares about the ministry, the school of ministry?
This is what the question is. The question is about why they haven't enforced on the other ISOMs. So the Illinois School of Ministry exists to help those called to ministry complete their coursework towards credentials with the Assemblies of God. So this is an AG church. So why haven't they got? It's a Pentecostal, evangelical Christian church, the Assemblies of God. It's Pentecostal. So very focused on evangelism. So the idea is that they should have gone after these people, but the presumption I would have okay, I'm gonna bring this up because it just got funny. I pulled this is the executive leadership. They're triplets. They're all the same guy. Ethan, look at this. They all look like you, but worse.
Look like you, but worse.
That can't be real, right?
Those are clones.
Clones with varying degrees of chaos mixed in. Why do they all look the exact same?
You think that looks like me? You think I'm?
No, I said, but worse. What I meant a white guy. They're not wearing hats. You don't have glasses.
True.
They don't look like.
I do like EVS's hat. I like those taxi driver hats.
Yeah,
got some people chat. There are 78 ISOM things Eric July will win with these, 15 of which predate the Christian ISOM. ISOM is a lake near my father as well. Yeah, the Christian group ain't the first ever ISOM, the audacity. I follow someone called ISOM on Facebook since 2010. Well, I don't think that really matters because these ISOMs aren't calling people crack smokers and making $6 million on the internet and getting confused with isom.org.
That seems to be like
part of the reason
you want to pursue the trademark case. I think yes, because the conflicting.
Well, it's like
values.
ultimately, if they went after all these other random Christian ISOMs, what does that help with any of their ministries besides? Oh, look, I'm a church shutting down another independent church group.
Right.
What we've already had the Reformation. Like there's no need. Everyone can just splinter.
They've made it.
That's the problem with Christianity. Is after Luther, he set the precedent for the splintering. That's why you got thousands of different kinds of blends of churches in America. It used to be just Catholic and then Luther and Orthodox, and then Lutheran came up, and then you get Episcopalian or Anglican from England breaking away. And then from that, you get the fucking Pilgrims and the Calvinists and Baptists and Anabaptists and fucking Nazarene Church of Christ. And then you got all these weirdo independent fucking feel good, non-denominational independent. It's a fucking nightmare. And it's a business. They should tax all churches. They are businesses.
Well, so
I think if you tax churches, you would get rid of a lot of these weirdo evangelists like Joel Osteen. This is why I'm for taxing churches. I know it sounds like, oh, you're an atheist, so you want to attack religions. Like, no, I think all religious. I think there's a business potential for all of these groups if they get the right guy behind the pulpit that's, evocative, they can make money. John Hagee, I don't know about the extra material, but I'm assuming because it's all under church product, someone like John Hagee, T.D. Jakes, probably getting away with a lot of tax evasion that otherwise would be taxable because they're doing it under church. But the various ISOMs could then sue Christian type. No, ISOM is not related to Christian groups. You have electrical companies, universities, and so much more. I dated a Pentecostal. I could see them suing other churches.
I wanted to respond to the thing. So the thing is, regardless if there's other ones that have been around or that do exist, the point is that however it works legally, they have the trademark of ISOM.
Yeah, it's period. Like they have the trademark.
So it's like if there's other ones that exist, they have chosen to not pursue them for. It seems to be because they don't conflict with their values. They have similar enough values. It seems.
Cronyism.
Their concern is with when they type up Eric July's ISOM. Is that like Eric's thing comes up first now instead of theirs too? I think because they can pretty much go over all this stuff.
They own the trademark.
They like he has foul language often, and they don't like that. And it's a superhero comic book thing with what there's
got a cross on his belt
on the belt. So
what's that about?
The way they see it is that they've got emails where they think that customers are confused, which those are probably trolls. More than likely, but
one of them in the tweet doesn't sound like a troll though.
Yeah, but still, like they're perceiving it as that, which gives them enough reason to pursue it. Still,
not all like a lot of these Christians under ISOM, if they are actual adherents to ISOM and concerned with confusion, like, hey, I saw this. Is this related to us? It's not far fetched that a kid that can't go to a sheltered Christian school prescribed by ISOM, going to public school. They like Star Wars and fucking Fast and Furious or whatever fucking franchise. And there's woke infractions and kids go on YouTube and they look up like, I wonder what people are saying about this thing. And then they find Eric July or Nerdrotic or, somehow they come across Eric in the wormhole of neg videos on subject matter. And thus they learn about ISOM. And so then a parent just having to see like, hey, ISOM, that's like our group. What's that? Is that a thing we're doing? I had no idea. And so they bring, it's not just concerned trolls, Neg and Eric. It could actually be, honestly, it sounds like way more people could be in church and then maybe being sort of crossover looking at YouTube for media coverage and find out about ISOM.
Possibly. Yeah.
It's like just the way Rekeita was talking about the ISOM organization, 150 countries. All right. Eric July has a normal size like city worth of subscribers, but he's only getting normally 20,000 views lately on a lot of stuff. So what is his actual reach? You don't know necessarily on a typical day. And versus a church where it's like more or less this is like a weekly adherence. You probably got a lot of people, like I said, the Angel Studio stuff before they were editing videos to be safe for the Christians to watch, censoring it in various ways. Way more potential negative impact for the church group, given their international reach that has 25 years of history, on top of whatever the history was before they formalized as ISOM with Good Shepherd. So let me see. Any set of people in human history can, if they desire, to call a character named ISOM. If Eric dishes out the ISOM folks that come long before the suing company, if he lists all the companies that came long before, it is easy work in doing the court's job. ISOM vets in Texas for 5 decades. I don't know if this is just like Rippabots or
I don't know. I mean,
you have to question. Sorry if you're legitimate.
In regards to the name thing, like calling any character ISOM, we talked about this earlier, where it's like Thor is an example where
Marvel's
you can make it.
Thor.
You can make a character called Thor, but you cannot.
There's other comics with the name Thor. You can go on read comics.
The difference.
Online.
Well, it's like, and somebody said there's ISOM coffee. Well, right, that would be the difference. ISOM coffee. You can make ISOM in the title. Like if
they own
the issue would have been there wouldn't have been any
media.
claim at all if it was like Rippaverse ISOM or something, or the Amazing ISOM. Like that would be like they wouldn't be able to do anything.
Well, also, we have Google not dehumanize your followers. We all are just using Google. Okay, that's fair.
That's cool. Yeah.
I'm just seeing a flood of a couple people I've never seen before. Then you have logos like most people do, so it's just questionable, especially with not a detractor, but definitely not a shill for Rippa. So it's all sorts of weird people on Twitter that just can't say anything negative, or you're a detractor. So
yeah, if anything, we're on.
This is a conditioning.
We want Eric to win this. That is the thing. But with all the stuff that's presented, it doesn't seem to be as easy as it did at first. That's all we're getting at, pretty much.
Yeah, it's like it seems other like also ISOMs, but you don't know what their trademarks are.
And it's
also,
like
a damning little piece of evidence to offer the courts is that Eric July has trademarked Rippaverse, so he knows the procedure. Why did he not trademark ISOM? Is it because he looked at they can steer, if it's a jury especially, they can steer the court in general to be like, clearly this guy knows how to trademark. He must have went about trademarking Rippaverse because ISOM was not available.
Yeah, it's like it could
be the angle they bring up. Is
for all we know, it could be an easy win, but it depends on the lawyers too. Like if the other lawyers, which the ministry probably has a lot of resources, like they could have really, really good lawyers that could make it into their favor.
That's fair. But your other comment, I despise the malleable Christian group now suing on vibes. So does being religious mean you can't partake in the secular aspect of, really this is like, yes, they're Christian, but they have to navigate Caesar's laws for their own well-being. Arguably, people misassuming that Eric's ISOM is related to the ISOM ministry can negatively impact them, because if he's making perception-wise, normies, not on the internet, see this, misattribute it to ISOM ministry. Think like, why would they get in bed and sully our Christian mission with this guy calling people crack smokers and gay and saying all these slurs and foul language and just negative videos about everything, and his anarcho-capitalism, which I would definitely think a lot of Christians might argue is against. It's a very covetous, prideful, greedy perspective politically, because it's all just property, mine. That's not really I don't think that's in line with the Bible. Bible's very much about like shedding your property, being unmaterialistic. And that political perspective alone is very materialistic. No, the Christian part is not relevant. What they are doing now is all defining. If it was vital, pivotal, they would have sued the legions that came after them. This is not the practice. It's not their practice till they saw an opportunity. Well, yeah. I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily unchristian to see like, well, this is an easy case for us to, hey, we can win money off this dope on the internet, not doing his due diligence with copyright and trademark. And we can make, even if it's like nefarious of like, we can make money. It's like, you don't know what they're going to use the money for. People like Joel Osteen can definitely sour you on money and Christian organizations. But, well, like they've already stated, yeah, we already have like $10,000 allotted to go to charitable works in Israel with the war. So also charity, this is a nonprofit, it's a charitable group more or less, that also facilitates educational religious materials for, I guess, preachers and for congregants. They're already stated they're doing charity for Israel. And Eric July is swarmed with a arguable, a perception-wise charity fraud issue.
Yeah, even if it's not true, it's the perception of it.
Yeah,
that's
it's like
the problem.
Here's a guy with the name ISOM being questioned of charity fraud for children. They don't want to be tied to that.
Yeah, and that's not on Eric at all. It's not his fault at all. That's just the internet. That's just the perception with the internet that it brings.
No, it is kind of Eric's fault now, at least.
With the current, you're right? But you know what I mean. Like as far as the initial stuff with that,
he is added to hurting his perception.
Right.
The act of suing posts nice chats is not Christian. Their actions betray what they want to convey. Well, I don't know. Like the Bible, especially the Old Testament, is very legalistic. And you can argue that, well, Jesus changes a lot of stuff. And he does, but he doesn't forsake the Jewish history that he fulfills. He, as one of the three in one, the Trinity, he is implicitly there in the Old Testament as God dictating this to the Jews, all these legal perspectives, and the Levites, the judges, and whatnot. So, I mean, the Jews are very legalistic. Jesus comes from that. He's a revolutionary interpreter of
Jesus Christ,
law,
Christian lawyer.
Law and order. Jesus Christ. Dun, 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 dun,
Christ strikes back.
Dun, dun. Jesus Christ, criminal intent.
He rises up to give you the
justice. Gives you metaphysical.
There's been a lot of great
counsel.
ideas. There's been a lot of great ideas brought forth in this game.
If you, sir, desire to bring Old Testament to it, they have ended the possibility of millions, billions, and done more damage than Eric on the world. What do you mean exactly? In the possibilities of millions, billions. What do you mean?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, thanks for popping in, Ancient One. We're going to end soon. But we got new people in chat. Tiara, Roa Remember, and Playdot, and Rebecca Harley.
Yep, welcome.
Appreciate you popping in.
Yep. And thanks for those that have been here the whole time still listening, because we've been going for like another
5 hours. That's crazy.
One. Let's try to wrap this up. The video's almost. Let's try to wrap this up.
No. We got another 5 hours.
No.
Actually,
Right. Wow, these guys, handsome.
They look the exact fucking
Idiot.
I don't know what your point is here. What is your point?
It wasn't a point. It was a discovery, and it was the funniest. Why do they all look?
I don't know why black people say white people all look alike. I don't know why they say that.
Anyone been to an Assemblies of God church? Because I haven't. Oh my God, this is so much funnier if you have.
When you said Caesar earlier,
these guys eat good.
Give to Caesar.
When you said Caesar,
I totally forget he's Caesar.
That's an older meme, but it checks out,
Yes, Christians, they're based on the Old Testament. Yeah, I mean, I really hate the like Gideon or whatever the fucking New Testaments they hand out with the Psalms. There's this horrible bent in Christianity, top to bottom, Catholic down to like whatever non-denominational Baptist, whatever we're going to say is like the bottom of the evolution or de-evolution of Christianity. And that is like trying to steer clear of the Old Testament as much as possible, besides like the prophecies to validate Christ. And it's like you can't have the prophecies if you don't adhere to like the chosen people that Jesus comes from, and then through that delivers the rest of the world, opens the doors for everybody, not just being an ethnic God. And that's probably what irritates me the most. Like, no. You can't, like, people like to, and I think to me, why I left it is because it's very obvious, in my opinion, the Old Testament is a different God. It's the ethnic Jew God. And then Jesus comes from that religion and is a religious revolutionary in rhetoric and philosophy. And to the Jews, completely undermines their religion. But it's implicit, the Trinity. Jesus is part of Sodom and Gomorrah. Jesus is part of God, the Trinity, telling Saul to destroy the Amalekites and all these other, essentially genocide sanctioned by God of their enemies. Jesus is part of that in heaven before he comes to earth. And there seems to be a disconnect. People don't really, it seems obvious that like these are two different gods, but then they have to accept this is all one. And that's the baggage of the Old Testament. You don't get Jesus without the Old Testament because he fulfills all these things. It's retroactive. It's the books speak backwards and forwards with each other, but most Christians separate it arbitrarily, and that's totally disingenuous to the book in its whole. It's the whole Bible is a library that's intercommunicating. And so that's why I mention the Old Testament and stuff. And the legalism is like, well, God sanctioned these legalistic perspectives. The folly of the Jews repeatedly is they lose sight of the spirit of the laws, and they just become, well, I wash my arms, not just as the book prescribes. I actually go further. I go all the way to the elbow. I'm so good. I'm better than the law prescribes. It just becomes vanity. They don't have the spirit. And, but the law still mattered. That's the other reason why I left, because it's like, well, if Jesus is revolutionary, then all these laws he gave to the chosen people are arbitrary. And so it makes the whole thing arbitrary. That's just my perspective. I still am clearly an apologist to some degree for Christians in these conversations, especially against SJWs that try to just like keep the Pope out of my vagina or whatever, that kind of stupid rhetoric.
Even out of my vagina and out of my
it's
way.
Like, right, yeah. This guy presides over this religious organization that is guiding your soul, but clearly sex doesn't matter, and that sex isn't involved in that discussion. That's so retarded. It's like, no, sex is very key. Sex is usually, you could argue, like the easiest route into sin. Like I want to say the first level of Dante's Inferno is lust, or one of the first.
The girl goes, my bed, I'm in it and naked. Okay.
Yeah, it's not the most egregious. It is a sin, but like sexual sins, ultimately not the most egregious sins. Especially with Dante's Inferno, blasphemy is like the worst sin, forsaking God. But yeah, sexual sin is like the very clearly like an easy gateway to other sins, to murder and coveting and theft. Why are you stealing? You want a better life, so you can get a better house, so you can pull some better pussy.
Pastor Angus and with the cows and with the religion.
Yeah, if I was any kind of religious, I'd be such an uncouth guy, because especially being in the army, I cuss just naturally. It's not even like, I'm being the edgy Christian saying fuck while I read the Bible. It's like, no, it's just me. That's why I couldn't be a preacher or a priest, because it's like I can't separate that vernacular from reading these books.
Mm-hmm.
It's who I am. Mental flex by me or the other person, Mama. If the Pope wants to go there, he better take me on a date first. I think you're much too old for the Pope, Mama Bear.
Oh no!
We can piece out that joke.
No.
Old Testament was violent as heck and was a cause of the Crusades. They needed to be a softer version. Yeah, I agree with Sam Harris that there's this flawed religious interpretation that like is implicit. Like people read these books and they're like, well, that's it. Unless you do like something like Mormonism, where it's like, well, we got another testament to add, and then it's argued if it's blasphemous or not. Part 3, actually.
Part 3, whatever. Okay, yeah. Same thing.
I mean, more or less, the Bible ends in like, I don't know, the 1st century, and it's like, well, we've had 2,000 years since then. How's there been nothing else? So the fact there's like the Book of Mormon as an addition in the 1800s is like, well, it kind of makes sense. At least
he's going through he can't think of what else to write. Okay.
Yeah.
Right watching TV. He doesn't know what to do right now. He's potato.
But yeah, no. Sam Harris is a Trump derangement idiot, but overall he's a pretty smart guy before Trump, and has really fried his brain. And he talks about like just laws. Laws is kind of a secular religion that we're adhering to for our benefit, for societal cohesion. There's no implicit God, but there's some sort of force that we're all adhering to, that we're all kind of acknowledging. There's something that kind of implies we should do this for each other. We should respect boundaries. It's strange because there's no direct God. It's like just elected representatives interpreting on our behalf, representative government. But he talks about how like there's no further findings. It's just the book happened in archaic times with there's problems that are, you can apply new problems to the Bible, but there's not a real direct correlation. You have to do a lot of interpreting and trying to like decipher how to apply things to new phenomena. That's an argument about the Constitution, where it's like, well, the Constitution is really actually thoroughly written and pretty much easily applied to the meanings of new phenomena and how we should dictate them. But Bible is way more complex, or any religious text, and they had the text and that's it, and that's a problem, I think. And I think Sam Harris is like right on the money with that, where it's just we're just living off these never growing books, and but no, I think the Old Testament's very, Christians need to apply the full scope and not just the New Testament. That's a big flaw in my opinion. You darling. A little more.
I'll tell you that. I know that for a fact. A lot of barbecue.
Apparently gluttony is not a sin in there.
Lots of bacon.
Oh God! Someone says Christian Pawn Stars. Look, I'm gonna have to offer you partial salvation. It's the best I can do.
Christian Pawn
Partial
Stars.
salvation.
Dude, that's actually hilarious because so you probably don't know it's an anarchy, but there's certain Christians, like whole denominations, that think gambling is a sin. For one, just the trend it can lead people on into indebtedness and destroyed families, monetary instability. But implicitly, a lot of these churches think it's sinful because one of the few times I know of any gambling in the Bible is they cast lots over Jesus's clothes because he had like good clothes. It was quality or something. They couldn't like things all like made out of one thing. It's probably because he was Jewish and they weren't supposed to mix fabrics.
Made out of Wakandan material.
That was probably it. Oh yeah, it was vibranium, maybe. I don't know. But regardless, it was fine garment in their view. So the soldiers are, casting lots. And so that in itself seems like an affront to Christ. I don't think it matters because as far as the Roman soldiers are concerned, like you think about what the average soldier that joins the military, it's usually the bottom sector of society. It's not the best pay, but it's stable pay. And if you do your time, you get a pension, so you're set for life after like 20 years, 30 years. So you're talking about just an average Joe, probably doesn't have that much of reading capability. This is a way to pass the time. They're crucifying a fucking criminal as far as they're concerned. It's no special day. I don't know, this is Christ. And so like, hey, what's the fuck's this fucking criminal dying on a cross, suffocating on his body weight going to do with his clothes? Let's gamble over it. So I think it's nothing. Catholics think it's nothing. Gambling is not inherently sinful being Catholic. It's person to person if it is a sin for you. And that's how I would deem it. Even being secular is like, I think that's a rational interpretation. It's like that instance is not something to even argue if it's sinful if they did that or not. It's silly. But these are things where people will zone in on it and think, or like certain churches won't let the men grow beards because Jesus had a beard. So it's like, I guess you're vacating your face because you're not worthy of like a sign that the Christ man had. I guess that's their interpretation. Paul wrote about women cutting their hair short and men having long hair. So this is where you get the societal, like men have short hair, women have long hair. They're misinterpreting that book because Paul's writing about a certain culture where these were signs of hookers. Women would have short hair and the men would have long hair. because they were hookers. This was like an outward sign for their profession. So they missed the context, but these become implicit cultural orders from the religion. So this is why you need to learn this. It's so interesting because now you learn why there was this whole like long-haired hippie freaks, why there's such a repulsion by society of the.
I just assumed it was a method of not grooming.
Well, maybe that too, because it becomes culturally implicit.
They just sleep in their vans. And
that's what gets confused about
stuff.
like Afghanistan, because they have a way of life that's older than Islam called Pashtunwali, but Islam is so ingrained in their society, it's hard to cipher out what's Islamic and what's Pashtu. And so you could be doubly offending them, even if it's like, well, that's just a Muslim offense. Like, actually, you're offending the Pashtu way of life. It's one and the same ultimately now. That's why you need to learn religion, because you totally understand like background to why we have laws and culture.
Yeah, I'll learn it when I need to.
Fuck you.
I have you for that.
But yeah, thank you for joining. It's been fun. I love this roller coaster that is the ISOM Rippaverse saga, ever growing. Every day you think, well, we've had some memes today, we'll cool it for a week or two, or wow, more ISOM stuff.
Yeah, that'd be interesting if they decided to pick a fighter and then they have like the boxing match thing that what's his face organizes, and you get Rippaverse ISOM versus Keemstar, yeah, like where it's like, okay, Eric July's Rippaverse ISOM versus the International School of Ministry ISOM in a
old man
3-round boxing match for the
Berin
title
has
of ISOM.
To, he does like Game of Thrones where he calls on the champion.
I was gonna say the ministry picks Riley to represent them. he's got to be. They recruit Riley to their cause.
No,
he's got to face.
They called their legal warrior Nick Rekeita.
Oh yeah, even better. There you go.
For a blood match with Eric July, the haired menace.
He's got his own little clippers with him to give him a little intimidation. I'm gonna shape you.
Yeah, no, it's like Samson. Instead of his head hair, it's
his arm hair gives him strength. So if you remove it, he's weaker.
Oh man, but yeah, good stuff. Talk to you next week, barring new discoveries. Farewell. And it's not in this description, but if you go to other videos, I have a GoFundMe because I'm not monetized. So if you want to support me, consider dumping some money into my GoFundMe. Ultimately, it all goes to help make Methgator a reality, my comic idea. So thank you for joining, and talk to you later.
See you on next.